finally going to be the successful attempt. This is our third time trying to go live today. Attempt number 1 failed due to Duel Links itself being down. Then, as soon as I tried the second time, the internet crashed. Let's see if we are finally going to be able to take a normal game. Alright, so they bring out a couple of turn 1 monsters, but this is not that impressive. As long as we can get a low level monster, but we brick immediately. So that is quite unfortunate. We need to not blow up, so we are going to go ahead and set our monster and just hope we draw 2 low levels on the next turn. We only have 7 high level monsters in the deck, so 3 level 7s on the first turn is pretty unlikely. Let's see if we're able to actually make some kind of crazy comeback. And let me see if the stream is actually functioning properly. We have live. Interestingly, it does have it separate than the other one. I don't know quite what's going on here. If we go to YouTube Studio, I feel like it should be functional, but it does not appear to be. In any case, we see 2 Umegumis. We are just going to bring out the Yamiruler. Unfortunately, we are not able to stall with the Yamiruler, as 2 Umegumis is going to bring it down to 1500. Let's just swing in, and if they have the widespread ruin, we can call it a game. They have widespread ruin, of course, so not a great start for the stream. Let's go into the details and at least fix the thumbnail and everything for the scuffed stream here. Jimmy, no. What did I even name this? Sorry for the rough start. Okay, so that is saved, and it's all good because it's already live. I just need to get rid of the other highlight. Or maybe this won't even let me do it. Okay, no, that's set. Upcoming, we can private. And then hopefully it is functioning. If we click on it, we can go to the control room. Alright, so we have finished up the first game. Went very poorly, but we are working on it. Let's go ahead and try again. Oh, and I need to log into the Discord to let everyone know things are live. Anyway, for anyone who's currently here, we are testing out a Red Eyes Yamiruler variant with a focus on more aggressive tempo plays. So, that means we've re-included the non-des, which most celerity builds have already taken out, and we're also running cards like Shield and Sword to try to make big pushes. Obviously, cards like the Royal Level Boss Monsters all have 0 defense, and taking advantage of that is a great way to win a game. Let's go ahead and Black Dragon's Rising. We're going to go ahead and toss this barrier back. Add the red eyes. And then bring out our monsters. 1, 2. We could go for the Yamiruler direct, but if we're fighting a heavy metal, we definitely want to have 2 monsters on board. Additionally, we're choosing Shield and Sword over the barrier, as again, we are not going to be in a great position if they blow us up with a heavy metal, but having the Shield and Sword can guarantee us some big damage on the next turn. So we pop the 2 back row, or not the back row, 2 of the 3 set monsters. So, Babysitter Goat and an immediate Dragius. Not what I was hoping to see. Obviously, Dragius easily outs both of my monsters. And Royal Level Rocker, but probably not able to recur anything. So, we take around 3,000. But we are still in the game. We have another Black Dragon Chick. Unfortunately, the Beast Engine is not yet online. So, if we Black Dragon Rising, we can return this Yamiruler and grab Red Eye's Black Dragon. Then we can weaken Dragius. Bring out Pakachu and Red Eyes and Nandes. And this should be a pretty big turn for us, as we're able to clear out Dragius and set up the Tribute Lock. So Red Eyes, or Black Dragon Chick, activate the effect, special summon, activate Yamiruler, and Battle Phase. Obviously, Royal Level's Growl would be able to out our Yamiruler, but I'm not super concerned about it. Welcome. Hope you're having a solid evening. And of course, as long as we survive this turn, when we Shield and Sword it on the next turn, we should be able to get huge value, as they have cards like Rocker on the field. Oh, but they might just go to defense mode. No, it is a Growl. But I am okay with that. Probably gonna out the Yamiruler here. No, they actually choose the Red Eyes. Interesting. Pushing for the damage. But, that definitely works for me. Let's go ahead and... Oh, this is not nice. Drawing a bunch of high-level monsters once again. That said, I am definitely going to activate my Shield and Sword here. Let's bring Yamiruler into attack mode. And just go for it. You definitely could make an argument to summon out another Yamiruler. But I'm not a huge fan of it. We see another Rocker, and that is going to be able to recur the Growl. So unfortunately, my Yamiruler is going to be going down. But thankfully, I do have a Widespread Ruin in hand, so I shouldn't be dead. At least not yet. Let's see what else they bring out. Okay. So far, that is fine. Obviously, I think we'd like to see 2 low levels, including the Black Dragon Chick. That's probably the most likely to actually get us somewhere. Ancient Arise Dragon. 3,000, definitely going to be the one we beat up with Ruin. Okay, but now here's a potentially good position. We have a monster on board. They only have the 1 monster left on field. This could be our chance to summon out a big monster. We see Nandes, and is that going to be good enough? Unfortunately, we don't have the Beast set up right now, but, it is enough to make a solid push. Welcome, Justin. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you're from. Let's go ahead and use Yamiruler and Nandes to make the tempo push. So we're still dealing a ton of damage here, and they can't summon their high-level monsters. Oh, welcome, Kokoro Hotarau. And they are down 2 rockers. So it should be pretty tough for them to get out a live growl here. Have all the cards from sets, but can't get them working. What kind of decks have you been trying to play? I'm not probably the world's best player, but I might be able to help out. Okay, so we see an interesting play. Definitely with the Piercing Samurais, we can make a push. Let's boost this one. And then unfortunately, we have not seen a Widespread Ruin from them yet. So I think what we need to do is play down this Yamiruler. And then if they have Widespread Ruin, we would be in a ton of trouble. So we're going to delay Directive. And then there's a chance we just win the game here. Let's see what happens. We see a King's Majesty to negate my attack. Very interesting. If they draw another Growl, it is over. Except for aggro, you can get dragons working, but I want to make Psychic work. Psychic is unfortunately not that good. So I can understand why you're having trouble with it. Aggro and dragons, we can probably figure out. And then this Yamiruler deck is off to a bad start for me, but I think it might be able to redeem itself. Okay. How do I want to do this? I don't have any piercing, unfortunately. And if I try to crash, I would be in a pretty bad spot. Do I have another Piercing Samurai left in the deck? We see 1, 2, 3. Unfortunately. We do still have one chick, though. Theoretically, we could Yamiruler. And okay, so what if we double Yamiruler? 1 and 2. This is a bit of a silly play, but I mean, it might work out. We're going to mill a couple of cards to weaken this. Summon Skull. Oh, but there goes our final chick. And actually, this almost definitely is not the right play. Keeping a Yamiruler in hand would be useful if they tried to put something in defense mode. Just as an example. But now they're not locked, so they can heavy metal me and end the game. Oh, we see a set card. Very interesting. And here comes a Growl. This could very well be it. And we see the second Growl. Good game. Kabi Jijita. Welcome, Nezu. Hope you're having a good day today. Looks like I missed some other comments while thinking through that. Potato says, thinking about Beast Gear, but not enough gold. I added him also, funnily enough, pretty low on gold myself. And, I mean, if you have to pick a specific deck, Beast Gear is probably not the top of the tier list. So, I would say you're not missing out on too much right now. Oh, and I managed to get some rare orbs, something else I'm desperately lacking. Is there any leak on the incoming main set? We do not have anything. No. A lot of us are expecting it to be the introduction of maximum monsters, but no actual leaks. We don't even know for sure if Nail is coming in February. I think the only thing we know about is the upcoming Mimi rerun. Oh, I see Hotaru says the same thing about the next event character. And let's see. Two of what? Oh yeah, and Justin says the new machine structure deck is good. I think it's obviously going to be a lot better if you have the third copy, but I was surprisingly successful with just the 2 free ones. I think spending money is not really what I'm trying to do in this game, and there are plenty of other decks that are also pretty strong, so I'm not too concerned about missing out on it. Alright, so we have 2 beasts in hand, Rage of the Beasts, and a way to get to a boss monster. This is a pretty good opening hand. Yeah, and if it's not Nail as the next character, I have no idea who it would actually be. Interestingly, we find a Yamiruler. Do we want to bring it out? I mean, I think there is some pretty big merits to it. So let's go ahead and set a couple of cards. And we probably want to save the chick for later. For now, we can simply activate Yamiruler the Dark Delayer, swap to defense mode, set. And we will end turn there. I know they have a tribute set somewhere. Oh, but it's actually a... no, okay. Yeah, so it is a 1 tribute monster, which makes me think of Flame Cerebrus, but I don't know what else it could be. Whatever it is, it shouldn't be able to get over Yamiruler without anything else going on. We draw for turn, and a Piercing Samurai is wonderful. Let's go ahead, activate Black Dragon Rising, and we're actually going to do a little bit of a trick here. We activate the chick. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. And we can summon Nondes, bring out the Piercing Samurai, get some piercing onto our Yamiruler, and then summon the Red Eyes Black Dragon without using the Black Dragon chick. And what this is going to do is allow us to reuse the effect on the next turn. We enter the battle phase, and we swing in for big piercing damage with Yamiruler. We also see that none of their cards were able to be activated, so if they have any traps, it is something like a recital that they weren't able to activate just yet. Let's see if they are able to deal with our double boss board. We do have a little bit of support, but seeing the Palace Gargoyle makes me really wonder what deck they are even playing. We see a Hammer Crush. Which one will they go for? 50-50 shot of hitting our own trap, which they do. By the way, this barrier is supposed to be the shield and sword trap, but I don't want to spend the money on the bundle, so we are not doing that. We see the 2 beasts coming out, allowing a potential Dragius to come in and clear, which would be unfortunate. We're going to need to draw some beasts of our own if we want to get rid of this final set card. Barrel Dragon, a card that is able to take out 2 boss monsters on its own with just a little bit of luck. However, we do see 3 tails, so my Yamiruler is safe for now. And they don't attack. Very interesting. I think for sure We go with the Piercing Samurai, activate the effect, give Yamiruler Piercing, then we Yamiruler again. And by tributing over our Red Eyes Black Dragon, we are going to be able to use our skill. We reveal the Black Dragon's chick by returning one of these gazelles. Get back the Red Eyes. And this lets us weaken the Barrel Dragon. And they concede. We were going to be able to summon out a triple boss board and clear the opposing Barrel Dragon all in one fell swoop. Welcome, Murio. Hope you're having a good one. So that is a win for the Tempo Yamiruler deck. It's definitely a build I have not seen for Yamiruler before. Everybody's running the Celerity skill, which is probably for a good reason. However, this is pretty alright on its own merits, I think. That is what we are testing out here today. Other than that, I do want to test some Royal Rebels, since it is a deck I have not played a ton of since the initial release. And then, I don't know, based on the time, we might do some other decks as well. And we don't open with any of our boss monsters here, which is a little bit unfortunate. However, we are setting up a Pock Pikachu for the future, so it's not all bad. I think we're going to keep a Silver Wolf. That seems like the best option, since it's the most likely to actually have value on the next turn. Piercing Samurai, I'm not expecting a ton of defense position monsters when they are going second. Of course, they could be on a Yamiruler deck themselves, but if that's the case and they summon out a Yamiruler, I'm not going to be able to beat over it anyway. Alright, so it's now our turn, but we're not drawing anything particularly useful here. I think all we need to do is throw down this barrier and pass. No need to overcomplicate it. Ragus has been seeing a ton of Ultimate Flag on the ladder. Royal Rebel seems to be the best counter to that deck. Yeah, so the new Light Machine deck is both popular and pretty good. And I think it has a good matchup into this Yamiruler deck because it's able to consistently special summon a 3500 attack point monster. Oh, and they are making their own push now. We don't need to activate anything, so let's just see what they go for. Unfortunately, with two set cards, cards like Battle Slash are going to be pretty devastating to my position. I guess I'd really like to see a Black Dragon Chick here. Or just any boss monster. Okay, we do get the Chick. So let's Silver Wolf. And then we can mill. 1, 2. Activate our skill here, Black Dragon Rising, for sure. We are going to toss back this Gazelle and add Red Eyes Black Dragon. Then we can further debuff a monster. So in order to play around any cards like Battle Slash, oh, I'm actually still under the lock. I am a big dummy. I forgot I did not have the space to summon this out. So that's unfortunate. The Nandes completely just, I got distracted. Oh, welcome, Sarah. Hope you're having a good one. You can see me get punished for not thinking. Yeah, Renegade. And just that you can set the Yamiruler face down, which is going to turn off Amigo's effect, since it requires them to be able to or the opponent needs to have a level 7 or higher monster on the field to use Yamiruler. However, they still are able to use either Barrel Dragon or Acebreaker's effect to destroy it even when it is face down. No, actually, Acebreaker might only be against face up monsters. So they would need Barrel Dragon in order to out it. That is a good point. I'm getting hit by the non-disc combo again. And since I forgot what was going on, I am getting punished. Otherwise, this would have been a pretty winnable game. I don't think their board is anything particularly interesting. Interestingly, I can use my barrier here to recycle a Black Dragon Chick, which I'm definitely going to go for if they decide to swing in with the Umegumi. But I do have to remember I am indeed still under the lock. Let's go ahead and put back Chick. And since we are in a Yamiruler mirror, my shield and sword is completely useless. All I can really do is go for this. Try to protect myself a little bit. Maybe I can bluff barriers. And we pass. Oh wait, Renegade, if you are awake and around, did you want to do our match? Welcome, Darlance. How are you doing? Alright, so we do go to defense mode, unfortunately. And we get debuffed. So we are taking the full 2,500. Oh, and a Hammer Crush to even destroy our Widespread Ruin. They know this card's not worth doing anything with. So this is probably just going to be game, unfortunately. I will give them a like, and we'll try one more round with this. Bum 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 bum. Alright, let's see what we've got here. A Luke player could be plenty of things. Okay, so Renegade, after this one, I will do a bit of an intro for it, because this is definitely going to be turned into a video. But go ahead and make a duel room, and I will pop into it once I finish this round. And anything else. Okay, so they set 1 plus 2 face downs. Are they going to tribute summon? We actually don't have a ton of outs here. Though we could try bashing in gazelles until we succeed. But we actually get Yamiruler, which is even better. So let's go ahead and use the shield and sword. We go 1, 2, and 3. Bring in this Yamiruler. And even though we don't have celerity, we should be able to beat Dragius by just attacking. Oh, and they don't even have a trap card at all. So, shield and sword putting in some work here. We love to see it. And then Renegade just... Oh, I see you DM'd me. Alright, so Ancient Rise Dragon is going to be able to defeat the Yamiruler. They actually have another trap card now, unfortunately. However, this is not impossible to beat. We draw a billion Yamirulers. And I think we are going to go ahead and give it the shot. because we already know Ancient Arise Dragon is going to be able to beat over a Yamiruler on our turn, since it can always buff itself up to 3,000, performing a delay directive here does not seem particularly worth it. Of course, we are in danger of them having drawn a copy of the Barrier or Widespread Ruin, which would both be pretty problematic. So is it worth just waiting out another round? If so, this Gazelle should probably have been in defense mode. But you know what? I am gonna just go for it. We have the Widespread Ruin, so we shouldn't die. But losing to the Barrier here is pretty rough. So I think this is the wrong play. However, it's just a recital, so we're actually in a pretty good spot. They might be able to Hammer Crush us, given that we know the first face down card is not a real trap. We are pretty sure this is some kind of spell card, but it very well could be a Shield and Sword that they're not going to be able to get any value out of due to us having all these high defense monsters. 2 more traps, and presumably we are going to be seeing a big Tribute Summon. Otherwise, this Currybot in attack mode would not make any sense. Alright, Ancient Arise Dragon milling a couple of cards. Currybot is set up for the future, as is a Pakachu should they draw it. We are going to go ahead and just Widespread Ruin it now. And we'll see if we can draw that Black Dragon's Chick. Instead, we actually just draw a Pakachu, which is not ideal, to be completely honest with you all. That said, we are going to go for it. Rage of the Beasts. Let's destroy the one they set first. It's a Barrier. What are the odds of them having another one? This feels very risky for essentially no benefit. And with the red eyes in our hand, it's actually even worse because we're gonna have a lot of trouble actually getting over this because we're not gonna be able to get the 400 debuff even if we draw the card. So now we are in a lot of trouble. Looks like this is not working out the way I had envisioned. Maybe I should have played it a little bit slower. Try to get the second Rage of the Beasts. But who knows? We see a Burning Blaze Dragon, and it seems that they might have actually been on Ancient Forces this whole time, which I didn't even recognize. But with 28 and 24, that is going to be game. Obviously, the Ancient Arise Dragon effect here doesn't matter at all. But they are activating it anyway. Unfortunately, that is it for this. So let's go ahead and change the stream title, at least on Twitch. So Renegade, before I go over all of that, I will go ahead and explain the thought process behind this deck. I have been having very little success with it so far, but we are going to give it another shot later. So let's go into the deck editor, and I'll explain this one just to show what's going on. So this is what I'm calling Tempo Yamiruler, where we're using Nandes in the deck again, whereas Celerity builds tend to cut it, to try to make big tempo swings with Yamiruler and Red Eyes Black Dragon, with the idea being that it's very easy to establish these multiple boss boards, but Yamiruler, of course, lacks a weight above itself above 2500. So the debuff from Silverwolf and the skill gives us a way to play around barriers. Then we are running the new Shield and Sword because even if your deck has high defense monsters like Ancient Forces or the new Light Machines, it is a way to get over those 2500s, and if you're fighting any of the decks that do use zero attack boss monsters, it essentially just reads to destroy a monster in its entirety. And with Royal Rebels also being a powerful and common deck, I am running it. Then, of course, the most questionable decision here is going to be that choice to include Rage of the Beasts. And this is, again, a decision for the tempo of the game. I don't want to have to set a Dark Ruler Battle Slash when I'm trying to be aggressive with Yamiruler and shut my opponent out of the game. So we need to have the spell card access so we're able to use it immediately when we draw it, instead of sitting around on a Yamiruler until they decide to swing in. Ultimately, I do think Celerity is probably going to end up being the better one, especially based on these original games, but it's an interesting thought experiment. Also, to note, this one copy of the barrier should, of course, be the Limit 1 Sword and Shield, but I have not bought the bundle. Oh, yeah, okay, Renegade mentions no Sword and Shield, and I'm surprised to see you are running the barrier. And yes, I have not bought the bundle. This absolutely should be the trap that brings back Shield and Sword. I already have 3 copies of every card from the mini box, so I'm waiting for the next set to actually get it. That doesn't stop me from testing it. Since there's only the 1 copy of the barrier in the deck, I can always set it face down and think to myself, if this was Shield and Sword, how would it play out? Would it be any different? So that is the thought process here. But now, we're going to go over what is Celerity? Okay, so Celery is the traditional skill for Yamiruler decks. It might have a different name in different languages, etc. But basically this is the standard build of the deck, and it comes with a skill called Dark Arts that allows you to switch a monster to defense mode on the turn you've tribute summoned out any of your boss monsters. So you use the effect and cards like Seraph of Darkness to make it really easy to swing over the opponent's monsters, and you of course have the Piercing Samurai Yamiruler to take advantage of all of that position changing you do. This is much more of a control build than the aggressive tempo strategy that I'm trying out, so we run cards like Dark Ruler Battle Slash and Recital to keep our monsters around. This build isn't exactly like what you'll probably find on DLM, but I think this is a serviceable showcase of what people are kind of running. Then, I will have to film, the second half of the intro later, because I don't actually have the Dragon's Grace deck pulled up. So, for anyone who might not have seen it before, this is Servant of Dawn, the deck I hit King of Games with this season. Back during my previous tier list video, I rated it as a very powerful deck, and I got a lot of comments about it. Nobody has ever seen this deck on the ladder or in tournaments, and for good reason. When you're running a bunch of cards like Gaia the Fierce Knight and Flame Cerberus, the deck does not seem very appealing. However, with Servant of Dawn as my skill, these Gaias are basically the same as Ancient Arise Dragon. However, instead of hitting 3000 attack, they hit 2900. This is a disaster if the opponent uses the barrier on a 2500 attack point monster. But this deck does have its own legs to stand on. For example, the skill can be applied to Summon Skull, turning itself into a 1 tribute 3100 attack point monster, something no other deck in the game is able to do. Additionally, the boost from Servant of Dawn can be applied to any monster, so you can boost your Flame Cerberus to 2700 and protect your more powerful monsters from cards like the Barrier or Widespread Ruin. I'm sorry. Yeah, so you can boost Flame Cerebrus to 2700 and protect your other monsters from Widespread Ruin, including Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius. Unlike a lot of the other skills in the game, Servant of Dawn only has a restriction on defense, and Dragius meets the requirement. We are running some Music Princess Recital, but you could always opt for the Barrier if that's more your style. However, with a format full of cards like, Heavy Metal, I wanted the protection against huge monsters, which Recital provides and Barrier does not. Renegade is a longtime viewer and a friend of the channel, and they have been giving me a lot of trash on this deck, calling Dragon's Grace, another skill nobody plays, even better. So today, we are playing a best of 5 against each other to decide which deck is truly superior. I'm gonna head into the duel room and we'll get going. Okay, so Renegade has already made the duel room, and we are going to be getting ready for a best of 5 match. Oh, okay, so similar celerity list to Renegade, it looks like no Fire Golem. Fire Golem is really good in the mirror match, which I think you absolutely should be prepared for if you're taking celerity to the to a tournament. However, for some reason, despite how strong celerity seems, I'm not seeing a lot of players actually using it on the ladder, so I'm not teched for the mirror match. In any case, let's hop on in and see if Dragon's Grace is able to truly prove itself as the superior deck. Good luck and have fun, Renegade. I guess, realistically, I probably should be setting a stream delay since you are around and could stream snipe me, always finding where my traps are. But I'm not really that concerned about it. My deck is so much better, I'll win no matter how much stream sniping is going on. We have a pretty interesting opening hand, and I think we are just going to go ahead and set a few monsters. This should be good. I'm going to go ahead and pass turn, saving my boss monsters for later. So, let's see what Renegade is able to put out. We do know that the deck revolves around Dragon's Grace, an ability that lets you boost your Dragius to 2900. However, it's not going to be able to attack directly if it does it. So, while they might be clearing the board, if I'm playing it defensively, they're guaranteed to be forced to swing in with a weaker monster like Dragon Sage, so I shouldn't be at risk of taking too much damage. Additionally, they are cut off from a lot of other high-level monsters, though I'm pretty sure it is a Dragon Lock, so Ancient Arise Dragon might be on the table. Welcome, Chris. You can normal summon any number of times in Rush Duels. Thank you, Justin. I will be doing my best. Let's see what Renegade is up to. They have set a card and appear to be thinking, so I think their opening hand must not have been that good. Setting a few monsters face down. Very interesting. But it is, of course, Ancient Arise Dragon right on cue. However, this is not even enough to clear my whole board. Ancient Arise Dragon going up to 3000 and losing one of those Dragius. Unless they are running Monster Reincarnation or Phoenix Dragon, that is one boss down. I do have a Puck Pikachu, but unfortunately, with only Silver Wolf in the graveyard for Beast, I am not going to be able to use it. However, we do draw a few interesting cards here. Let's go ahead and bring out Currybot, and just immediately go for the big Tribute Summon. Both of us are going to be able to use Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, but mine is actually going to be putting in a ton of value this turn. Notably, Ancient Arise Dragon is only at 2400, so when I use Gaia the Fierce Knight and boost itself up to 29, you can really see the power of this deck. If they have Widespread Ruin, Dragius is going to be able to clear both monsters. If they have the Barrier, it's not going to be enough to stop me. And if they have Music Princess's Recital, I should attack with Dragius first to clear one. Then, if they manage to stop this attack, I can still get in it directly. We take a huge immediate lead, bringing them all the way down to 2,000 on a turn that would have been able to play around just about any trap card in the game. Servant of Dawn, off to a great start. Let's see if Renegade is able to make the comeback. If they actually do manage to land the deck's main game plan this turn, we could be in trouble. A 2900 multi-strike Dragon Dragius would be able to clear both of my monsters and deal some damage while letting whatever else Renegade has in store for us swing directly. As long as Dragius is attacking my attack position monsters, the drawback of the skill does not matter. We know, I believe, we see the monster reincarnation, and what will they be getting? Will it be Dragius, Ancient Arise, or simply a low-level monster to unbrick? With the tiger going down, this is actually pretty interesting. That is their first normal beast, so they are setting up for a Pakachu. And just as predicted, we see it immediately coming down to recycle another monster. This does let them bring out 2 bosses this turn, and with the Silver Wolf that they added back to their hand, they're going to be able to debuff Dragius down to 2,300, allowing another Dragius to take advantage of it and get over both of my monsters. In addition to Dragon's Grace, they have Speedy Performer and Silver Wolf for additional methods of attack modification. And now we are the ones on the back foot, especially if they manage to bring out another Dragius. We see 2 tributes, and Phoenix Dragon's effect activates. They do indeed have another Dragius in the graveyard, and that's going to be 5,000 plus 5,400 damage. And we are very low. Dragon's Grace is making an incredible comeback without even using the skill's effect. Let's see how we can deal with this. Gaia and Dragius are both going down, and we are just barely hanging on. Do we have any way to deal with 2 Dragius even in our deck? Even if we draw a Summon Skull or another card that's able to get over them, I don't know how I'm clearing the second one. And with only 600 life points remaining, that spells trouble. Let's see what we draw. Unfortunately, this is not going to be enough. So, Renegade takes the first game. We may have lost game number 1, but we're not out of it just yet. Alright, and now it is time to get our revenge. We are going first, and we have a pretty solid opening hand. Let's go ahead and make sure a Pakachu is set up for next turn. Throw down 3 monsters and set. We'll bring it over to Renegade and see what they can do. Between the trap card and a Silver Wolf in hand, we should be relatively safe from taking a ton of damage here. Though I might not even use it. As I said, I am setting up for a Pakachu, and if we draw one, having an extra monster on board won't matter. Gokibore is a Jump Fest exclusive card. You're not able to get it outside of Japan, unfortunately. And Beast Gears do not have a skill, no. Sorry, Horde. I know both of those cards are pretty interesting, but we're not able to use them very well just yet. Okay, so Renegade is taking their time. I wonder what kind of things they are thinking about. Bum 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 ba da bum ba ba bum. did see last game, there is at least one Phoenix Dragon in the deck. So they're probably on 2 Dragias and 1 Phoenix Dragon. That is useful for knowing how far we have. This is useful for letting us potentially play around bosses later in the game. If we see their Phoenix Dragon go down, we know they're not going to be able to recur anything. Alright, so after some considerable time thinking, they are setting a few monsters. But there are a ton of players who do like to set their monsters before tribute summoning. Ancient Arise Dragon is coming out. Maybe they were considering simply setting monsters and passing. Ancient Arise Dragon milling, trying to set up. I'm not sure. What were they trying to set up? We see Pikachu is already live, so I'm not sure if there's any benefit to this. 1500 on the Dragon Sage does make sure it's able to clear any of my own monsters. But they do hit the lowest defense one. They clear 2 of my monsters, and it's now my move. Any boss monster, and I am able to continue the game. Unfortunately, we draw a pretty awkward looking hand here. We could clear out the Dragon Sage, but I don't think it is worth it. Interestingly, we have a chance to mill multiple cards with Silverwolf in the future, which could set up the Phoenix Dragon for success. However, I think I do just want to go ahead and throw it face down, keeping the Gazelle for later. I could get in for 200 damage, but it's absolutely not going to be worth it. Okay. Let's see what Renegade goes for now. We know without Dragias, they probably don't have any other ways to get to our life points this turn. So I feel relatively safe, at least for now. I do expect them to bring out some additional boss monsters. Oh, and here comes a Dragonic Slayer, who unfortunately is going to destroy that Recital. Last turn, I didn't have the chance to use it, and now it is gone. Silverwolf coming down. But some of my monsters do have 1400 defense, so we'll see if Silverwolf is able to clear it or not. Oh, and we get the lucky draw. They swing into the Magical Ghost and fail to knock it out. My other 2 monsters, unfortunately, are going down, though. We'd love to see a boss monster here. And that is certainly a great one to see. Let's go ahead and bring out Silverwolf and Silverwolf. Activate the effect. We are going to weaken the opposing Silverwolf, and losing Widespread Ruin is definitely not the card we wanted to see milled, but it is fine. We go here, and then with our Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, we are going to be making a play. Let's activate Double Doom and summon out this Gazelle. Unfortunately, we do lose another one of our boss monsters, but no need to be concerned. We are getting in for a big push. Dragius alone takes out both opposing dragons, and we are going to get in for around 2000 damage this turn. My opponent does have 2 cards left in hand, and they could be just about anything. With 2 level 7 monsters on the field, I could see not wanting to summon out a Dragius, but they could just as well be random low levels. We, of course, kept our advantage generator in hand. We still have Summon Skull and 2 Gaias in our deck, plus, I believe we are on a Monster Reincarnation, so we have a ton of ways where we could still clear an opposing Dragius going into the next turn, as long as we're able to draw any of our bosses. The one thing we are not great at doing, though, is dealing with spell and trap cards. I don't think we have Rage of the Beast in this list because we made it back before the challenge was issued. Here comes a second Dragonic Slayer. And a Lone Slayer is not super threatening. for sure they're going to clear out the Silver Wolf because cards like the barrier are a bit of a problem. Okay, and we see really interesting draws. If they have 2 barriers face down, we could be in trouble. So what I'm going to do is force them to have the Widespread Ruin by using Servant of Dawn and boosting up Gaia. I could go for a game-winning push here, but it seems a little preemptive. They are almost guaranteed to have some form of trap card, but we'll see how it goes. If they don't widespread me, we're in a good spot. Okay, and they actually let the attack go through. So I am pretty sure they have a barrier. If they had the Widespread Ruin and a barrier, they absolutely would have used them there to try to block my attacks. My Pocket Pikachu unfortunately did get sacrificed due to me not wanting to keep a bunch of extra cards in hand. But we'll see how this plays out. They are, once again, taking their time to think. Well, welcome, Spectre. Hope you're having a good morning, afternoon, and or evening. We are in the middle of a best of 5. Renegade definitely can't just set 3 cards and pass here, as the existence of my Dragius already on board is going to punish it heavily. All I would need is any low-level monster and I would win the game. Phoenix Dragon is coming down. Ancient Arise Dragon would be able to clear one of my bosses. And we know they don't have any Dragius currently on the board. And they actually toss a Dragius to do it, which makes me think they had no other way to modify attack in their hand. Getting rid of Dragius is really interesting. And honestly, if they already had a barrier face down to win the Dragius war, I wonder why they went for it. Okay, and they set a bunch of extra monsters. They are milling 1, and I'm going to take just 500 damage. Alright, it's our move. We see a ton of solid cards. Very interesting. We have 1 Currybot in the graveyard. If we go up to 3100, that's 700 extra damage. How many warriors? 1 Gaia. So that would put us at 28, which is only 400. Okay. Okay. So this is gonna look really weird, but it's because I know what Renegade's deck looks like. So Renegade is on Phantom Bind, and I don't want to put a second Fiend in the graveyard, as this 3100 is just barely enough for lethal. And even if they have the barrier, yeah, they do unfortunately have a barrier. So summoning out the Flame Cerebrus may have been the better play. They are recycling the Phoenix Dragon, which is fair. Oh, they have another one. Okay. 300 life points left. And I am pretty sure their other face down card is without a doubt a Phantom Bind, as they would have already done a widespread ruin on multiple different turns. I am down both my Dragius and Phoenix, and I have just 7 cards left in deck. This game could go all the way to deck out. We know they have a Phoenix Dragon of their own, as well as a second Dragius, which could pose some pretty big problems for me. Welcome, Fallen. Hope you're having a good day. We do see Dragius coming out, but do they have a buff? Of course, I do see just one two Dragon Sages. Okay, so they have another Dragon Sage. How many Silver Wolves? 2 of those are in the graveyard. And with Widespread Ruin going away, we could be in a pretty good spot. Though we are going to need to be pretty conservative. We don't want to be decking out. That means we only get to play 3 cards, which will be 1, 2, and 3. Actually, though, can we go for game? I mean, if it's the barrier. Then I think we should actually go with a reincarnation. And just bring out the Gazelle for a guaranteed push. Okay. Yeah, let's go for it. Though, if I messed up and they are not dead to the Summon Skull attack, I will be a little bit concerned. We know the Widespread Ruin is gone, and we know Phantom Bind is not going to be enough. It's a second barrier, though, so I think Renegade has changed their deck from the last time I spoke to them. So I'm pretty glad I went for this route. Swing in for 1,500, and we are tied up. We'll go ahead for game number 3. Save image. I'll try to get what I thought Renegade's deck was on stream after one of these games. Alright, so we are moving on to game 3, and we're tied up 1 each in the best of 5. We draw, and I think definitely going to try to just clear out our hand a little bit here. Set 3 and pass it over. Alright, and for once, Renegade seems to know exactly what he wants to do. We see the immediate Dragius, and a Dragon Sage is going down. I guess they must have better low-level monsters to accompany this Dragius. No, they don't. Could it be a brick? Did Renegade draw 3 level 7 monsters? This could be our big chance to take the lead. Show me any boss monster. And we get quite a good one. Let's flip summon and bring out a Gazelle. Then another Silver Wolf to accommodate this, and that Dragius is going to be losing 400 attack. Next up, it is time for our Summon Skull, which our skill is able to boost all the way up to 3,100. We know Renegade does have Dragonic Slayer in the deck, but without any beast monsters, they shouldn't be able to get out 2 level 7s. So we head into battle and establish a big lead. Much like the rest of the games, we are off to a strong start. But as game number 1 showed us, we can't count Renegade out yet. pass turn. And let's see what he does. We are almost 100% sure that the remaining 2 cards from last turn are tribute monsters. Otherwise, they would have, at the very least, been set face down. And we see some calculations going on. What will Renegade go for? Of course, with Summon Skull on the board, a Dragius crashing into it with Speedy Performer or the Dragon Grace buff would lose to a barrier. So maybe they're trying to avoid some kind of play like that. Ancient Arise Dragon naturally gets the 3,000. But if they don't summon a Dragius again this turn, they're not going to be able to deal with my board very effectively. We do see the monster reincarnation, and I'm expecting to see a high level come down, probably for this Dragius, or maybe just a low level. The Dragon Grace, or the Dragon Sage would make sense too, as a way to cycle. Alright, so they needed to get rid of a high level monster, which makes sense, based on what we know of their hand from last turn. They set 2, and here comes a second Dragius. Presumably, the final card is going to be that Dragon Sage. However, this is going to be game number 3 decided in my favor. They might have a 2900 attack Dragius, but we have something even better called Widespread Ruin. We activate this, and it should just be game on board. Dragon Sage is not able to beat over any of these monsters, and we just swing in directly. Game number 3 goes to Servant of Dawn. And now we have match point. Good luck in duel number 4. Of course, that win was mostly attributed to the power of our Widespread Ruin more than the nature of the decks themselves. Oh, it says duel in progress, but it didn't appear to be loading properly. We'll see if we're actually able to play this round or if we need to mulligan it. Okay, and we win the coin flip again. Truly a skilled duelist. It's my move, and we draw the set 5 combo. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright, let's see what Renegade is able to brew up this game. We're on match point, so Renegade is going to bring out their best if they want to take home the victory. We see a set 3 and a set 5. So we are both starting off with no tribute monsters available to us. However, I am going to start things off with this Gaia the Fierce Knight. Of course, I want to keep the 1500 around. And then here's another way we can use our skill. My opponent has 3 set monsters, and Servant of Dawn is able to boost up our Tiger. This will put it in range where we don't have to fear running into a 1400 defense point monster. We swing in, and we know they have something. It is, of course, the Widespread Ruin, and they get us there. And now the barrier is on live as well, which is what I'm expecting their other card to be. Dragon's Grace goes down, and we are left with 2 low-level monsters against whatever it is they manage to draw into. This is a game that could go either way. And with an extra monster on board, that could be the tribute fodder they need in order to summon out Dragonic Slayer and another boss monster. Slayer plus Dragius is obviously the high roll, but I don't think Renegade's gonna get that lucky. It requires basically a perfect draw. Bum, 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 bum. Plus minus says, is there a catchier name for the 5 set? Setting 3. You see, I always thought the T set was a 1 monster. Alright, so Renegade sets another card and more back row. Looks like they might not have a great push to respond with. And if they use their Widespread Ruin without having the ability to generate advantage afterwards, they are in trouble. Dragius comes down, but do they have anything to follow it up? A lone Dragius is nice, but I don't think it's going to cut it here. Renegade simply ends turn, too afraid of running into a barrier, which is honestly a pretty fair assessment. I'll go ahead and set some cards. Alright, all we can do is pass turn. Renegade is looking probably to get out a Dragonic Slayer. I think that must be the final card in hand if Renegade is choosing not to attack. They're thinking they'll have a chance to clear out some of my back row before committing. Unfortunately, the tribute monster I drew is not good enough for clearing Dragius, as we did not have, as the skill does not work on Flame Cerebrus is not a target for the skill, so our tribute set could not have cleared the Dragius, especially not when they have 3 back row protecting it. We see Ancient Arise Dragon getting milled, potentially providing access for a Phoenix Dragon to recur it. They do only have the 1 Phoenix Dragon in the deck, so it's not super likely, but we'll see if it comes on out. Alright, setting 2, show me the Dragonic Slayer. It's actually Ancient Arise Dragon. A bit of a surprise, but we'll take it. Yeah, I don't think we really have a strong case for using our widespread here. I'd rather keep it for a more important turn. I think. At here, we're able to use a Recital. And we have plenty of cards set up for later, so we just let the Cerebrus go down. If we draw a boss monster, we'll be able to bring it out for sure. And here comes a Summoned Skull. Pretty interesting. I think we do go for the Curry Bot, and we'll play the 500 life points as well. Adding Curry Bot to the hand will allow us to reuse it again next turn. Or in this case, potentially a different card, as we're going to set a couple of monsters, throw down this face down, and bring out Summoned Skull as well. Servant of Dawn boosts up our Summoned Skull here. And there is a pretty interesting decision on which monster we decide to destroy. I do think Dragius is probably the bigger threat, so let's swing into it. It is 100 less damage, but we know we also don't have to worry about Widespread Ruin, so I'm feeling confident in getting rid of Dragius being the right play. As basically, sure, the Ancient Arise Dragon can clear this without any additional buffs, but Silverwolf was already a buff sitting on the field, and the odds of them not getting any Beast Monsters, a Speedy Reformer, or a Dragon Sage is very low. So clearing the double attacker is worth it, for sure. Alright, and here they come with Pakachu, able to trigger the Silverwolf for an additional way to get over my monster. Interestingly, this does mean a Dragonic Slayer could theoretically crash with it. But we'll see if they have it. Alright, here comes another Dragius, and having 2 Dragius on the board is definitely something I wanted to avoid. So I think this is a good play. Here comes another Silverwolf, this board looking exactly like it did last turn. Here comes the Phoenix Dragon, and Ancient Arise Dragon using the effect. what to go for. I think now Widespread Ruin is definitely worth using, as Renegade is getting low in cards in deck, and we know they are running, I believe, 2 Dragonic Slayers. So having Widespread Ruin against a lone, having Widespread Ruin still on the field when all of their remaining boss monsters are Slayers is a huge liability. Silverwolf, funnily enough, not able to hit the Magical Ghost. And we draw once again, not anything particularly strong. We can kind of clear through a barrier here, which is neat. So let's go ahead and bring in the Gazelle and the Silverwolf, and then Monster Reincarnation. We also want to debuff. So if there's a barrier, we know Summon Skull is going to be more than enough. So we mill 1, and we can weaken this. Then we just Reincarnation for Summon Skull, and we get access to another 3100 attacker, keeping the optimal board presence. Let's go ahead and activate our skill one more time. I'm pretty sure they shouldn't have anything like Music Princess's Recital in the deck, but we are going to clear this Dragius first, just to be completely sure we don't run into anything silly. A barrier here can cause a trade, and they do go for it. And this is going to let them shuffle away one of their boss monsters. Keep in mind, Phoenix Dragon and Dragius were already in the graveyard, so attacking the Dragius here first didn't really change the game plan. They're just going for a low level that they can cycle into a high level if needed. Being able to choose between Dragius and Ancient Arise after seeing the rest of the cards they draw, definitely a good plan. So, Renegade, with 5 cards left in deck, should have a Phoenix Dragon, 2 Dragonic Slayers, and maybe 1 more Ancient Arise. We'll see which bosses they summon out this turn. Something else we should be noting is how likely are they to Paku Paku Chew. Only one of them is in the graveyard, so the ability to turbo out 2 bosses is actually pretty high here. A hand with Paku Chew and Phoenix Dragon would definitely require some thinking. Let's see what they go for. We do start with the Paku Paku Chew, as I expected. Interestingly, I have not drawn any of my own Dragius yet. We see the All-Seeing White Tiger and Paku Paku Chew going back to the bottom of the deck. Summon Skull does actually not die to a Dragius, unless they have a way to buff it. As always, Renegade is giving us a match to be interested in. I do wonder how low the timer is, though. Renegade definitely likes to think through and make sure they're making the optimal move. But at some point, they do have to act. There's only so much time on the timer. We see a set, and presumably it is time for the first boss monster. And it is the 3rd Ancient Arise Dragon, including a Speedy Performer, which means there is a chance they didn't want to mill any additional cards to avoid running out of moves. We do see just 5 cards left in deck. And the Phoenix Dragon mill is huge, as now they aren't going to be able to bring back Dragius on the next turn. Oh, wait, okay. I think I got this on in time. We did. Let's Recital. And then they can choose whether or not they want to trade. But I definitely want to keep the Silverwolf around for potential debuffs. I will let the trade happen, as Paku Paku Chew is actually going to be able to get me another card into the deck, so it's not too big of a deal either way. We do draw a Curry Bot here, but as we are running low on cards in deck, I am going to Paku Paku Chew. We activate the effect, and we will be putting back a Paku Chew just like Renegade did. This gives us access to Gazelle. We summon the All-Seeing White Tiger, and Gaia the Fierce Knight is up next. 1, 2. And we can activate our skill, Servant of Dawn, buffing this up. Let's set a couple of monsters face down. And then the question is whether or not we summon Gazelle in attack mode. We could potentially try to trade away, but I don't think we really need to, as Renegade only has 5 cards left in deck. Theoretically, letting them activate the barrier here to shuffle away another monster could be a mistake. I could have not attacked at all and left them without any access to Dragias in the deck, which honestly may have been the better play. Now that I think about it, this should be a mistake. They were so close to decking out and didn't have Dragias access, but now they do. So this was 100% a misplay. We pass turn. Of course, they do only have 2 cards left in deck, so they are going to need to find a way to finish the game this turn, which I don't think they are going to be able to do. Welcome, Jay. Hope you're having a good day. And if Renegade does not finish me off this turn, we will be taking home a 3-1 victory. Let's see what kind of random plays Renegade can pull out at the last moment. As far as I know, it should be basically impossible to deal this 4,800. We see Dragonite going to defense mode and setting 2. So setting 2, giving themselves 1 more turn. We draw. Interesting. A couple of Dragias should be pretty good. Of course, we also don't want to deck ourselves out here, so we could just choose to pass. Or we could choose for the double Dragias and try to get in that way. This is funnier, but does have a risk of us actually losing the game. That said, I am not a coward, so we are going for it. Wait, hold on. So if we tribute 2, then we summon this, and we have to tribute 2. We'd actually only have Paka Chew and Currybot, which would mean we destroy the 3 monsters, get in for 2,500, but if that's a barrier, we don't have the high-level monster we need to actually make a play here. Currybot is not strong enough. So, with that in mind, we actually can't make this, because we're not going to have another low-level monster on the board. Do we just switch Gaia to defense mode? Maybe we do this, and then just to make it harder to actually clear us, we could go like this. And then we're going to end. I don't want them shuffling any more cards back in with barriers. So let's see how they go. I do think they do have 2 Slayers, but summoning out 2 Slayers isn't going to be enough to win. Slayer plus Dragias also shouldn't get there. Unless I'm making some kind of crazy error, we should have it. Math has prevented my Joker-fied plays, for sure. Alright, here comes Dragonic Slayer number 1. This is going to be able to destroy my face down. But Dragonic Slayer is not strong enough to defeat Multi-Strike Dragon Dragias. And that is the battle phase. That is game. With a 3-1 victory, Servant of Dawn has proven its superiority over Dragon's Grace. Renegade, I better see you in the comments of this video admitting defeat. Thank you for the games. And it's actually a time limit win. Alright, and that was a lot of fun. Thank you, Renegade, for participating. If you could send me your deck, I would like to do a deck profile of the exact list you brought to the match. Other than that, let's go ahead and switch back to ranked. So we're going to be playing our Tempo Yamiruler deck some more. Welcome, Harrier. And Renegade, I agree, I did win every coin flip, for sure. This actually happened when I fought Tomato as well. It's simply a skill issue. As I say with all of these losses in my recent duels. So let's see if we're able to find any games in the King of Games ladder. Funnily enough, Renegade could hop over to King of Games and probably match with us again. Sometimes it takes a while to find players, even though we're about halfway through the month. Alright, so my opponent is up first, and it could be the Yamiruler mirror match. Jay, I am, like, bronze rank in speed duels. I almost exclusively play Rush. Alright, so we see a Curse of Dragon. This could be a couple of different decks that all require some wacky number of normal monsters to make their plays. Let's go ahead and activate our skill, Black Dragon Rising. We are going to return our Yamiruler for Red Eyes. Then we can weaken Curse of Dragon. Throw down this face down. And turbo out our Red Eyes. Having access to the Yamiruler would have been nice, but sometimes we don't have we didn't draw enough low-level monsters to make it happen. If I had another low-level, I probably would have sent back Rage of the Beast to get out a double boss board. Let's go ahead and just pass it over to Chuito. Can you get 3 of the new Beast Warrior spell card from the event? Absolutely. You get 1 for clearing it for clearing the 7th cup for the final time. You can get 1 from the card trader if your drops are really unlucky, but it's also from the coin lottery. Oh, so we see the opponent is actually also on Black Dragon Rising. This could be an interesting match. Palace Gargoyle, are they on the Royal Rebels? If so, Shield and Sword would be a huge draw. Interestingly, they ditch a Seahorse Carrier, one of the best cards in the deck, as they even had a Kanon set up. They must be getting ready to summon out something big. A heavy metal would be pretty devastating. Why did they discard it? I guess they just wanted to thin their hand. But that's such an interesting play. Alright, let's see what we're able to draw. A little bit awkward, for sure. I think we just delay directive and try to stall things out for an extra turn. We could go for just attacking over the Red Eyes here, but that seems riskier, as then we lose to them having another Black Dragon's Chick. As long as Red Eyes is stuck on the field, they aren't able to summon it out. They're not able to do the debuff, I mean. Obviously, a Royal Rebel Growl would be enough to clear this Yamiruler, and I would take a ton of damage. But even in that case, it's better to have delayed them. Level 5 Palace Gargoyle, but it is going to defense mode, meaning they don't have the Growl. our turn. And we get a Piercing Samurai, a fantastic card to be looking at. Let's summon out a couple of monsters and activate the effect. Oh, losing out on Widespread Ruin, of course, always an issue. But it's not the worst thing in the world. I would like to lock them again. No, I don't actually. I would like to summon Yamiruler. This way, I have a chance to actually clear the red eyes. Let's swing in. Oh, but if they have a trap card, I probably don't want to attack the red eyes. Yeah, it's the barrier. Wait, but they're using it here. That could be bait for me to destroy the red eyes. And if that is the case, I actually don't want them using the skill again. So I'm just going to leave the red eyes on board. Though, of course, this is weaker against a heavy metal or a growl. Maybe I should have summoned the Yamiruler another turn. We'll have to wait and see. Seahorse Carrier finally coming out. Alright, we do see the heavy metal, unfortunately, and that is going to be a huge hit onto our Yamiruler. Plus, with the monsters attacking directly, this might just be game. Unfortunate. And we lose one more time. This Tempo Yamiruler deck, I think, is like 2 and 5. But I've also been drawing, I've noticed, a ton of high-level monsters in basically every single game. With only 7, it shouldn't be like that. So I don't really know what exactly is going on. Oh, good luck, Justin. I hope you're able to get the playset of the final card soon. We see a quick connection issue, but here we go. Plus minus, I agree. Milling widespread is something that happens way more than or it's something we remember way more than we normally would. But I have certainly milled it my fair share of games as well. And we timed out. Okay. Let's give this another shot. I think that one is going to count as a loss, but we can't really do anything. We didn't even queue into the game. That one does not count. And it looks like we might be running into the same issue here. But this time, we are loading in. Since this deck can slow down the game, it can handle only having 6 bosses. You need more than 5, but games to consider cutting the 7th, but, yeah, so if I were to cut one of them, it would be one of the Yamirulers, but I really don't think we have to. If we look at every other deck in the game, they are running, like, 9. So it feels like it shouldn't be too big of an issue. And I don't know what is going on with these matchings. Alright, finally, 3rd time's the charm. We are able to get into a game. Let's see how it goes. Alright, and Kuroa is up first. Alright, and they go with... It looks like a tribute summon might be incoming. But no, it's just a Masaki. Interesting. Alright, Umegumi is not much of an issue. We don't have any outs to it right now. But Black Dragon's Chick is definitely one of them. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. We will, we actually only need 3 low-level monsters, so let's return Non-Des, as it can provide value later. Oh, wait, I miscounted. Wait, no, okay, we are good. Then we can actually debuff this Masaki, and we'll be able to clear it. Black Dragon Chick comes down, and we activate the effect. So, Red Eyes Black Dragon is going to be dealing with Umegumi. Then, Tiger is able to defeat Masaki thanks to the debuff. And finally, Piercing Samurai will attempt to swing into the face-down monster with piercing damage. Let's throw down our final card, and battle. Piercing Samurai, might as well see what we run into first. Looks like it is another Piercing Samurai. And we get a good, clean board clear, alongside a little bit over 1,000 damage. Let's see how it goes. I do like the choice of the wooden mat for Gakuto. It feels fitting with his focus on traditional dueling styles. Alright, so here comes a Yamiruler. This does have the ability to beat Red Eyes Black Dragon. But I'm not super concerned about it. Oh, interestingly, they are playing around the barrier, giving up on that 100 damage, which makes a ton of sense to me. They clear out Piercing Samurai, but this is leaving them a little bit more vulnerable than I might expect, as face down, I have hidden a nice little trap, a spell called Rage of the Beasts, allowing me to destroy their trap card. It was actually Shield and Sword. But before we tribute summon, we should make sure we bring out Silverwolf. And we are going to debuff Yamiruler. We have our own Yamiruler coming out next. And though it is going to force Gazelle to trade, I think this is worth it. We keep a Pakbakachu for later and head into the battle phase. Let's see what they're able to cook up next. We have a pretty strong board, and their deck can be a little bit slower than average. As we know, this is the mirror match. They have 3 Yamirulers, so it should be basically impossible for them to both summon a Yamiruler and beat Yamiruler on the same turn. Most players are not running very many counts of Non-Des anymore. Here comes Masaki, and with 2 set cards in the back row, things are looking even more questionable. Obviously a widespread ruin would be an issue, but I'm not super concerned. Let's go with the Pakbakachu. And, maybe we Black Dragon Rising here. I want to get rid of my other Paku. And then add Red Eyes to hand. I could make an aggressive push where I keep Yamiruler in attack mode in an attempt to deal 2,500 damage, but I think getting the triple boss monsters might be more valuable. I'm definitely using this. And then I can bring out Red Eyes Black Dragon as well. So if they don't have the widespread, we still clear the board. And even if they do have the widespread, we have locked them out of bringing out any of their own boss monsters going into this next turn, giving us a chance to come back. We'll swing into this one this time. And it's a Nondes, a card we were talking about not likely being in the deck. Yeah, I think the Black Dragon Chick deck are overall pretty good. I probably wouldn't run a pure dragon deck with it, if that's what you mean, Justin. But other than that, I do think it is pretty solid. Red Eyes is definitely the preferred way to play the Royal Rebel deck. Though Celerity seems to be the winning one for Yamiruler. So we still have access to 2 Yamirulers and another Piercing Samurai. Their widespread ruin is down, and they can't establish boss monsters this turn since we used Delay Directive. If we're able to draw any of our big push cards, we would win on the next turn. However, they just go ahead and concede now. Let's go ahead for the next one. I think we'll play another 2 or 3 games of this, and then we are going to swap over to Royal Rebels. Alright, and we are first this time. Perfect for summoning out Yamirulers and locking people out of the game. Alright, we definitely want to keep the beasts around for later if we can. Or, well, never mind. We want to set up Pikachu for the next turn. Let's go ahead and bring out this Yamiruler and set the Nondes. Go ahead, activate the effect, set this face down, and we will keep the Paku around for later in case they are on a deck like Acebreaker that's able to break over this, or a Seven's Axel Road variant that brings out a Witch plus Magician. Alright, but they just set 3 monsters and pass. This is our chance to push in, or maybe it's not. With a board like this, there's not... Oh, wait. Hold on. No, I think it's probably better to just go ahead and perform the Delay Directive one more time. We'll go ahead and use the effect, switch this one to attack mode, and if they have a Widespread Ruin, it's not a huge deal. We'll go ahead and set this face down since they don't seem to be doing very much, and if they do have an out to the Yamiruler, it's unlikely that they're also going to be able to clear all 3 of these monsters. So keeping the Pikachu around for later and allowing us to draw another card on the next turn should be the superior plan. Especially since we have a face down card, they're simply going to need to do way too much to handle this board. I would expect them to just set a monster and end. It is turn 4, so our Seven's Axel Road deck is able to search out a Seven's Road Magician, but I'm not really concerned about that either, as it's only going to be like 300 damage. Alright, here comes a Mystic Dealer, sure. But if they Mystic Dealer, they don't have a spot to special summon the Seven's Road Magician. And... okay. Could this be an Explosion Drive deck? Ansler would be going up to 2600. And it is. Very interesting. Do they have the card? Because I could get burned for quite a bit. They try to beat over the Yamiruler, but I am going to go with my Widespread Ruin here. Simply to try to make a push on the next turn. Let's go ahead and bring in our 3rd Yamiruler. This time, we are not going to be locking them down, though. We are simply going to switch this, activate our skill, return you to the deck, to draw the Red Eyes straight from wherever it was hiding. Black Dragon's chick comes down, and we special summon the Red Eyes in attack mode. Throw this one down, and let's see if we can't get in for a solid 2,500. It'll be interesting to see what they have. Obviously, if they do get the big combo and summon both Ansler and the meteor, full meteor impact, they could destroy all 3 of our monsters at once. But for now, it looks like we are getting in for a significant swing. They might have a Phantom Bind or a Barrier, but they will be taking at least 2,000 damage. Oh, it's actually a widespread ruin this whole time. And they simply were waiting for the attack. That said, my board is still quite strong. Let's see if they have a way to out this. If they want to do it consistently, they're going to need to have 3 low levels, which turn into Ansler, or no, okay. They're going to need to have 2 low levels, Tribute for Full Meteor, use the skill to set the explosion drive and get back another monster. Oh, but they still wouldn't have enough cards. I don't think they'd be able to use explosion. But I think they could potentially Full Meteor Impact plus Ansler into Full Meteor's effect and then swing in with Ansler. I mean, whatever it is, it's still not a super powerful play. They'd be left with a lone 2,000 attack monster on board. Mystic Dealers shuffling away a 7's Road Magician. Their hand must be really interesting if they didn't want to summon it out. Alright, here comes another recovery force. Quite interesting. What are they searching for, though? Bum 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 bum. Alright, so setting some cards, still not really a big concern. Here comes Full Meteor Impact, but without another monster alongside it, I'm not really that concerned. They can beat over my monsters, sure, but they have lost Widespread Ruin already, and that is a 0 defense boss monster. Perfect for my face down shield and sword. Let's go 1. And at this point, we should activate the effect. Then we summon out Gazelle and Yamiruler. 1, 2. Of course, it would have been nice to have another low-level monster to use, but this is good enough for significant pushing. We do see a recital, so I lose out on 500 damage. I did actually think about that as soon as I started the attack, but I'm not too concerned. Explosion Drive is not a particularly formidable deck, so hopefully these minor mistakes will not come back to haunt us. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. Interestingly enough, we actually have not seen any of their road magics yet. So they are kind of just sitting here and bricking. Alright, discarding a low level. Sure. But what is their end goal? Mystic Dealer is a cycle. It doesn't actually advance the board state. So again, their best play is probably something like Ansler plus a full Meteor. But if they don't manage to pull out exactly that, it should be a relatively lackluster turn. Here comes the Explosion Drive, finally. Oh, but actually, still no copies of that spell card. Alright, I take 100 damage, barely anything. And we draw for turn. This is looking pretty strong, as I am able to summon Piercing Samurai, Silver Wolf, use the effect. Oh, but I don't need to use the effect. I actually should have gone for the Rage of the Beasts. So that is a mistake. What I should have done is Gazelle, destroy that face down, and then the Piercing Samurai would come last. But I messed up, so it's not a huge deal. Instead, I'm going to go this way. We go 1, 2, and then we can use the Black Dragon's Trick to recur the monster. So I could have done this without wasting the Black Dragon, but it's fine. Interestingly, we are only at 9 cards left in the deck, so we do need to be a little bit more wary about this going into the next few turns. Let's go ahead and swing with Yamiruler first. Try to get in for some damage with Piercing Samurai, and it works out perfectly. Given this end board, I should have saved the Piercing Samurai and used it on the Yamiruler for significantly more damage. This has been an incredibly scuffed game. Oh, welcome, Sky High, and thank you for following. You are definitely not catching my most skilled game based on all of these misplays, but I hope you're having a good one. Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum. They are down to just 2,000, but if they just set 3 repeatedly, will I end up dying? No. Piercing Samurai would get me there pretty quickly. Bum 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 bum. What will they do next? Probably looking through their options and realizing they don't have a ton of great plays. Even if they draw a bunch of the burn spell, it's not going to make a difference. We see a Monster Reincarnation ditching a Hammer Crush for the full Meteor Impact. So could this finally be the turn where they destroy my monsters? We see 2 sets. Okay. So full Meteor Impact is finally coming out, but do they have the Answer? They do not. And that is going to be rough for them. They clear the Piercing Samurai, knowing that giving my Piercing to Yamiruler is probably a game-ending push for me. If that is the case, I think we definitely just go for it. Let's Piercing Samurai and activate the effect. We'll mill 1, boost up this Yamiruler, and battle. How much damage do we hit for? Not quite enough, unfortunately. But this duel is still not over. With 800 left, I only have a couple of turns to do it. Have we seen a Widespread Ruin? We have. And we know they're also running recitals. Interesting. Did they draw the Onslaught? That's the that's the thing from The Thing, right? Very descriptive. Oh, here comes Seven Sword Magician, and actually Explosion Drive could be pretty good here. It looks like my boss monsters are going down. I might need to barrier just to get my cards back into the deck. Oh, and I'm actually super low. Okay, yeah, let's barrier here. Emergency. I need a boss monster again. Black Dragon's Chick it is. Okay. We survive with just 400 life points left. Exactly enough for Black Dragon's Chick to use its effect. So, how do we do this? Is that enough damage? That's only 400? That's 800 damage exactly. Okay, I activate Black Dragon Rising. We are going to return Nandes into the deck. Then we add Red Eyes Black Dragon to hand. Debuff, Seven Sword Magician. Summon out Pocket Pikachu and Gazelle. This will let us activate Rage of the Beast and destroy the face down card. After this, we enter the battle phase and we deal exactly 800 damage. It was a tight game with a very close end game despite the lead we had that entire time. But we did get there. I will go ahead, send them the nice, and I think they probably could have won if they actually used the full meter impact to destroy both monsters rather than going for game. But when you have a lethal push like that, I definitely don't blame them for it. Let's go with one more on this deck before we switch it up. Oh, I need to change the stream title again. On Twitch. I'll actually change it over to Royal Rebel since that's what we'll be playing after this one. Alright, next up is Tetsuharu. Oh, apparently they came in 266 during the Rush Festival and are proud of it. Hitting exact lethal is always fun. Alright, so they're off to start with a few set monsters. They could be on just about anything in the game at this point. Let's go ahead, throw down our card, and I think we might as well use the Piercing Samurai's effect. I'd say there is a slight chance we don't actually clear whatever it is they have set, but most of the time, this should result in them taking some damage, but it does not. They have the Winged Dragon, and unfortunately, I bet you that's going to be the only one with 1200 or more. No, it's a Triad Drago. Alright, so we passed turn. Unfortunately, we didn't get the clear, but we only had a 1 in 3 shot of doing it anyway. Here comes a Lesser Dragon, and now it's time for a huge tribute summon. Dragius making itself known. This is definitely going to be a tough game for us. Not only is Dragonic Resonance still an incredibly powerful deck, but as you can see, we are taking a ton of damage from this incoming Dragius. And if they have another boss monster on top of this, it'll be very difficult to out. And here comes Gravity Press Dragon for even more rough times ahead. We do have a Pocket Pikachu and 2 Beasts ready to use the effect. But we're going to need to draw some high-level monsters if we want it to work out. Assuming we even survive. I think we are just barely hanging on. 1200. Show me the big double boss play here. That is definitely not what we needed. That said, do we shield and sword here? I think we need to. We do have a Silver Wolf, but this is interesting. Okay, if I make a... This is an interesting play. We only have 1200 life points, so we need Nandes to not be on the field at the end of the turn. Other than that, we can Pocket Pikachu, Silver Wolf, use the effect, debuff Dragius a little bit more, And with Nondes, we'll be able to lock them out of a boss monster next turn. And maybe I should have used the, maybe I should have used the Pock Pikachu to have another monster on board in defense. But this is okay. As long as they're not able to clear the Yamiruler, we get a chance to come back into this. But hopefully, you will understand why I did this. If they summoned out another Dragius next turn, they could have swung into Nondes for games, since they only have 1200. So by summoning the Nondes before Shield and Sword, I get the opportunity to remove it. All that said, I definitely want to call this a winning position. We do have the Yamiruler lock up, and it's possible this Triad Drago was summoned in attack mode because they forgot about Nondes. That said, if they simply drop a Gravity Pest Dragon, they can reduce this down to 18, swing for 200, and that'll be game. The Triad Drago would need to draw into exactly Gravity Pest Dragon if they don't already have it. Oh, but here comes a Dragonic Resonance. So they are going for it. I feel like just setting monsters is probably the better play if you don't already have the lethal. We will see if this works out for them. And they actually get a Gravity Pest Dragon. But did they draw it or not? This is lethal. They did win. But were they just showing off? I legitimately do not know. Alright, and good. You see, this is where I needed to use that Pock Pikachu to get another Gazelle face down. And I would have been able to survive for another turn. I definitely misplayed, but we are going to switch it up to Royal Rebels now. And we'll be playing Red Eyes again. Let's go ahead and swap over to, presumably I do have it on Roa. Here we go. And back into ranked we go. I haven't actually updated this deck in quite some time, so maybe I should take a look at Duel Links meta. And we can go ahead and check if anyone else has a better build than me. I see there was someone who top 4'd in the last tournament. So I'll take a look at their deck, and it seems pretty similar. Oh, barring this King's Majesty engine. Which I'm probably not even that big of a fan of. This is a really awkward hand. I think I'm just gonna set. You know what? There is a possibility that they don't actually have any high-level monsters, so let's bring the Growl in attack. Just for the potential value. Having a 0 defense monster isn't really going to do anything for us. Of course, we do end up taking more damage if they do have the boss monster, but who knows? Maybe it ends up being better this way. Alright, here comes a Dragius, huh? Unfortunate. And with 1200 defense, it is unfortunately not enough there either. We do have the Black Dragon Chick, so we aren't out of the game just yet. But aggro is definitely putting us on the back foot, and we draw the Red Eyes, which is actually not great. Let's Black Dragon Chick. Summon out Gargoyle. Then Gargoyle becomes Rocker. Rocker is going to become a Growl. Growl can debuff the Dragius for us, which is nice, I guess. Oh, and we lose another heavy metal. But I guess that does set up a future rocker as well, so it's not the worst thing on the world. Red Eyes Black Dragon comes in. We definitely don't summon out the heavy metal since we need all of the life points we can manage. Thunder the Thunder requires a discard, so I'm going to get rid of the Silver Wolf instead since it's a little bit easier to trigger while still setting up your bosses. That said, a Thunder the Thunder into a Ancient Arise Dragon is enough to end the game. Shield and Sword is also going to do it, as I only have 1,500 life points. Any big normal monster is game. Let's go ahead and give this deck another shot. I have never actually been a big fan of the Royal Rebel deck, but it has been incredibly popular over in the Rush Duel Grand Prix, so I wanted to go ahead and give it a fair shot before I continue to dunk on the deck. Let's go ahead and give it a few more games. If I continue to lose with it, I'm just going to write it off as hype. I don't think the deck has actually won any of the events, despite being super popular. Though I know Brad in particular has had a lot of success with the deck in those Challenger Cups. Oh, congrats on the win, Justin. Okay, let's see what they go for here. We do have a Black Dragon Chick, which is pretty good if they summon a turn 1 boss monster. Other than that, Kanan is a solid beater, and the other cards are mostly here for tribute fodder. Being able to set up this curry bot early in the game does sound nice. And if they're summoning their monsters in attack mode, I do think they are probably going to bring out a boss. Acebreaker in attack mode makes sense, since this is the kind of monster you really need to have stay on the field if you want to actively utilize its effect. But we draw the Red Eyes Black Dragon, the one card we did not want to see. With it around, we aren't able to actually set up for later. We can't use the skill because it's already in our hand, and that is terrible. All we can do is summon out the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Oh, but this only destroys face-up monsters. I should have set the Red Eyes Black Dragon 100% of the time. By bringing this out in attack mode, Acebreaker is actually able to destroy it. Whereas if I had set it, I can get it destroyed by battle, and then bring it back next turn with my Chick. But here, they are just able to summon out a couple of monsters, and then use Acebreaker. Tough Striker is coming down. Oh, but they actually aren't using the effect, which is odd. I guess they do maybe get more damage in this way, but I doubt it. Well, they do get a 2500 direct, which would be the same. Okay, I can respect it. Let's definitely activate the skill now. Black Dragon Rising. We'll return one of the chicks to the deck so we can use it later. Bring out the Red Eyes Black Dragon, and we do need to debuff the Acebreaker, because if that does not go away, I don't see us winning. Summon Chick, activate the effect, and we are bringing out the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Next up is Gargoyle, and Gargoyle will use its effect to get rid of Kana. This allows us to tribute a level 5 monster for Growl, and now Tough Striker is going to be reduced to, I believe, 900 attack. Oh, 1100. I almost made a big misclick there, but we get through both boss monsters and pass back to Alan. Plus Minus says, it's a lot of fun and it gets dramatic wins, yet being able to heavy metal and swing in for that big 5,000 damage is obviously great. But if your opponent's deck is doing what it's supposed to, I feel like the Royal Rebels don't really keep up. It's when the opponent's deck messes up, Royal Rebels are the best deck in the game at taking advantage of it. But, if the opponent's deck is already messing up, any deck is able to make a big comeback. Alright, we do see we are going to take a little bit under 3,000 damage here. Or, I'm sorry, a little bit over 3,000 damage. We have 200 life points. And I don't think we're winning this one. So we'll just go ahead and scoop it up. Not the performance I was looking to see from Royal Rebels. We'll give it another shot, but it isn't looking great for my royal friends here. Like, I would say this deck is legitimately worse than Gaia, which sees no play. It's criminally underrated. Alright, and here's another really weird hand. We draw Monster Reincarnation, 2 back row. It's like, any deck, I guess, can brick like this, but it sucks to see. This deck bricks more than just about anything else in the game because you need those level 5s on top of whatever you're tributing. We see the opponent also might have a slow start though. 3 face downs. And this is our chance to make a comeback. Okay. Come on now. We are definitely going to get rid of one of the heavy metals for this Red Eyes. We flip up the chick and activate the effect. Toss this for the dragon. And it's possible they have the widespread ruin, but I really just don't care. They do have the widespread, so it is what it is. Welcome back, Jay. What have you been up to? Plus Finance says if there's a way to pair Royal Rebels with a defensive package, then maybe the win more half would support a deck that stabilizes easily. Anything like that in the paper game. I don't know. I think it's really just coming down to cards kind of like what we've already seen. Things like King's Majesty, Recital are all able to negate attacks and get you those cards on field for the future turns. But more so than a defensive package, I would say the deck needs more ways to generate advantage. Since rather than sitting and waiting for your opponent to react, to do things for you to react to, if you have ways to filter down your hand and otherwise just actually get your boss monsters out, then it's fine. Like, imagine if cards like Gargoyle didn't require a discard, then it'd be a lot better, because you just have a normal summonable level 5. They did get a bunch of new support recently in the proper game, but I don't actually play it enough to really be able to say how good it is. We're going to go ahead and go Cyclone here. Ditch that one. And we actually even get to draw a card. Seahorse Carrier is interesting. But, how much value are we actually getting out of it? I guess we curry bot. We'll bring in the heavy metal. Then we can Seahorse. Activate the effect. Add this. And now we have something we can get rid of to add the Red Eyes to hand. We will lower Ancient Rise Dragon's attack points. Summon out the Black Dragon Chick. And then we can eat with Royal Rebels Heavy Metal. 1, 2. Alright, and now let's go ahead and destroy Rocker. Buff up our heavy metal and enter the battle phase. We want to play around with Sidle, so we're swinging in with this heavy metal first. If they do have... Oh, it's Phantom Bind. Did I mess up? No. We only have the one Fiend in the graveyard, so we are fine. Swing in, they are down to 1600, and we have 2 2500 attack point monsters. How much better would Royal Rebels be if the pure version could guarantee going second? I'm not sure. So with what is probably our worst opening hand yet, we actually take our first win, which is funny. Going second obviously does make the deck a lot more consistent, but I'm not sure if it would be enough. It probably would make it better than the Red Eyes variant, because I think the inconsistency of the skill is why people go for Black Dragon Rising. Alright, we are up first, and Dr. HQ has a 5-win streak. Maybe they are new to King of Games. Going first, and our hand is actually looking pretty good for once. Though, of course, drawing the Red Eyes Black Dragon, as always, is a huge disappointment. We are going to set 3 and pass, as I want to keep Ghost Cyclone live going into the next turn. Otherwise, I would consider setting this Red Eyes Black Dragon to be able to activate the skill whenever we draw a chick. Alright, so they are starting with a couple of face-down cards of their own. And that might mean we're not actually able to use Ghost Cyclone anyway. Yet, with Twin Edge Dragons on the board, they are not doing very much to us. Palace Gargoyle is able to tank either Twin Edge Dragon, so they are just getting a Curry Bot out of the way, and we're going to be left with 1 Palace Gargoyle. Unfortunately, this does mean we can't actually use Ghost Cyclone. And of course with this, we aren't able to do that. But we definitely are going to bring out the Red Eyes, so use Chick. Go for the special summon. Flip you up. Might as well go for the level 5 effect. Ditch Gargoyle. Summon Growl. And then debuff the Winged Dragon since it is the highest level monster on the board. It'll provide the biggest swing. Finally, we have a 1400 beater that we can bring out. If we want to avoid Barrier, we should swing in with Kanan first. They do have a widespread ruin, unfortunately. And then we're going to take out one of the Twin Edge Dragons as well. After that, we pass turn. Losing the Red Eyes Black Dragon here is pretty inconvenient. Especially since they have a Twin Edge Dragon already on board, which is a huge threat under Dragonic Resonance. Going second in Rituals is much easier. So I actually am not sure I agree with that. If you look at, for example, the match I just had against Renegade, I managed to go first in all of those games, and I would say that was a huge advantage for me. Being able to clear out my hand, draw some extra cards, and so on. The Royal Rebel deck in particular, of course, does have a benefit from going second, in that the skill works a whole lot better. But in general, I think going first is preferred. We are taking a ton of damage here as Shield and Sword reduces both of my monsters to 0 attack. I am not feeling this deck at all. Let's start with the Ghost Cyclone, at least destroy what we can. And it was a pressure. Interesting. I mean, I could go for the Growl, but that doesn't even do anything. And Monster Reincarnation for the Red Eyes also feels pretty meh. It just seems like a ton of terrible options for me. I guess we set this. Let's Reincarnation. Ditch the Curry Bot for Chick. Chick can remove the carrier, allowing us to use it later. We will debuff this. Summoning out the Chick is going to let us clear the boss monster, and then Kanan can crash, so it's not a liability on the next turn. While also potentially weakening their plays. I don't think they have any pitchers in here. Oh, they do. So they are going to be able to use it, unfortunately. Welcome, Dio Largatixo. And we pass. So the benefit to our play is that even if they use the Sports Dragon Slugger to revive pitcher, it does at least just prevent them from attacking with low-level monsters. Though, of course, with Dragonic Resonance, they are able to more or less play around that limitation. Hopefully our Widespread Ruin is enough. As long as they only summon out one boss monster. Would I add a penalty to going first, such as not drawing a card? I mean, I think it's fine. Going first is definitely a big advantage, but the game is fine, I think. I don't think it needs any significant changes. What I would do is probably change cards. I think the individual card balance is a much bigger issue than stuff like drawing an extra card on the first turn, especially given how much you draw 5 cards. Basically every turn, the one extra card right at the start does do something, but it's not like crazy. Priest Princess Kana. Heavy Metal. And this will eat the Sports Dragon just so we're able to get out of the way. We don't get any attack points for it, but that's not an issue, as our plan to win the game is actually just bringing out the Red Eyes again and swinging into them directly. Change the attack? Yes. Here comes Red Eyes Black Chick and Red Eyes Black Dragon to close out the game with 4,900. But this was because my opponent is silly and played in attack mode Triad Drago instead of just waiting. Huge misplay on Dr. HQ's part. I absolutely should have lost that one. But we will take any wins we can get before we move on to the next battle. So after this, I am going to move on to a deck you all have probably seen before in Beast Aggro. But we are going to be testing with Rage of the Beast instead of Hammer Crush Deal. I think having Barrel Dragon might actually be better than Summon Skull, especially since it's a card you're able to search out. However, I am not buying the bundles. So I'm going first, which, I mean, is fine. Drawing 2 Ghost Cyclone. Very interesting. But it looks like I think my best strategy is just hoping they don't draw any boss monsters. Let's go with this and pass. What we're hoping to see is a ton of back row that we're going to be able to destroy with our Ghost Cyclones and then refill our hand. Let's see if we get lucky. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Bum, bum, ba-bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bada, 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 bada. They are thinking, which does make me think maybe they didn't actually draw an out. Maybe they are actually AFK. And speaking of being AFK, it might be time for a little water break after this game. I see we've been going for about 2.5 hours, and it's probably a good idea for all of us. For all of us to get up, stretch a little, stay hydrated. We'll see how this game goes. They might just be going to time me out. Are there any legend cards I'd add from normal Yu-Gi-Oh! That aren't in Rush Duels at all yet? You know, if I had to pick some of my favorite cards, how would I add them in? So something like Treeborn Frog unfortunately wouldn't work since it has an effect that activates from the graveyard, right? So what are some other cool cards? Oh, you know what? I would definitely add in Linear Equation Cannon. I think that is totally gonna be the next one. What are some other cool cards? I mean, I like Fluffles, but I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? How about Archlord Christia? Definitely fair and balanced. Had the other 5 barrier statues also as legend cards, so you can't actually stack them, and then it won't be as much of an issue. I don't think Barrier Statue of the Inferno would have ended up getting banned if it was a legend card. They limited it to 1 at first and then banned it, but being able to run it with cards like Vanity's Fiend or Ryza definitely does give it an extra edge, because it can go into anything, and a lot of decks do have their own dedicated legend. Reptile players with Alien Shock Trooper, Red Eyes and Blue Eyes decks with those, of course, and so on. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, someone mentioned Mimi is finally back on a YouTube video, but surely that doesn't start for another couple days, right? I have been in the ranked ladder for so long, I don't even know. Oh, okay, and we finally get to the time limit. I will go ahead and see what's going on in the game. I think the Tag Duel event should be around for one more day before Mimi starts. Yeah, okay. Free lottery and everything. I should do a quick run of this as well. While it is going in. Plus minus says, if Linear Equation Cannon was in the game, all the kids in Japan would be arguing about the math. Probably, yeah. I think it'd be very funny to see, like, a judge call for them trying to confirm if Linear Equation Cannon was the right stuff. What else would be good? I like Fluffalls, but I mean, how do you add a card like Toy Vendor? So many of those cards search, it'd be pretty wild. I like the Monarchs, but those are for the most part already in the game. I like the Gadgets, but you can't search from deck to hand in Rush Duels. What else would make a good legend card? We have Hyozanryu. Let's see, Mystical Space Typhoon's not worth being a legend. You know what? I don't think we have any legend fusion monsters, right? So are there any fusion monsters that are so cool they would deserve to be a legend? I don't know. Because obviously we have imported fusions like Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon and stuff, and 5 God Dragon, but those aren't really super powerful fusion monsters. So I really don't know. Anyway, we have gone ahead and done our next game, so let's go ahead with the water break. And we will be back in a few minutes with some aggro play. So, see you all in just a bit. we are back and ready for more Duel Links action. I agree with Justin. Red Gadget is the best one. And Plus Minus is right too. Magician of Darkness would be a cool one. Let's see, where is my aggro deck actually located? Alright, so Beast Aggro is up next. And, I'm pretty sure it is set up. So we've got the new Shield and Sword. We've got some barriers. We have of our big boss monsters. We have some ways to debuff. And we have Summon Skull and Rage of the Beasts. Let's see how this works out for us. Oh, and before we do, I actually do want to just claim the remaining missions before I forget about them. Unfortunately, I do have the max gems, and this does expire tomorrow. So I am going to need to claim these now, put them in the gift box. Otherwise, I'm just going to completely forget about the 7th anniversary campaign. Oh wait, this says March 18th. I have plenty of time. I was completely wrong about that. We do not need to claim these anytime soon. This is the kind of thing I would forget about though, so we're going to go ahead and claim the weekly gems. I did finish those missions not too long ago. I was waiting a while to activate enough traps. So we have our aggro deck set up and ready to roll. And we're going to be taking out whatever we come across on ladder. Apparently we did get a nice 3 win streak at the end, but one of them was a timeout and one of them was a terrible brick that the opponent somehow lost to anyway. Yeah, so none of my wins with Royal Rebels felt particularly good. And then all of my losses felt terrible. So not a fan. I do not think that deck is nearly as good as its popularity would suggest. In the meantime, it looks like this actually failed to match us in again. We've been having a ton of issues. I do wonder if we're going to end up getting some Apology gems for all of the issues people had connecting earlier today. Alright, so opening hand, we have a Dragius, which is always a great start. Oh, and we are playing against this player we saw before. I can't quite make out the final kanji, but I'm pretty sure it starts with Water God. Would that be Suiten, or does it pronounce differently? I'll try looking it up. Oh no, it's just Water and Sky. Vavruna, Vita God of Water and Sky. Interesting. Okay, so an Ancient Arise Dragon, pretty neat. I think I might as well go for the Speedy Performer. Buff up the Silver Wolf. We can't buff Dragius, unfortunately, and if we mill a Dragius, which is awful. But ultimately, I'm not too concerned about it. We are just gonna keep... Oh, come on. The first 3 mills of the game. Look at this. Chat. Dragius, Widespread, Ancient Arise, my 3 mills. How unlucky can one player get? Regardless, let's see what our 4th mill will be. Alright, a Tiger. Much more reasonable. Let's go ahead and clear some of these defense mode monsters. They really shouldn't have any 1400s if they're on the Beast Engine. And we get in for the 2500. So, despite the absolutely terrible luck, we do hit for 3000, and they are at a disadvantage. However, Suiten is going to need to draw something interesting. If they manage to clear this board, I am going to be in some trouble as I've lost a ton of my best cards. But I could always draw a... No, I can't even draw a Monster Reincarnation. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Alright, they have their own Dragius, so my board is going down. I did also draw through a lot of Silver Wolves. Oh, but I can Legend draw, which honestly might be worth it. Okay, this is not looking great. Let's throw down the barrier. Set this. Normal summon. Do some fancy setting. And I think we just go for the Dark Sorcerer. We have to hope they don't draw into a Hammer Crush. But we'll see how it goes. Oh, welcome, Demise Waffle. How are you doing this morning, afternoon, and or evening? Hope you're having a good one. And welcome to the stream. Alright, so we do see a Thunder the Thunder. A 300 debuff could lure them into attacking with the Dragius, which would be all part of my master plan. But if they bring out an Ancient Arise Dragon instead, we are kind of in trouble. We do see Thunder the Thunder, and Shield and Sword is a really interesting choice. I feel like that card would provide a ton of value later on. And if you already have the Ancient Arise Dragon, there's no reason to have ditched your Shield and Sword when you could have just set it face down. We see that they also actually mill a Dragius and White Sword Ruin on their turn. But we are in quite a bit of trouble here. I think even with our barrier, it's not going to be enough. Let's go ahead and put a Dragius back in the deck. Why not? But here comes the 1500 to close out the game. We lost the mirror match in our first duel with this one. I would say my day is going great. The duels, not so much. We've had quite a few rough ones tonight, but that is to be expected when we are brewing. I did play Ancient Forces earlier, and I did win 5-0 with that, but of course, that was before the stream started. Also had a pretty good run with Celerity, but the Tempo Yamiruler did not work out very well. Royal Rebels feel pretty awful, and I lost my first aggro game, and this is supposed to be the best deck in the game. Here we draw multiple Pocket Pikachu, but we don't have it set up. However, we aren't giving up just yet. This is actually a pretty good opening turn. We set 3 plus the barrier and pass. We have a Pocket Pikachu, and with Gazelle added to the hand as our draw for turn, we have a pretty good shot of being able to use it on the next turn. That said, we do need to draw a high-level monster if you want to make it happen. Okay. If their only attack monster is a Dragonite, we are actually in a pretty good spot. As long as we find a high-level monster, we're able to make some moves. Rage of the Beast is also an unexpected surprise. Do we give up the Pocket Pikachu, though? I feel like that feels a little bit too much for me. We're gonna Rage of the Beasts. Let's go ahead and ditch this one. Unfortunately, it was just a pressure. We are boosting Gazelle here for sure. And summoning out Dragius. We are going to keep this Pocket Pikachu a round 4 later. summon out Dragius, and throw down a face down. Well, actually maybe setting it is the right play. Okay, let's give it a shot. Swing in for 1,000 and see what happens. Looks like it might be another pressure face down, or maybe a barrier. Upon review, it is a trap card, and they didn't have any monsters, so it is a barrier face down. This is useful information going into future turns. And of course, if they are a resonance deck, they have a huge chance of ending the turn with 0 attack monsters on board. So if they manage to whiff if they whiff Shield and Sword, those Slayers are going down to 0 attack, and we're making a big push. But if they hit Shield and Sword, Slayer isn't able to clear Dragius. Alright, we see them set 3 and pass, showing another Dragius. All according to plan. No need to Shield and Sword here. 1, 2. Now, all we need to do is not hit the other Triad Drago with Thunder the Thunder, and we get in for 5,000 points of direct damage this turn. I think if they had one, they wouldn't put it here since there's a Dragius right across from it. Oh, but they have the barrier and are going to foil our plans by reducing our attack down to just 900. That said, we are still in a pretty dominating position. Let's go ahead and clear 1. Clear 2. Then Dragius gets in. And it looks like Thunder the Thunder had no options where it would have actually been able to succeed through the barrier. The opponent has exactly 2,500 life, and that is why I think the Thunder was worth the shot. They go ahead and concede, unable to deal with the double Dragius and 3 back row. Aggro making a strong resurgence after that first game loss. And it's worth noting, the loss was a mirror match. So let's see if we are able to keep up this tempo. Notably, we also did use our Rage of the Beast to destroy a Dragonic Pressure, which would have otherwise been able to clear out all of our Dragius. Oh, I'm up against Yoshi Duels from a Discord server I am in. Let's see if they are able to do it. They're on a 3-win streak with a 31 card deck. I wonder what they are playing. Alright, so they go for a tribute set, but it's only a 1 tribute monster. So at most, this can be, I think, 1,700. And here comes another monster. This one is almost definitely a Bender Break. Unfortunately, we don't draw a whole ton of monsters here. So I think the right play is definitely to assume this is a Bender Break and go for Ancient Arise Dragon. We'll get the buff on up here and swing in. Oh, it's actually Barrel Dragon. Very interesting to put it in defense mode. But that does mean if I summoned out Dragius, I would have been able to clear both of those monsters. Maybe it was worth the risk. Hopefully we are able to find some low-level monsters on the next turn, though, as that is the thing we are most desperately lacking. 3 low levels turning into a 7 skull plus Dragius would, of course, be a great turn. Setting 2 and a card face down. That is interesting. Wow. What a terrible turn of events. We need to thin the hand. I guess let's just try to clear this defense mode monster. And all we can do is pass. 3 level 7s. Plus minus is talking about the structure deck value. Did I miss a comment? Oh, okay. Demi says, been trying to thinking of trying Rush Duels, but have no idea what to build. Well, okay. I would say, first off, have you done any of the events? Do you have Mimi? Do you have Roa? Have you already spent any gems on the game? Yeah, so here comes a big push, unfortunately. We don't even have a Pocket Pikachu set up yet. So, I really don't know what we can draw to save us here. A couple of low-level monsters is solid. Let's go ahead and use the Shield and Sword. Then we Thunder the Thunder. And we will be using the effect to thin out our hand. Ditch this, and Acebreaker gets weakened even more. Tracheus comes down, and we are going to try to clear the two monsters that threaten to remove Dragius on their own. Of course, drawing any high-level monster is going to be enough for them to climb out with an Acebreaker and end this game. Also, we find ourselves milling another Pocket Pikachu, which is very funny. Here comes Shield and Sword, and that's going to be it, almost definitely. Ultimate Bond activating, and 3500 is going to clear this Dragius for sure. And we go send them a ping and say GG. Oh, and they've got a couple of big beasties as well. You know, interestingly enough, I was actually considering putting in a Phoenix Dragon, and breaking like that is probably all the convincing I'm going to need to do so. Let's go ahead and make the change. Open up the deck editor. That being said, we do only have 7 high levels, so is it really worth going down to just 6? I feel like we'd have a pretty good chance of not drawing any high levels if we go like that. So this might be a little bit slim. This might not be enough high-level monsters. I wish there were something good in the 5 or 6 range. I mean, I could run like one Flame Cerebrus as like a little joke. But I feel like that's not actually going to be advancing my game plan very much. So maybe I do just keep the Dragius and say drawing 4 tribute monsters is an anomaly. But that said, it is 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 thingies that we can't set. Oh, Demise says, just started playing Duel Links again. At first I didn't find much duels interesting, but I gave it a try and it's actually fun. Okay, so when you started the game again, are you picking up an old account, or are you already invested in speed duels? Because if you're playing just Rush, you can definitely level up all of those other worlds using free-to-play speed duel cards, and then you'll get all of the gems you could possibly want for Rush. As for good starter decks, I do think Dragonic Resonance is, funnily enough, still pretty relevant and strong, but it can be expensive if you're trying to run both Dragonic Slayer in multiple copies and Ancient Arise Dragon. Similarly, Dark Arts of Celerity is a card that needs 3 copies of Yamiruler from the first box, and then a ton of SR cards from the mini box as well. Most players can kind of get by with a generic aggro pile like this, replacing the extra Dragius and everything with whatever big monsters you happen to have. Stuff like Prima Gatarna, Seven's Winged Magician, etc. Unfortunately, we don't have a second Beast monster, so Rage of the Beast is not live here. And that is going to be an issue if they have a Widespread Ruin. But we'll see how it goes. Swing in. And it looks like it at worst is going to be a barrier. It is indeed, once again, the barrier. So, cheap decks. apart from building an aggro pile with whatever you want, 2 copies of the new structure deck should also be able to be supplemented with kind of whatever you have lying around for a somewhat okay strategy. Definitely good enough to get into gold and probably even King of Games. So if you don't have the infinite gems, the new structure deck is definitely a solid start for a cheap budget option. Oh, and we see the Barrel Dragon being added to oh, but they have to return a card to the deck. No, but if they have Barrel Dragon and 2 low levels, we are in a ton of trouble. Did I just get double Amy Gold in 1 turn? Yeah, especially since you see everyone is running this new deck with the Beast Engine, which is super cheap from the mini box. So I would probably recommend, if you're new to Rush, pick up the bundles. You want Widespread Ruin, Barrel Dragon, and probably Shield and Sword, or Monster Reincarnation. Pick whichever one you like. That should get you more than enough copies of the low rarity cards from the mini box to build up the barriers and the Beast Engine. Do I even want Legend Draw, though? I don't think so. Okay. Silver Wolf coming down. All-Seeing White Tiger. And that lets us Rage of the Beasts. Let's get rid of their barrier. Then, Silver Wolf, go ahead and use your effect to weaken Barrel Dragon. Now, the issue with Speedy Performer is not particularly strong. And if they bring out more boss monsters, we are not going to be able to successfully clear them. But we're going to take the risk. Let's Speedy Performer to boost up Dragius. And then Dragius to clear both bosses. The idea here is that I do have the Widespread Ruin to protect me from a 3500 monster going into Speedy Performer. And anything in the 1 tribute slot, like a Rhino, is only going to be 1600, so I'd survive with a couple hundred life points left. Can one build a Dark Magician Girl deck? Yes, but Dark Magician Girl is a main box UR. So going through the main box 3 times is probably not cheap. And my Dark Magician deck also uses 3 copies of a UR from the mini box as a secondary boss monster. So Dark Magician is a good enough deck to hit King of Games for sure. But it is going to be one of the more expensive decks in the game, and it's definitely not a top tier deck either. However, we did get a leak a really long time ago suggesting we might be getting Thousand Knives, and that would turn Dark Magician into a real meta contender, in my opinion. Alright, so we see a Prismatic 7-Zone Magician coming towards me. However, I have Widespread Ruin set, and we are not going down that easily. I will take 1100 damage, but 300 is enough for this deck to make a comeback. They might have a Widespread Ruin of their own, but they might not. And these are certainly some solid cards. Summon 1, 2. We're going to bring in the Ancient Arise Dragon to avoid a Widespread Ruin from taking out Dragius. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Toss down our barrier, activate the effect of Dragius, and see if we can't get in for game here. We don't see anything activate, and that is going to be it. Dragius and Ancient Arise Dragon turn things around. And my Speedy Reformer play works out perfectly. Oh, you know what might be a cheaper deck? Well, nothing's gonna be cheaper than your light machines, which are gonna feel a little bit awkward with 2 builds, but are gonna be totally fine other than that. I do think this Servant of Dawn deck should be relatively cheap. Though I am running Dragius, aren't I? Oh, and I'm running 3 Curry Bot. Yikes. But I was gonna say, Guy of the Fierce Knight is a card trader card. You can swap the recitals for... So you can swap recital for barrier, swap Curry Bot for, just more low-level stuff in general, because Curry Bot doesn't come up, like, that often. This is an event card, so it should be relatively easy to obtain. This one's a bundle card, and then you could maybe swap out a Dragius. I don't know. You could build this on a budget, but it would probably feel a little bit worse. So, I don't know. It really depends what your gem budget looks like. Oh, and I accidentally set him as the active character. We want more aggro. Okay. Let's go into the next game. Bum bum bada bum. Ba 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 bum. Okay. Definitely not the best opening hand, especially if we're fighting a Gakuto. Celerity being able to switch our monster to defense mode could always be an issue. But we do kind of still want to bring one of these out, as having 2 Dragius in hand without any advantage engine set up is a recipe for disaster. So we're going to keep it going and see what they summon. Mystic Dealer. I suddenly feel a little bit better. Though, I do know some Yamiruler decks do run a Mystic Dealer Fire Golem package. And we're actually fighting Magician Shuffle. That is a deck that has a legendarily hard time getting over 2,500. Well, maybe not. If they're running the Ancient Arise Dragon package like me and Sweetie Performers, or Seraph of Darkness, they could do it. But I think this should be a positive matchup. Good morning. I feel like calling you Rush Duel is probably a poor decision. So what would you like to be called? Alright, we do see the Dark Magician Girl, as expected. Oh, and they are just going for a trade, which is going to end terribly for them. I, of course, have a barrier face down, and am ready to destroy that Dark Magician Girl. And with Dragius in a hand and on field, they are in for a world of hurt. Summon out 2 monsters, bring in the second Dragius, and Gazelle should be enough to end this game. Here comes the power of aggro. We bring out a few of these, and we already activated the effect, so let's make sure each Dragius eats 1 monster. Terra. Okay. Welcome, Terra. Hope you're having a good morning. Guessing you're probably over in the EU then. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum ba 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 bum 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 bum. And we are hitting that awkward time, where finding players in King of Games becomes a little bit harder. After this, it might be worth switching up. Oh, we have another cross-duel enjoyer. I noticed that icon. Hopefully Antrax puts up a good fight. Oh, and we see they've been playing since 2020 with this mat. This is a huge Yu-Gi-Oh fan for sure. And would you look at that? What a hand. You know, I hear Dragius is a pretty strong card, so why wouldn't I want to draw it? Yeah, that's pretty fair. Interestingly, that does nothing. I will simply pass. They even have the Hammer Crush to destroy our face down. Very funny. Alright, Dragius and Yamiruler clean out the game. We will give it one more shot. This was not a real game. Sometimes we just draw no playable cards. We'll go ahead and give it another round. Bum 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 bum. So we are up first and actually have playable cards this time. And this is actually an incredible hand. Obviously our Pocket Pikachu is not going to be doing much of anything. But we will go ahead and throw down our cards and be ready for later. Oh, but I just immediately lose my Widespread Ruin. Oh, and we get double Ghost Cyclone. Very impressive. They are simply better at Yu-Gi-Oh! Do I think Rushtos could support a mulligan? No. 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 Obviously, we do already have skills that are pretty strong. Things like Aim Eagle and an Ultimate Bond are able to fix your hand significantly, replacing a high level or a dead spell or trap with a low level monster. 7's Axel Road, and can search out 7's Road Magician, and Magician Shuffle is not bad either. But I would say there is definitely a reason that all these cards all these skills require it to be turned 2 onwards. Let's just Silver Wolf here. Weaken that one. Thunder the Thunder. Weaken this one. Throw down some more face downs. And this is definitely not going to be enough. I'm going to get absolutely destroyed by the Witch plus Magician on the next turn. But I don't think there's really anything I can do about it. With 2 Torners on the field, even if I just set my hand and passed, these monsters would be in attack mode anyway. So, let's see if somehow I'm able to survive this. They'd have to draw kind of awkwardly. Getting those double Ghost Cyclones was incredible. And here comes the third one, right on time. Though, this time they did actually miss my trap. dodging the Yamiruler is pretty relevant. Celerity is such a good deck that more people should be on it, and I really don't know why. If you look at the Grand Prix, the tournament entrant counts are not at all what I would consider equivalent to the actual metagame. There should be more Dragon players, more Celerity players, fewer Rebel players. Anyway, oh, I don't have this on. Do I want to shuffle anything away? I mean, I could set up my Pocket Pikachu, and that's kind of cute. Okay, we're gonna go for it. Let's Barrier, bring back our Paku, and just try to draw a great hand next turn to turn things around. Oh, and we can always Legend draw to guarantee one of these outs. Oh, come on. Very funny, etc. But drawing 3 tribute monsters, once again, not the formula for success. We don't have any trap cards, so it's just a matter of letting them make the move. I will go ahead and send them nice, and let's go ahead and change up our deck. Tara says we could use some main phase trap cards. Yeah, I am actually pretty surprised that we got Widespread Ruin instead of Trap Hole. Because Trap Hole doesn't work on special summons, so it can kind of be played around in the same way Yamiruler can. But maybe they are saving Trap Hole for when they introduce maximums. Because it'll be like, oh, here's a new one, and also Trap Hole doesn't work on them. I'm just going to do the free lottery, and then we'll get into the next game. Oh, 30 daily bonus. Okay. Draw 10. I'd love to see a foil Rage of the Beast, but we are not at that lucky. Anyway, let's head back to speed duels. And what other decks do I still need to test? Let me pull up my notes real quick, and we'll take a little look. Beast Aggro, we did. Resonance, I've already played a billion games with. Light Machine, I don't have the third copy of. We've done Celerity, Red Eyes Rulers, and Rebels. We've done Ancient Forces. I think that's just about everything, actually. So we can play whatever we want now. What are some interests? Oh, we haven't played Dark Magician in a while. So let's just hop on in. See if we can win some games with Dark Magician today. Yeah, and Tara makes a great point. Having Trap Hole would actually give us an out to Slayer. That doesn't require winning like a random 50-50. I think it probably would have been better for the game. But I know a lot of people would probably still be complaining. Because Widespread Ruin, you can play around it in some ways by buffing your other monsters. You see Noodle Art Boost do it a lot. You see Servant of Dawn do it. Whereas Trap Hole on the Dragius is always going to be a Trap Hole on the Dragius. So it's tough to say for sure. Does Dark Magician use the Beast package for the extra debuffs? I am still on Aqua. Because the Beast Engine just takes up so many card slots, I find it difficult to put in here. I think there are other cards like Seraph of Darkness that I would rather use to get over these high-level monsters. Unfortunately, it's not going to work in this case, but that is fine. We throw down a few face downs, and Acebreaker is actually not going to really be able to do much. And we have a Dark Magic attack for later. Unless they're on a Rhino build, we should be relatively safe here. And even if they are on a Rhino build, we have a few monsters with decent defense. So it won't be that bad. We do see a Barrel Dragon. That one can be a real issue though. Barrel Dragon does hit, so we are going to be taking a big 25. Yeah, we can turn this off. No need to use that. Obviously, a Seahorse Carrier plus Dark Magician plus some way to out this would be ideal. Interesting. We do have 3 normal monsters in the graveyard, so let's Magician Shuffle. We activate the effect, we reveal Dark Magician Girl, and then we will add Dark Magician to the hand. Then Dark Magician goes to the graveyard. Archfiend Summoning Flute comes on down. Since we have exactly 3 normal monsters, we can activate the effect and special summon Dark Magician in defense mode. Then Dark Magic Attack activates and destroys their face down cards. We get rid of 2 pretty threatening traps. Next up, let's bring in the Seahorse Carrier and activate its effect. Seahorse Carrier will revive a 1400 for us, and we summon out Kana. We could bring out this Dark Magician Girl to crash into the Acebreaker, which might be worth it. So let's go ahead and summon this out. We don't want Acebreaker using its effect and blowing up our monsters for free. We'd rather force them to get another monster actually out first. We destroy Barrel Dragon and Acebreaker. Let's see how this works. We do still have access to another Dark Magic attack, but we see them switching to defense mode, which means they did not draw a boss. And we are in a good position. Now's our chance to draw Dragius and turn this game entirely around. Phoenix Dragon, not going to do much here. Seraph of Darkness would actually be pretty useful if we had a dark monster, but we do not. The Phoenix Dragons are funny, but with Ancient Arise still sticking around, there's not anything we can use it on. So let's just bring out another Ancient Arise Dragon to solidify our own board position. We will set the Seraph, and we don't really need to mill. So let's just clear the face downs, since Avant Wolf is probably the least threatening card they could have. Though I guess the Aquas are even better to be in the graveyard. I figured there was always a chance one of those cards was something like a Thunder the Thunder, Speedy Performer, Aim Eagle, etc. So leaving the known monster face up seemed like the right play. We know they have an Acebreaker coming down at 3,500. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to deal with it here. 2 Avant Wolves in attack mode seems like a misplay to me. But we'll see how it works out for them. We draw for turn, and we get plenty of monsters. But do we even need them, though? Alright, let's throw this down. Do we keep the Seahorse Carrier? I don't think so. How many cards do we have in deck? Only 9. We are in some danger of decking out soon, so we're going to use the Seahorse Carrier's effect just to get another card in hand. But other than that, we are still pushing. 1, 2. Gazelle can come out, and let's buff on up. 1, 2. Swing in. Oh, and they actually don't seem to have anything here. So their face-down card might be something like Shield and Sword. I probably want to thin their board here. Oh, it's a Recital. Interesting. let's pass turn. How many aim eagles have they gone through? We see 1, 2. So if they're on a free-to-play version, we'd actually be out of those. Go Cyclone, unfortunately going to be able to destroy our barrier. But if they are just being out a tough striker, it's not really going to be enough. Oh, okay. 2 face downs. Monster Reincarnation is super useful here to clear out this board. Let's go ahead and use it. I could use more low levels, right? No, I don't think I need them. So let's grab Dark Magician. Summon Kana. Then Dark Magician comes out, and the second Dark Magic attack is going to seal the game for us. Activate this. Widespread Ruin, and anything else that threatens us goes to the graveyard. We activate the effect, and now we swing in. 2500 attack is more than enough to deal with Grace Princess Kana, and 4400 clears this out. Good game. 2 cards left in deck. Tara says, if we had Thousand Eyes Vision Shovel would have been an amazing deck. With just Dark Magic attack, it's only okay. Yeah, I think this deck is better than people give it credit for. Probably not tier 1, but it is a real deck. Like, I would rather be playing this than Seven's Axel Road. And that's a deck that is on tier lists. And yeah, that was a very good showcase of what the deck can do. We got 2 huge Dark Magic attacks, destroying a ton of trap cards, and winning the game. Alright, next up is Luke. Here comes Kaiser. And we are up first. This is going to give us the chance to load our graveyard with normal monsters, which is always a good thing to see. Oh, and we even have a barrier face down too. Alright, let's go with this. Keeping the Archchain Summoning Flute since it'll be usable if we draw a Dark Magician Girl on the next turn. Otherwise, Seraph of Darkness probably would have been the better play. It's also worth noting Seraph of Darkness might actually be the better card to preserve, as I'm probably more likely to see a big card like Dragius. Oh, but no, they actually managed to expertly snipe my Seraph of Darkness, and they don't have any spell traps anyway. Oh, and that is looking rough. We failed to find any high-level monsters, which means all we can do is kind of thin their field a little bit. Oh, come on. Yeah, I am worried about this situation. But if they don't draw any high-level monsters again, we would be in a pretty good spot. We see Lesser Dragon, and that does make me think a big one is coming. Of course, Dragonic Slayer is going to be huge, being able to destroy the barrier and hit all of this, but it's actually a Bunker Strike. Not many people are actually still on Bunker Strike after the ban list, but this is going to help them dig super deep and find the cards they're looking for. Anything like another Twin-Edged Dragon would be able to start wreaking havoc on my board. Very interesting. We'll have to see what they go for. Alright, and they have chosen the top of the deck. Unfortunately, even if we draw a tribute monster next turn, it's probably not really going to be enough. Their board will be really established. And with Draco the Tiny, we know there's another tribute on the way. And it's Ancient Arise Dragon. So we are taking a ton of damage. We probably should have just kept our monsters set. But I was getting pretty aggressive with it. I was thinking on the off chance that we actually got a good hand, or that they whiffed the high levels, we would have been able to contest with barrier and kind of play a grindy game that way. Unfortunately, we are just going to get rolled instead. Draw for turn, Ancient Arise. We could beat out this Bunker Strike. But is it even worth it? I mean, probably. And then do we summon the Seahorse Carrier? Once again, I think the answer is probably. Let's go ahead and use Ancient Rise Dragon's effect. We mill a Dark Magic attack, but it doesn't look like they are running a whole ton of trap cards. Let's clear out the Bunker Strike and pass it over. It is worth noting, Bunker Strike is 2,800, whereas this is 3,000, so maybe clearing the Clear Ice is better. But I wanted to turn off their Resonance trigger, since that's a boost to 2 monsters, and buffing something like a Twin Edge Dragon is usually pretty bad for me. Unfortunately, Dragonic Slayer is going to mean it doesn't actually matter at all. Dragonic Slayer pops our trap, and we notice they're actually on Ghost Cyclone plus Slayer. I've seen a ton of players doing this, but I don't really agree with it. Alright, so clearly the only card that actually helps us here is drawing into Dragias next turn, plus plenty of resources to actually be able to make all of that happen. But we're not even running Dragias, so this game is probably going to be a swift loss for us. We're not on Shield and Sword either, so no chance of getting the Slayer down to 0. Let's go ahead and draw for turn. We do find Magician Shuffle. So Dark Magician Girl. Let's add Dark Magician. Ditch the Dark Magician, of course. And then we don't need to revive it. We're just going for big tribute summons. Clearing out the 2 level 7s. The Gravity Fast Dragon is unfortunately going to be sticking around, but there's not all too much we can do about it. Activate Ancient Arise. We lose another Dark Magician Girl, but not a huge deal. Let's go in here and here. At least the Gravity Fast Dragon, if they want to clear anything, does require them to discard a card. We are just barely still in this. But probably not for long. A Phoenix Dragon is pretty devastating, especially if they have anything like a Dragias in their deck. We've only seen 1 Phoenix Dragon and 1 Bunker Strike. So there is still the possibility of more of a Dragias coming down. How's your deck working out for you, Justin? Alright, Dragonic Slayer comes out, and this is now a board clear. If they have another low-level monster, they are going to clear the board and win. But they don't, so we once again are just barely holding on. But now I'm kind of pretty worried about stuff like Widespread Ruin. And we can see Horse Carrier, grab ourselves a 1400 Phoenix Dragon, activate the effect, ditch this, get Ancient Arise again. Like, we can pretend that we're in the game, but we're not really in the game. Throw this face down, activate the effect. That was our final Dark Magician Girl. Then we get hit by the Widespread. Oh, it's just a Phantom Bind. We should be okay. But how do we survive this? They have 10 cards left in deck, and we've only seen 1 Dragonic Slayer. And there's a Hammer Crush, plus the Ghost Cyclone, plus the Slayer. This is crazy. They even managed to hit the Widespread Ruin off of their Hammer Crush on a 50-50. Funnily enough, we are surviving the turn 1 more time. But can we keep it up? They have 5 cards left in deck, and we have 6. We draw for turn. You know what? I'm gonna go with no. We cannot. We cannot win this one. setting 3 monsters and passing is not a viable plan. And with Monster Reincarnation breaking up our hand, we unfortunately just don't have enough cards to be able to do this. Seahorse Carrier can come out. We can activate the effect. Add Con on again. Summon it down. Tribute a couple monsters. Bring out Ancient Arise Dragon. Use the effect, but this is nowhere near the 4,000 that we need. Oh, glad your deck is working out for you, Justin. Alright, we get hit by a couple barriers. And they can take the win whenever they're ready. Bum, ba, 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 bum, bum, bum. Alright, here comes the Dragonic Slayer, and it looks like they are going to be going for... Oh, well, I was going to say they were trying for the normal win, but it turns out no. I leave with 300 life points, and we were actually pretty close to winning, because they only had 2 cards left, which is funny to think about. We'll give it another shot. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, next up is 9. Playing Gavin. Let's see what they've got to bring to the table. Alright, we have a pretty interesting opening hand. It's nothing crazy, but I like being able to just set up for later, and having the boss monster around is not bad either. The monster reincarnation is neat. But I think I want to keep the Dark Magician Girl so we can guarantee we can activate the skill and trigger it next turn to get that Dark Magician into our graveyard. We see an immediate Hammer Crush, losing our monster reincarnation, and that's even more reason for Dark Magician Girl to be sticking around. We can see a Yamiruler come down, but I'm not super concerned about it. Yamiruler is fine with me, as if they want to swing indirectly and give me all of these extra resources going into my next turn, I am fine with it. We can pretty easily establish a 3-boss board if we're able to draw into the right cards. Let's see how it goes. Our move. Ancient Arise Dragon and another Ancient Arise Dragon. A little bit, not quite what we're looking for. We did get the high-level monsters I did ask for. But unfortunately, with 2 trap cards, we aren't able to get the 3 out. Let's add Dark Magician to our hand. Ditch Dark Magician. And by the way, that Dark Magician is actually pretty important for later in the game. Being able to resolve a Dark Magic attack is huge against the Ruler deck. They run a ton of traps. But this is good. Let's get in there for 3,000 damage. They hit us for 25, but with a weak board due to the Hammer Crush, we are not in a bad spot. We see a Mystic Dealer plus Doriado. So they might be copying Timothy's deck, which does run 1 Doriado. We see 3 sets and a face down. Unfortunately, yeah, we don't have much in the way of dealing with this. We'll throw down a face down as well. And then I think we just Gazelle and we kind of go for it. There's no real reason to mill anything else. We already have an Aqua in the graveyard. Though I guess aiming for another beast would have been nice. Strange Cat. They're very heavy on the spellcasters here. For a deck running Yamiruler, I wouldn't expect so many copies of these other cards. Okay, we see Misaki, but surely they're not just trying to trade. They've got to have a tribute. Yeah, it's Yamiruler, sure. So far, so good. but I have my own barrier. Celerity switching my monster to defense mode isn't really going to make a difference. Well, I guess it does actually. Here, I'll go ahead and... There's really no reason to, but I'm going to barrier to get that Dark Magician girl back in my deck. Make it easier to come out with Dark Magician later. And in case I draw another spell or trap card, I'm going to be able to set it. So clearing the back row is not a terrible plan. Unfortunately, against the Yamiruler, I'm not really able to summon anything, and I didn't draw a Dark Magician girl. So, we are just setting a couple of monsters and passing here. The Phoenix Dragon seems like it would be good later, but we already have an Ancient Arise in hand, so I'd rather have access to the Arching Summoning Flute. And this time we do use Ancient Arise Dragon, since it's going to provide a way for us to get over the Yamiruler. But I'd actually rather deal 1500 because 9 is already halfway down. If we do that again, we can end the game. So let's see how it goes. My plan basically is that once I draw a Dark Magician girl, I'm going to blow up the back row using Dark Magic Attack, and then Ancient Arise Dragon into a 1500 will be unable to be stopped by whatever face down cards they put. Bum, 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 bum. And we have trap cards to protect our Ancient Arise Dragon. Should they go on the offensive, our Widespread Ruin will ruin their day. Here comes another Yamiruler. Sure thing. Celerity, my monster going to defense mode. Sure. But they are going to lose their Yamiruler here. We have Widespread Ruin. We were holding it for later. Getting more value. Now, unfortunately, both of our monsters are low attack. But Dark Magician Girl might be just what we needed. Let's get rid of this Phoenix Dragon. Change you to attack mode. Activate the effect. And now, if they don't have Widespread Ruin, we actually kind of just win the game. And it looks like this is going to be it. 2500 direct to the face. Looking good. Dark Magician, pretty strong deck. Let's give it another game. See how it goes. Alright, we're up second. Interesting. We're going second, and we don't have any boss monsters, so it's not a perfect start. But being able to set up the Aqua Engine for later can never be too bad. Especially when we draw a Seahorse Carrier just like that. Let's go 1, 2, and they have a lot of 0 defense boss monsters, so we're going to set the Summoning Flute. As Seraph of Darkness is pretty likely to come in handy against a Roa deck. Bum, 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 bum. Let's see how things are going. Okay, we see Flame Cerebrus. This is an interesting deck. They're also on the Arching Summoning Flute. So we know this is something off meta. Maybe it's just an aggro deck that's trying to play around Shield and Sword by including some high defense monsters. They are going to get the board clear, but all I need to do is find some high level monsters and I'm good to go. Unfortunately, we are not going to be finding them this turn. Let's go ahead, just set 3 more and pass. Seahorse Carrier is ready for action once it gets the opportunity to shine. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, they're just going right into the battle phase. Unfortunately, they are going to be having a ton of resources whenever I do manage to out this board, as I already had a 5-card hand. We see a lone Dark Magician Girl here. Not great. Let's Magician Shuffle. At least get the Dark Magician out. Into the graveyard. Then Summoning Flute. We can get a pretty strong monster onto the board in defense mode. We'll throw this face down. And then Seahorse Carrier. But we're not actually going to use the effect here. I think we're just going to tribute summon Dark Magician Girl, set our other card, and take the 500. I know this seems really wacky, but the way this works is that if they try to swing into Dark Magician Girl, I have a barrier, and if they go for a big heavy metal, they'll only have defense mode monsters to kind of swing into, but they'll need to swing into it because Dark Magician has so much defense, they shouldn't have a ton of other ways to get around it. So it's definitely a wacky play, but I like it. So after the stream, I am going to be working on another tier list. Probably won't make another tier list video because I feel like I did a ton of those near the start of the month already. So I don't want to be someone who just makes a new tier list every 2 weeks or whatever. But that might go up in Discord. Bum 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 bum. They are spending a ton of time thinking here. Like, what could their hand possibly be where they needed multiple minutes to realize, hey, I should probably summon my heavy metal. Wow. Crazy. I never could have seen that one coming. Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty big hand. Unfortunate. But if they mess this up, I actually don't take any damage. Alright, and that is when we barrier, saving our Dark Magician from the first attack, and getting a Dark Magician Girl back into rotation. Of course, heavy metal is still going to clear my board and everything, but this is not too bad. Seahorse Carrier looking fantastic here. We are trying to get out a big board, and nothing is able to do that better than the good old Seahorse. Let's bring out Ancient Arise Dragon number 1 and Ancient Arise Dragon number 2. We'll leave the flame. Oh, actually, maybe we leave the Red Eyes on board. That's an interesting thought, because then they'll have to tribute it off if they want to use the skills to debuff my monsters. Okay, so activate the skill. We're going to mill a couple of cards, or sorry, activate the effects. Gazelle and Arching Summoning Flute. Heavy metal obviously needs to go away. It's the only one currently capable of beating over my monsters. And then Cerberus for the extra damage. And shutting off skill access. They could always tribute it off for a Growler Heavy Metal, but Cerberus also does the same thing. Bum, 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 bum. Obviously another heavy metal would be pretty game ending here, but there's not much I can do about it. I think I played this one to the best of my ability. They are thinking. Their timer must have run down significantly on the previous turn. So there is always a chance we'll just be able to get a wacky KO with the time limit win. Alright, we take a little bit of damage, but I am fine with this. Let's draw for turn. See what we get. Dark Magician Girl seems good to me. I can use the skill, but I don't see a need to. So we bring out Kana. And then do we Phoenix Dragon here? Because we could bring out another Ancient Arise, basically, and deal more damage. But Dark Magician Girl could be the safer play. We are running out of cards in deck. That's also something we always need to be keeping an eye on. So let's go here. By keeping a card in hand, it'll give us an extra turn to try to not die. I think they are at 4,000, so we're going to go for the most damage we can get. Though destroying the level 5 monster is probably the better play. Now that I think about it, we already know they're on heavy metal and growl and that kind of stuff, so leaving a level 7 monster on board may have been a bit of a mistake compared to those low levels. However, we only need to survive one more turn, and maybe we'll be able to find a way to finish the game. That said, they could easily go on the just set a bunch of monsters. I have so few cards left in deck. I'm not sure how I'd be able to survive that. Tara says, just risk kill somebody with psychics. The deck has potential. Ignores all the traps thanks to a guaranteed Esperade. Yeah, I don't know. I've tried the psychic deck a lot. I have just never been able to get it to work the way I want. I find I either just die without being able to get under 1,000 life points. Like they'll just kill me before I'm even able to use the skill. Or on the turn I do pop off, I don't have enough life points to actually loop the Roman pick. Or I just don't do anything except for that one turn, and then they can just widespread ruin me. I don't know. There's just a lot. I think the Psychic deck is a lot of fun to play, but I wouldn't seriously recommend it to anyone trying to do well in like a tournament environment. You can obviously always hit King of Games with whatever you want. Psychics is more than strong enough to do that. So Gem here definitely makes a big misplay, letting me cycle more cards. All they needed to do was put monsters in defense mode, but now they lose the game. Activate the skill. 3,000 into 1,100 is already enough. So let's just finish this. We don't even need to summon the other Dark Magician Girl. We'll give Dark Magician one more round. But they did also brick pretty hard. We only saw one heavy metal. What was their list like anyway? They did have all three. But yeah, they don't have enough high level monsters. Where are the growls? I guess the Flame Cerebrus is supposed to just be a better value card, but no. That affects things like the Yamiruler matchup to a very significant degree. Bum ba bum 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 ba ba bum bum ba 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 bum 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 ba 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 bum. Oh, we almost went against Daisuke again. But it looks like it didn't connect properly, unfortunately. Oh, and it looks like the other Rush. Oh, there is another Rush player streaming. I wonder how they're doing. And then everyone else is in the speed duels, as is pretty normal. Ba-bum, bum, 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 bum. And it's taking forever to find a new opponent. Unfortunate. Ba-da-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Well, if we're not able to find anyone, it does make it a lot harder to stream the game, huh? We'll give it a couple minutes and see how it goes. If any of you viewers are in King of Games, feel free to match and we'll probably queue up. Oh, welcome, H-Flow. How are you doing today? Congratulations on the AIDS. Hope you do all right. All right, we are up first, and we have a pretty good opening hand. We will keep the monster, or we'll keep the Dark Magician Girl for later. That way we can set it up as a 2500 on the next turn. Everything else can go face down. Here comes Mumingu. Justin saying, it's never taking me this long to do what? Are you trying to rank up or queue for, oh, you mean the queue times. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead, activate Magician Shuffle, show off this, grab Dark Magician, just get it out of the deck early, so we don't brick on high levels later in the game. We can bring out Ancient Arise Dragon. 1, 2. And then Seahorse, activate the effect, grab ourselves Kana. Summoning out 3 big monsters can actually potentially be a mistake against a Roa player. But I mean, this seems pretty good to me, other than that. Funnily enough, if we think they are on heavy metal, you can summon out Kana to give them only a 200-point boost, but we don't have any barriers to really take advantage of that. I don't think we need to mill anything here. We already have Dark Magician in the graveyard, we have our Seahorse set up, and we have dragons on board. So let's just swing in and finish things out. Viceroy Secure means we are probably fighting a aggro deck, and Under the Thunder kind of confirms it a little bit more. Aqua aggro. Though, technically, all these cards could be used in your traditional heavy drive and other decks, because they all have less than 1400 attack. It's definitely less common. Alright, here comes Seahorse Carrier. Let's see how it functions. Alright, here comes their first big summon. Unfortunately, we don't actually have any trap cards, so Dragius is going to be able to just roll right through. Both copies of Ancient Arise Dragon. However, they aren't ready for our Phoenix Dragon to instantly revive our boss here. And we even draw another one, which is kind of funny. Let's Phoenix Dragon. We'll definitely toss out the Archfiend. Grab Ancient Arise again. Then Kana. And Ancient Arise Dragon. Once again, we're keeping Phoenix Dragon around for the next turn. And Ancient Arise Dragon does need to mill 1. That way it can actually get over Dragius. But other than that, we are in a pretty solid spot. Their last card should be a level 4 lower monster, otherwise they would have tribute summoned it out as well. Unfortunately, we run into a 1400 defense, but they had 2 Grace Princess Kanas, so there was nothing we could do about that. Let's see what they go for. Hammer Crush Deal, they are probably going to be able to destroy our Monster Reincarnation, which I was kind of hoping to use to recycle either Dark Magician or another Seahorse Carrier type card in the future. We see Under the Thunder, and spending an extra card does at least reduce the ability for them to summon out 2 boss monsters. We do see potential for another Dragius to come down, since they already know that my card is not able to stop them, or I would have done it on the previous turn. So what else do they have available? Here comes another back row. That one is not a Hammer Crush. Probably. Obviously, going for a Dark Magic attack, if we get the ability to, would be nice. But it seems like the odds of that are relatively low. As you can see, we don't have a ton of monsters available to us, but we actually do have enough. Let's Magician Shuffle. we reveal Dark Magician Girl. And we will add Dark Magician to our hand, discarding the Dark Magician Girl. After this, we are going to Phoenix Dragon and bring out an Ancient Arise. 1 and 2. But we're not done yet, as Monster Reincarnation activates next. By getting rid of the barrier, we're able to turn 1 trap card from our hand into 2 copies of Seahorse Carrier. Or, I'm sorry, into a Seahorse Carrier, which becomes a second monster after using its effect. Grace Princess Kana comes back to the hand, and we tribute them both off for Dark Magician. This triggers our Dark Magic Attack trap card, destroying not only the Hammer Crush, but whatever other card they put down with it. Looks like it was a Triple Threat Thunder, which would have been a pretty devastating push later in the game. We mill and swing on in, getting in for 3,000 damage. Unfortunately, that is both of our Dark Magic attacks, and we didn't hit the Widespread Ruin. So if they have Widespread Ruin on a future turn, we are not going to be able to clear it out with our Spell Trap removal. But with 2 cards being removed, I did want to get the value. We have our own Widespread Ruin still to draw, so removing a Hammer Crush could pay dividends later in the game. We do see Ice Terror Secure able to switch both of our monsters to defense mode, but both of these monsters actually have strong defense stats. Here comes Dragius, and once again, they are going to be able to clear our board. That is the final Dragius, though. 3 have come down. Oh, but with a set card, what if now's the turn that they drew the Widespread Ruin? We would be in a ton of trouble. Archfiend Summoning Flute and Dark Magician Girl. We don't have any more Dark Magic attacks, so there's no real reason to bring out the Dark Magician. What we can do is just set some cards face down and kind of chill. And maybe we'll figure it out on a later turn. We have seen all 3 Ancient Arise Dragons, both Phoenix Dragons. I think we have 2 Dark Magician Girls in here, so that's all of those. How about Seraph of Darkness? We should have... Okay, we have 2 of those in the graveyard. I'm not really sure how we're beating this Dragius. At this point, they are surely going to have the trap cards they need to stop us. Unless they misplay, we'll see how it works. Obviously, if they do try to make a push, we can punish it. But we will have to wait and see what Mumungu does. Alright, a Seahorse Carrier, they are actually going for a play here. We've seen a couple of Primogatarnas. Could that be the other boss monster they're going to bring out? Oh, it's Ancient Arise Dragon with 3,000 attack points. Oh no, they actually just end turn. But that's not good for us. We only have 1 card left in our deck. How do we do it? Maybe we summon this Gazelle to bait an attack. That seems funny, so let's go for it. They just choose to end turn. They're not falling for it. And unfortunately, that is going to be game over. Oh, congrats, Justin, on the triple DMG. Oh, they are swinging in, but if they know at this point, it doesn't matter. Oh. Wait, they are throwing. They thought I had no cards left in the deck, but now I'm able to return a card. Phoenix Dragon, go back into the deck and destroy the Ancient Arise Dragon, leaving them with no monsters on field. What a turn of events. I still have just 1 card left, or I still have no cards left in deck, and I have to worry about their own Widespread Ruin. but Phoenix Dragon might be able to get me there. I discard a card to bring back Ancient Arise Dragon one more time. Let's go ahead and bring out some monsters. Could this be the throw of the century? We bring out Kanon, and this is looking like game. Dark Magician Girl, swing in. They might have the Widespread Ruin, but that is quite the misplay. I cannot believe they did that. All they had to do was end their turn. This is a real anime moment. I must have been fighting Yusei themselves. But what do we bring in next? I feel like we've played most of the popular decks. If anyone has a deck they want to see, feel free to let me know, and I will queue with it. In the meantime, I'm just gonna look around, see what I have. I mean, I could do the funny imports only variant of Gaia. And I see all the chatters are agreeing. Nothing like a good throw for content. So we might be trying out this deck next. As you can tell, it is not very good, but I think it might actually be able to get a win. There's only one way to find out, and that's by taking it onto the ladder. So we're not playing Royal Bubbles anymore. Let's go ahead and switch it. Can you go ranked? Wacky decks. I'll just call it that. Over on Twitch, at least. But yeah, what a wild way to end the game. Even after the Dragius attack, they could have just ended. But by swinging in with both, I was able to use the barrier. Wow. The throw of all time indeed. I mean, it's not like it was a rank-up match. They're in King of Games, so they're probably just having a little bit of fun with it. Messing around, being like, it'd be really funny. Oh, but here we go, back into the grinding queue. Alright, and here we go with another match. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, bum, bum. Alright, and we are up first. Oh, and we see oh, okay, I thought the VSV was a TTV. Not a great opener. No, Alfonso, I agree completely. The Gaia deck is actually legitimately good. Not this build where I'm only using Yugi and other original series cards or whatever, but like the version with Dragius, like it's basically just beast aggro. But it can summon at 3100 summon skulls in exchange for dying to the barrier against 2500s. It's like completely wild to me that nobody's playing it. We just see a Twin Edge Dragon. And I think they did use the skill. So unfortunately I'm going to be taking 1500 this turn. They actually could have gotten in for the 2000 if they sequenced it properly. Alright, we get 3 low-level monsters. That's more or less what we could have hoped for. Let's bring in the Gaia the Fierce Knight. And the Dark Magician Girl. Just kind of swing over what we can. I think the Dragonite is probably the least threatening card out of what they have here. Because Gravity Press Dragon is obviously a debuff, and Twin Edge attacking twice is never welcome. So let's see what they draw. I mean, if they don't find a level 7, we're in a pretty good spot. But, I am expecting this board to not be lasting very long. A Dragonic Slayer plus Dragonite would be a trade and destruction of Gaia, leaving me wide open for whatever the final attack is. And of course, a Dragius is even worse. Oh, Bunker Strike, quite interesting, because it's going to be able to give them better access to a consistent double boss board. Milling a Barrier is interesting. Oh, and they've chosen to put cards back on top. So they must have something pretty decent. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, da, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, bum. Alright. If they're summoning out a 0 attack monster, of course we know another level 7 is coming, and it is Dragonic Slayer. Now, how am I supposed to deal with two 2300s? I don't think I do. Not with this version. If we're lucky, we can at least clear out the Slayer. But we are not. So instead we're gonna lose. I'll just go ahead and give them the good old surrender. But I think, if we give it long enough, we are going to get a win with a deck consisting of only cards found in speed duels. I believe in the deck's ability. I think this might be our first Mimi tonight. Maybe the second. I know I definitely haven't seen any Dion Ketos. We open with a Gaia and a Redirect. So if we get another low level monster, that would be solid. Oh, and here we go with the jammin' music. Hopefully you all are able to hear it all right. Bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, ba, dum. Oh wait, did they just immediately concede? No, I was looking forward to listening to the Mimi music. Why would they do this to me? Very well. Oh, you know what deck we should play actually is Renegade's Dragon's Grace list from earlier. As going over that would be a thing I need to do for my next video anyway. So after this game, we're gonna go rebuild the Dragon's Grace. And I'll give you all a rundown of how that deck works. And we'll see if we're able to make it work in ladder. Ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, bum. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-bum. Bum, ba-bum, bum. I wonder if anyone else is streaming Rush still. I know there was someone aiming for King of Games. And I wonder if they've been able to get into the... Oh. Thank you for the follow, Alpha Wolf King 2000. Is 2000 your birth year or just a number you like? Oh, it looks like the other Rush player has switched over to speed. So I hope that means that they managed to reach what they were aiming for. Bum, 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 bum. And it looks like everyone else is playing speed duels. So, as usual, I am the only Rush content around. Unfortunately. I kind of wish there were more, because it's like, when I'm not streaming, who am I supposed to watch? Anyway, what day is it? Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, ba, 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 bum, bum, bum. Oh. Okay, here we go. We are fighting Roman herself. We got a big role player in King of Games. We'll see how this works. Okay. So they are definitely a dedicated Roman player. But we actually don't have anything. I think it's probably worth beating up the set card just to get it out of the way. We'll throw down some face downs and swing. And that's all we can do. I don't see the need to call the Earthbound here. So we're going to turn off the toggle and keep Monster Reincarnation for later. I'm expecting the face down cards to just be like Severing Psychic Walls and other Roman cards. Alright, looks like we might be seeing a Prima Guitarna. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, 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 ba, ba, bum, bum. Oh, it's actually Side Stage Bouncer, but what will the Walk Kiss be? Okay, here we go. It is, as expected, a Prima Guitarna. And now maybe I actually do want to call the Earthbound, as I can save myself from a pretty significant amount of damage if I redirect this attack. I mean, that's 1500. So it is going to be worth it. Let's go ahead and activate our trap card. Bring it over to the defense position monster. Perfect. If we don't draw anything crazy, though, we are going to have a lot of trouble beating this board. Not much we can do here. Obviously, drawing Dark Magician would be a pretty good draw, since Dark Magic Attack will clear out a ton of stuff. We see Get Ready to get amped up. Interesting. They definitely do not need to draw an Esperade right now. But having it for later would make sense, I suppose. I feel like it is a little bit preemptive to use your special effect, though. You already have 2 boss monsters on field. What do you need another Prima Guitarna for? Yeah, exactly. Though we know for certain that they have Prima Guitarna and Esperade in hand. I don't know if that means anything to us. Once again, we draw no high-level monsters. I promise we're running plenty. Bum bum bum. Alright, here comes Speedy Performer. Sure. Do you have piercing or something? No. They just are thinking 1300 is going to be enough. But they actually take damage. And are leaving themselves with a pretty vulnerable monster on board. Pretty interesting. Let's draw. Dark Magician Girl, still not looking crazy for us. Let's just go here. And pass turn again. Swinging in with the Dark Magician Girl doesn't actually advance the game state, since dealing a bunch of damage to them would allow them to trigger the Esperade skill. We are basically just trying to draw into exactly Dark Magician. Hopefully it is not on the bottom of the deck. We do get 2 monsters this time. So I guess we do summon. as a board of 2,000 attack point monsters is actually pretty strong, even if they widespread ruin us. I don't know. This might not be the right play, but I am going to go for it. Alright, and that's good enough for me. I'm trying to get them to pay a bunch of life points, without going below 1,000. Because then I should be able to generally survive, I think. But maybe not. 2 Prima Gitarnas is kind of a ton of damage. So, I could be wrong there. Even without Esperade. Oh, interesting. The Romite probably should have come out later. Because they could have gone for the debuff. They are down to 2,400. But yeah, not looking great for me. I guess they are going to get this one. Oh, and yeah, this is exactly what I was worried about. Eventually, we're going to draw all of the Gaia the Fierce Knights at once. So, nothing we can do but pass over and let them finish out the game here. But it is what it is. And then we can finally go play Dragon's Grace, which is a deck I've been trying to queue up for a while. And I never just had the opportunity to record games for it. Oh, we actually clear out the gift box here. Always happy to see that. Roman sent us a nice. I think they probably figured out what we were playing. Let's go over to Luke and yeah, I think I've had my fill of Curse of the Dark for now. Or I could clear out the champion deck, since this one's not even banlist compliant. Alright, so we're gonna go with Dragon's Grace. And then the build is actually from Renegade. So we're going to go ahead and just build that. Card for card. One Phoenix Dragon. Some Speedy Performers. Should be right around here too. Perfect. And then Pakachu. Obviously we need the Dragon Sage. It's the namesake of the deck. A couple of Dragorite. And I think there should be more beasts in here. Let's queue here. 3 Silver Wolf. 3 of these, and 1 of this. Okay. And that brings us over to the spells and traps. We see a couple of barriers, widespread, and a monster reincarnation. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if we can't figure out a good explanation for this deck. I may have rotated a little bit too far over. Okay. So Dragon's Grace is Luke's 1400 or more attack restriction skill. So Dragon's Grace is a deck that, how do I even want to explain this? Dragon's Grace allows you to boost up any dragon type monster on your field by 400 if you have a normal summoned Dragon Sage currently on board. The best target for this is obviously going to be Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, as it's able to attack twice and inflict, it's able to attack twice and essentially double any attack boost it gets when it comes to dealing damage to the opponent. However, this skill has a major downside, and that is you can't attack directly with the monster you buff. And one of the big uses of Dragius is, of course, getting in for big damage. Let's go ahead and look at the rest of the list. We have a ton of high-level dragons, and that's because the skill locks you off from anything with 300 or more we have a ton of level 7 dragons, as all of your 1400 or more attack point monsters do need to be dragons, and running Flame Guardian and running Fire Guardian is probably not worth it. Ancient Arise Dragon hits 3000, which can become even higher with the skill. Dragonic Slayer, of course, is a way to clear the opponent's trap cards, and Dragias is Dragias, one of the best cards in the format. Other than that, we are running a bunch of other ways to modify values. We see 3 Speedy Performer and 3 Silver Wolf, courtesy of the Beast Engine. This Beast Engine is also the only way we have to trigger Dragonic Slayer. Most of the time, this is going to be a 2300 vanilla, unless you already have a monster you protected on a previous turn with one of your cards like the Barrier or Widespread Ruin. That said, 2300 is a pretty bad number, but it becomes 2300 struggles to beat a lot of the bosses in the game, but with cards like Speedy Performer, Silver Wolf, and of course Dragon Sage to provide those attack buffs, it isn't as bad as it seems. And when the effect does go off, of course, destroying one of those spell and trap cards reduces the chance of getting hit by the barrier, so you don't need to boost as high as other cards do in order to avoid those debuffs. Other than that, we have, there's not much else to say about this deck, except that it is poopy doo-doo water and Renegade is going down. Let's see how it happens in the games. Okay, so that's about it for the intro recording that I was going to do for that deck. I don't actually think this deck is the worst in the world or anything, but it is for the video, because I have to talk about how much better I am. Anyway, let's go see if we can pick up some wins on ladder. No network detection. Hopefully the game is not crashing again. Oh, whoops. Accidentally clicked on it. Clearly inferior to Gaia, etc. But let's go ahead and jump into the games. Okay, time for some rush duels. Let's see if we can use our boosted Dragias for a big win. Bum ba bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Oh, did my connection just start going terribly wrong? It very well might have. Bum bum ba ba bum ba da ba bum ba bum. Alright, so we're up against Utoshia. And we have a pretty interesting hand. We have both Dragias and Dragon Sage. Two cards that seem like they should be pretty good. Because of that, we are going to keep them in hand as our combo for later. Ba 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 bum bum bum. Alright, and Dark Magician. We are actually, now that we've swapped off of Magician Shuffle, we are fighting a Magician Shuffle player themselves. I was really hoping they would summon some monsters though, as we need to be able to beat over things with Dragias in order to get the use out of it. We see two Dark Magician Girls, all part of the plan. With Dragon Sage and Dragias, we are going to make a huge value push. As long as we can draw some low-level monsters. And we do. Okay. Let's, bring out the Pakachu. Then definitely gonna go ahead and boost up this Multi-Strike Dragon Dragias. Dragon Sage is up next and activates our Dragon Grace ability. After that, Speedy Performer can come down and provide Dragius with even more of a buff. Let's bring out Ancient Arise Dragon as well, and we're hitting for a ton of damage. Activate the effect to allow Dragius to attack twice, and Ancient Arise Dragon goes up to 3,000. I did notice we milled a couple of high-level monsters there, so if they're able to clear this board, we are going to be in some amount of trouble. That said, they are down all the way to just 1,400 already, and we haven't drawn our Phoenix Dragon. So having all of our bosses in the graveyard could be a way to give us that maximum variety when it's needed most. Bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, 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 bum. Alright, throwing down 3 face downs is definitely not going to be enough when we have a Dragius right here. Activate the effect. Summon out Silverwolf. Summon another Dragius. And that will be all they wrote. Activate the effects of both Dragius, and we're able to clear all 3 monsters, plus hit for 2,500. Summons Road Witch, down, no problem. Doriado, gone. And here we go. We are back in it. I will save the replay in case we're running a video on it later. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Alright, up against a Roa for game number 2. And we'll see how it goes. Opening a Slayer is probably not the greatest one. Probably not quite what we're trying to find right now. Alright, so they have a tribute set on the left. So that's worth noting. Since it is probably worth at least beating over. Dragon's Grace, we'll just boost the Sage up. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about this. Speedy Performer definitely should have been tributed away. But this is fine. Obviously, we don't have the ability to actually use Slayer successfully here. But interestingly, they don't trigger any trap cards. It's still possible. This is a recital, but we can probably confirm at this point we are playing against a pretty dedicated Beast Gear deck. Not having the field spell is a huge loss. So we'll see if they're able to compete. Bum ba ba da bum bum ba da ba da bum ba bum ba ba da bum. Okay, here comes some monsters, and if it's in attack mode, that means they do have something planned. Lyogon, using its effect, could actually deal some pretty significant damage here. Bum ba bum ba ba da ba da ba da bum 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 ba bum. Okay, here comes a Bender Break, but if they actually want to use the effect... Oh, here they go. Okay. I am kind of okay with this. I mean, if they want to ditch all of their back row, then Slayer has already done its job. Like, that's what it's here for, to get rid of that. So I don't mind. I mean, I am taking more damage than I wish I had. But we do draw Dragius here, which is neat. I guess that's Speedy Reformer. And the cool thing about this is we are actually going to get Dragon Sage up to a point where it can defeat Bender Break. So we're tributing off both of these for Dragius. And throwing out a Dragon Sage as well. We're going to Multi-Strike Dragon. And then we'll give up the direct attack with this one in case they have a card to deal with Dragius' attack. This is just playing it safe, basically. So I could have dealt an extra 1900. Oh, I guess it would have been lethal, huh? But I am going to take the chance. Playing it a little bit conservatively. We have 2 barriers of our own, so we shouldn't be in a ton of danger of dying here. Especially not against a Beast Gear deck. It'd have to be a pretty impressive play. We do see Moto Wolf. I guess the 5-card Lyogon combo could maybe do it. Rage of the Beast is going to blow up one of my barriers. They could have hit whatever they wanted. Both of them are the same. So it's like Lyogon plus 2 more level 4s. I mean, that'd be a ton of damage, but I think we'd actually survive with barrier reducing that total by 1200. Though maybe not. But it doesn't matter. We simply get in there and win. I'll save the replay and we'll move on to the next one. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Oh, connection error. And we'll give this one more game. See how it goes. Yeah, they could run Force if they want to, but it's just such a huge downgrade. Giving their monsters 200 is much different than giving them 300 plus a 300 debuff to all of the opposing Dragius, Slayers, Ancient Arise Dragons, etc. Force on its own doesn't actually change a lot of the math. And with everyone running the Beast Engine, there's a lot of the times you're going to be boosting the opponent's cards even with your own field spell. And that feels terrible. Okay, not a great opener. And if we were going first, this would be pretty acceptable. But going second, I'm not so sure. I think we are going to try to drop a low level and then set up the Slayer. And kind of just see how things go from there. They are setting 2 and thinking. I'm guessing they have like a 1 tribute monster that they weren't sure if they were supposed to tribute out or not. Which I think that's probably not Widespread Ruin, otherwise they wouldn't have had anything to fear. They would have been able to pretty safely summon a monster backed by a Widespread Ruin and known it was able to stick around. So we're just going to throw down a couple of face downs and head into the battle phase. Swing over this one. And yep, no trap activatable. Could be a barrier still, of course. But now I have a Slayer that is relatively safe. And Masaki confirms it's not a... Oh. Okay, Slayer no longer safe. It was shield and sword. That is shocking. But here comes a Plaster Scout. Not sure this card's really worth it, but we'll see what they're playing. I have no idea what skill they're on. I mean, I do have the widespread, which is a little... Oh, are they playing a right across deck? Interesting. Well, I clearly do not want to take 3,000 damage, so widespread ruin it is. We have the barrier, but we're not going to bother using it, at least not yet. As long as we draw like anything playable, this hand is great. We see a Dragon Sage, which is definitely good enough. We can bring in Dragorite and then activate Dragon's Grace. Remember that our Dragorite is not going to be able to attack directly. So as long as it destroys one of the opposing monsters, we're fine. We bring in Dragius as well before tributing off the other two monsters. And we activate these double Doom before swinging in for a gajillion damage. And now we kept our barrier last turn, meaning Dragius is relatively safe. Even if my opponent summons out a 2700 right across, we can protect Dragius. And even if they have a Rightful Magic to weaken the Dragius further, they're going to have a ton of trouble dealing with Dragorite. So we'll see how this goes. Also, with Barrier, we can target our Phoenix Dragon. And if we draw it, we can actually choose between whatever boss monster we want. We don't have any Ancient Arise Dragon on the field, but I think we'll be able to get, we'll be able to deal with that. Like, the other two cards are already strong enough. 2 Rightful Magic significantly weaken Dragius, but if this is their board, it is not going to cut it at all. Like, this is just not good enough. They gotta do something more, and they don't have the cards to do it. Alright, sure. Right across does come out. Yeah, let's go ahead and use the barrier now. And we're gonna recycle the Phoenix Dragon. Right across still takes the KO. But now as long as we draw low levels, we win the game. We don't need a lot. That'll definitely do it. Silver Wolf plus Silver Fang. Debuff right across. Summon out Slayer. So that's already 1500 plus 400 is 1900. We can go into the battle phase now. No need to play the rest of the cards. And that'll be it. We are actually 3 for 3. Taking a quick, simple, easy win streak. I guess I should delete one of my replays just in case anything else crazy happens. Always good to have one replay slot open just in case. Tomorrow I am working on deck profiles. So I want to have the replays set up. I can go ahead and clear the game against Terama. It was a silly little game where Terama basically had a game but passed 17 turns in a row. So my second deck was able to make a comeback. We'll play Dragon's Grace until we lose. Bum 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 bum. Wow, I'm looking at Twitch and there are way more Master Duel streamers than there are for Duel Links. I'm surprised that the game is just like that much more popular. Oh, and we failed a queue against Please Just Quit. I don't know if that means they are trying to just clear some dailies or something, but it's an interesting name. I wonder how often it works out for them. Thank you for the follow, Emperor Weisel. Mech Lord fan, I imagine. Alright, so our hand this round is fine going first, but we're really going to want to see a... I don't even know. If they have the Wise Red Rune, we don't even want to see a Dragius yet. But for now, I guess all we can really do is just set the 3 cards and pass turn. The last one we encountered was an actual Psychic player. So we'll see if they are also on it. Been playing with Mech Lords with minimal success. Yeah, I hear it's a tough deck to play against, but that the top, or most of the good decks in the game probably have a way to do it. But I know I'm playing a much weaker deck, so if like my if I lose my Malevolent Sin, I don't really have any other way to kind of bonk over the opposing monsters. I don't think we really need to use Widespread Ruin against a board like this. I'd rather save it for later. I could get punished if I draw into more Spell and Trap cards. But I'm hoping not to. But this is once again no boss monsters. Looking kind of awkward. I think we gotta keep Paka Pakachu, and Silver Wolf seems like it makes sense as well. Let's just pass turn. Very wacky game. If they don't summon any boss monsters this turn, we will both have gone multiple turns in a row. Well, actually we have. Because it's turn 5. I still don't really want to use anything. I'm just looking for any boss monster, and I'm ready to go. Obviously, if they have the Widespread Ruin, it is a bit of an issue. But yeah, that's not gonna do it. I mean, I could summon my Dragorite, but I don't really see a reason to. I think we just are gonna set again. Bum 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 bum. And they are once again just going in. Play Speedbird with Magic Music. I actually don't know what Magic Music is. So I can't comment much on it. I do know Speedroids, but not the other thing. Okay, so we can finally make a play. But I actually don't even need to use this Paka Pakachu. I guess I debuff one of the 1500s. Then we speed a performer. Activate the effect. We'll boost this one up. And then bring in Ancient Arise Dragon. Unfortunately, I guess I could have actually used the Paka Pakachu since these cards milling a high level means I would have liked to have access to this monster reincarnation. Which I didn't think about. So, I guess let's try beating the Gazelle. Oh, and they might have a barrier. Interesting. If they do, I do want to get it out of the way now, but they choose not to activate it. Okay. So one of their cards is Barrier. But if they had a Widespread Rune, they probably would have used it. Now it's our turn to turn on the toggle. And here comes a Legend draw. I have to imagine this is going to be a... I'm expecting them to have drawn Barrel Dragon rather than Summon Skull here, but... we'll find out. Ooh, the Shield and Sword is going to be a huge debuff to all of my monsters. And that 0 attack Dragorite is looking incredibly tasty. They've got a billion cards in hand. Let's see what kind of crazy board they're able to put out. after all of this, they even got the extra card draw off the Ghost Cyclone. Pocket Pikachu, but not going to be able to use the effect. Not that it matters. We see them finally mill a Widespread Ruin, which we do like to see here. They are debuffing the Ancient Arise, which is interesting. Because if they're bringing out a Barrel Dragon, they'd probably not need to do that. But we'll see how it goes. Bum, 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 bum. Thunder the Thunder, using the effect to discard a card and further debuff one of my monsters. Okay. Another Pocket Pikachu going to the graveyard. Very interesting. I can still have another low level, plus a true tribute, or the Summon Skull. Here we see an even further Ancient Arise Dragon debuff. I guess they don't have, no, they have to have a legend monster. It is Barrel Dragon. I was right. And isn't this the card you'd want to destroy? I don't get why they didn't put the debuffs on the Silver Wolf. I mean, not that it matters with a board like this. I mean, sheesh. We need to Widespread Ruin it to have any chance of survival here. And then we're going to Barrier to try to get some cards back into our deck. We could put back a Pocket Pikachu. Since we've been so bad at drawing the high-level monsters that I feel like we are due to do so. So the Pocket Pikachu... See, this is exactly what I meant. And we end up drawing a bunch of high-level monsters even though we put back a Paku. So unfortunately that is going to be game. Which means it's also time to swap decks. We're going from the Dragon's Grace over to something else. I am open for suggestions at this point, but I'll play whatever. So give a suggestion if you want, and in the meantime, I'll switch over to maybe my Tempo Yamiruler deck. See if I'm able to get some wins with it when we were failing pretty drastically earlier. Ba-da-ba-bum-bum-bum. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, and it looks like it's gonna take a bit to actually find an opponent. Hopefully it's not too long of a distraction. Oh. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-bum-bum. Alright, here we go against a Luke. They could be on quite a few different decks, but winning the coin flip, always a good sign. Okay, so we don't have the Pocket Pikachu online yet because we don't have a normal monster. That said, I think Yamiruler Pass is a totally respectable play. We're going to keep the Pocket Pikachu in hand, not to generate value, but if this is an aggro deck, Prima Gotarna can't clear Yamiruler. Oh, but they can't even summon it anyway. So maybe I do go ahead and just set it. Okay, I've convinced myself. Having this Red Eyes in hand is always a bit of a bummer, since it means we don't get the debuff with the skill. And they just immediately pressure, which is funny, but it is going to lock them to a maximum of 2,000 damage. We see the Slugger coming out, but that's not a Triad Drago, so they're not going to be able to buff their other guy. And, I mean, I take the damage, but this is a pretty weak board, especially in a deck that runs cards like Piercing Samurai. There is a good chance to get the punish. We do not get it, but that doesn't mean there wasn't a good chance to. Let's go ahead, drop the Silver Wolf. And we're just bringing out the Red Eyes manually. Swing over the Dragorite. And we managed to at least clear the board, and we did force him to do a premature pressure, which is always nice to see. Honestly, if I was them, I probably would have just set and prayed for the best. But I guess I did have 2 level 7s, so I do respect the play. Obviously, if they draw into a pitcher here, we would be in a little bit of trouble. But, we'll see what they have. I mean, if they don't have specifically Slayer, we are kind of cooking. They are setting monsters and a back row, so that they might not have very much here. They have a bunch of back row now. This is where Rage of the Beast could help, but we are not that good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Apparently. Okay. Let's go with, Piercing Samurai. Then we summon in the Yamiruler. Or maybe we give it piercing? No. 1, 2. And then we need to have 3 monsters on the board. We're gonna Black Dragon Rising. Get rid of the Yamiruler, I think, here. Add the Red Eyes Black Dragon. Okay. And now we do get a pretty formidable board. Piercing Samurai, buffing this Yamiruler. And we get the second boss out with Red Eyes. And we can potentially swing in for a ton of damage. Though, the Yamiruler was a potential lethal, but I'm not really expecting it to be that. Because they have 2 face-down cards, they should almost definitely have the widespread, yeah. So unfortunately, we're not dealing any damage this turn. Okay, and getting rid of a pitcher is actually pretty important, because now they are down one of their limit 3 cards. And leaving it as the lone monster would have been pretty bad. Osama says, don't forget to drop the like and sub. Thank you. I try not to pitch it too much, but especially on YouTube, I would like to potentially maybe get to that 1,000 sub requirement for monetizing, because they show you the ads anyway. I had the chance to become a Twitch affiliate and ended up passing on it. But if I ever qualify again, I might do it just because I want to add emotes. And it seems like it's not really that big of a difference. Alright, Gravity Crest Dragon is going in with the effect. Probably going to weaken the Red Eyes, I have to imagine. But 1,700 is still a somewhat reasonable total. Do they have another boss monster? No. Okay. Very interesting. Leaving that Triad Drago in attack mode is not going to work out very well for them, I don't think. We're keeping the Piercing Samurai around. And now what do we draw? Unfortunately, we don't draw any high levels, which is always sad to see. I guess we'll just bring in a White Tiger and set. This was a great chance to punish them, but we failed to draw what we needed to capitalize, unfortunately. And that set card could very well be another Dragonic Pressure, which can easily deal 4,200 damage to me. Oh, here comes Phoenix Dragon. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, another channel. Do you mean, Tomato, by any chance? I'm trying to think what other channel it would be. Right, so obviously they went for the Dragonic Slayer. They're gonna be able to destroy one of my face downs, unfortunately. Oh, and the Twin Edge is pretty terrifying. That 1,500 is huge. So let's say that clears those two. I take 23 direct plus the 7. So I am still alive, which is nice. Do I want to barrier just to get another high level monster back into the deck? Or one of these chicks, probably. And if they have a Slayer on board, then yeah, it makes sense. So we'll activate the barrier and shuffle in our Red Eyes Black chick. Though we are also out of Pocket Choose, and that would be another pretty good option. Because we are always on the verge of decking out with this thing. Oh, but of course now we draw 2 Black Dragon chicks. We can get rid of one. Clearly do not need more than one of them at a time. Change the attack. We will be debuffing the Slayer. Use the effect. We're going to go ahead and special summon. So at least that is dealt with. And Twin Edge, I guess we need attack mode monsters in order to deal with as well. Which is kind of scary to think about. As a Dragius or something can easily kind of just come in here and toss us around. And this also is pretty dangerous. Luckily they don't have the ability to barrier us, and Widespread Ruin is gone. So I mean they can barrier, but it's not enough to make it a difference. And if they're using the barrier here, I'm surprised. Because obviously I have another attack incoming where it actually could have destroyed one of my monsters. Maybe they want these both on the board to try to get over that. It's because if you bring in a 2,800, that's going to be like 16. And then 1632 would be game. So I probably should have summoned out the Silver Wolf. Oh, but Dragonic Pressure is going to be game on its own. We know they have both Sports Dragons set up safely in the graveyard for a moment like this. So I'm fully expecting to see the Slayer plus Dragorite kind of OTK. Or even like Bunker Strike or anything else. I mean, even a Gravity Press would be good enough. Yeah, so it's the Slayer. And show me the Winged Dragon. Draconic Resonance, boosting that Winged Dragon above level 7. A very important step. Don't forget it. Unfortunately, unable to take the win. We'll give him a good old thumbs up. And we'll give it another game. We are reaching the 5-hour mark here. So after this next one, we will probably take another water break. Get in a quick little stretch in. Etc. But we have another game before that. Let's see how it goes. Bum 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 ba ba bum. Bum, ba, bum. Bum, bum, ba, ba, bum. Oh, and we failed. Oh, it's another please just quit. We failed to connect with them last time, too. I wonder what's going on with that. Bum, ba, bum, bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, bum. Alright, we are up against the one and only Enjoy Kata. We'll see how it goes. I always send the nice. Unless I forget. Alright, this is a reasonable opening. We are just gonna Yamiruler them. And we're gonna save the other chick for later. As a Luke player, they should have a pretty difficult time breaking this lock on the first turn unless they draw exactly a gravity press. But if they do, my barrier should actually be enough to save me there. At least from some of the damage. And if they go in defense mode, we have Yamilulers and 2 more Piercing Samurai that we can try to punish them with. The Westerridge just wants to die in peace. So true. There have been quite a few connection issues today. This isn't looking great. But what I am actually going to do here is Black Dragon Rising and get rid of this Paku. Add the Red Eyes to hand. And then... this isn't an... yeah. 1, 2... And we're actually going to keep Black Dragon Chick in hand to reuse it again on a future turn. Rather than going for the special summon, this should be a pretty strong board. Tri-Drago does have 13, so we're going to play it conservatively. In case they set one of those face down, and they have the barrier too here. So I could have gotten in for the extra damage, but I don't regret this play. Obviously, I will if I end up losing and they have like 800 life left. But I think it is fine to make this maneuver. Bum, 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 bum. Right, they're going for 2 more sets, but I think this time they are going to summon out a big monster. It is the Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius himself. Interesting. Okay. How do I bait them? Dragius uses the effect, and I want to turn it off for the first attack. Okay, and now we turn it back on. And we will barrier, and we're going to shuffle away the Piercing Samurai. It seems like a cool card to draw later. And they give me the good old Concede. I'll send them over a nice. And with that, we've just crossed the 5-hour mark. We are going to take a couple of minutes to grab some water, maybe a snack. If you need to use the bathroom, now is a great time. And we will return shortly. And we are back. Let's see if we're able to find another game. Bum, 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 bum. It should be the middle of the day in Japan. Where are all of the opponents? This should be prime gaming time. I think, everyone is just too afraid to face me. They know I'm simply too good at Yu-Gi-Oh! Bum, bum, bum. Oh, is there another Rush Dueler? I'm gonna go see what is going on in this other stream. Just take a quick look, see if there's another Rush Duel player. And there is. Very interesting. Do they have much of a presence? Okay, let me see if this might be their first time playing Rush Duels. But in the meantime, I guess, much more importantly, we are in our own duel, so that will have to wait. We have, the Yamiruler, which would be good in most cases. But are they going to summon out a turn 1 boss here? And if they're playing Avant Wolf, that makes me think of the Acebreaker deck. Okay, very interesting. By bringing out Acebreaker on turn 1, we actually aren't able to out it. We don't even have the monsters needed to summon our Yamiruler, so there's nothing to do but kind of just set and pass. Protect our life points what little we can. We'll see what we get. Oh, they have a Hammer Crush. What will they destroy? They actually somehow managed to hit the Widespread of Ruin. 1 out of 3. But very well. We aren't out of this game just yet. Another boss monster? Sure. Oh, and it's Barrel Dragon. We are just getting rolled here. 3 heads for good measure. Sometimes we are simply outplayed. So, you know what it be? I mean, we can Shield and Sword here, but without the Black Dragon chick, does it even matter though? I mean, I guess we can clear out the Barrel Dragon, but then Acebreaker just kills us. And then what? I'm just gonna give him the game here, I think. And we'll see if we can take the next one. That was just a pretty awkward opening hand. Plus the snipe. Sometimes it be like that. Bum bum ba 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 bum ba 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 bum. I want to see what they're doing on the other Rush Dueler. Stream. Because if they're still online when we finish, we might go and raid them. So I'm going to take a look while we play this one. We have a pretty good set 5, which is nice.
So basically, let's just say if you have, Gate Guardian, for example, and you summon all.
Very Robo-y.
So instead of bringing out Gate Guardian, all 3 of them, you slide the cards together, and they all.
Also talking about maximum summons.
One big giant monster.
Oh, and 3 piercing samurais is very funny. Let's go ahead and turn back on the music. Okay, do I want to... No, I don't need to do anything there. And I think that one's fine, too. I could go for the widespread here to save me some damage, but is it even really worth it? I guess so. 1100's a fair amount to save. And all we need to do is draw boss monsters to really turn this around. Did I forget to turn on the voices and stuff? Okay. Anyway, back to focusing on this. Rage of the Beast. Very interesting, because we do have this Pikachu. So let's go ahead and flip it up and destroy one of their cards. I'll go with this one. A barrier is fine. We're gonna return this Black Dragon's chick to get out another one. At the same time, we can debuff, which is always nice. Then a Piercing Samurai. And 1 and 2. Plus another Piercing Samurai. We've drawn, collectively, way too many Piercing Samurais. Red Eye swings in. Test for that widespread first. It is, unfortunately. But we're still able to clear both of their monsters, which is nice, leaving them with no cards on board. And we have our own little barrier to try to protect us from their secondary monster on the next turn. They've also lost Shield and Sword, which is always nice to see. Let's see how this goes. Here, let's go ahead and barrier. We can return Pocket to the deck, I guess. And of course, we already have Black Dragon Chick in hand. Okay, and this is where the... Oh, I so wish we had access to just one more beast. Oh. Thank you for the follow, Poke Spiral. Hope you're having a good evening, or morning, or afternoon. Okay, so we need a Black Dragon Rising for sure. And that means returning one of the chicks to the deck for the Red Eyes. Then, I'd really like to give Yamiruler Piercing if I can. But I need... Okay, so I need the Nondes on the board to make the tempo swing. I need Black Dragon to summon the Red Eyes. And I need a Yamiruler. Oh, okay. They are just done with my thinking. I'm sorry, Taku. I promise I was finishing up. Okay. Oh, this is actually the person who I think beat me a game or two ago with that Barrel Dragon aggro deck. So what we're going to do is just set for now, and we're setting up the Silver Wolf to try to beat out their bosses later. Actually, forget that. We are going in. Setting the red eyes will allow us to actually use the skill if we draw into a better card next turn. So I think this is definitely going to be the right option. Alright, we do see a pretty weak board compared to the first one. They don't even manage to deal with the Red Eyes Black Dragon, which puts us in a great position. We have a Pikachu, but it doesn't matter since it is going to be tributed off more or less immediately. I could go for the Shield and Sword here, but it's not that big of a swing, so I'm just going to set it instead, I think. We will be going for the Yamiruler over the Yamiruler since I do want to attack. That is actually potentially the wrong move. But I'm gonna go for it anyway. Okay, we see no trap, so this is a test for barrier. No barrier. It could be a Shield and Sword, which actually is pretty good for us. We have two 2,000 defense point monsters, which would be relatively safe against it. Alright, and here the Yamiruler unfortunately is not going to be doing very much. I mean, we can summon the Silver Wolf. We can actually get a 3-boss field going, which is interesting and might be worth it. I think going for the Yamiruler is pretty fun. Go ahead, activate the good old delay directive. Throw down a face down. Let's get rid of this other Yamiruler for the red eyes, and now we have a 3-boss field, which should be incredibly difficult for the opponent to out. Good morning. I believe you said to call you Toy. Alright, and this is looking pretty good. Even if they have the Widespread Ruin, they're going to be Yami locked. And we know the first card is not a big threat. Okay, we destroy Apaku, which is always good to see. Especially since it would have been live. Hopefully the final card is not another one. Not that they're going to be able to do much with it anyway, since we have Yamiruler on board. Interestingly, since we have 3 boss monsters on board, our Piercing Samurais are not going to be able to do anything. And we even already have 2 of them in the graveyard. I guess we're really just looking for, a Yamiruler to break through a board like that. But I don't really see a reason to summon any of these. We can make a huge play as soon as we get access to our hand again. And they can only set monsters for so long. Eventually they are going to need to do something if they want to keep up. And with 2 Rage of the Beast face down, if we're able to get our board set up with beast monsters, we'll be able to kind of destroy anything in our way. Oh, it looks like they are going for a play now. Pikachu, could this be a double boss monster board? I know they have Barrel Dragon, which is a little bit concerning. And Acer has a pretty fair defense stat too. If they do clear my board, I guess I would just want to draw my own Paku. Oh, here comes a Pierce. I think they are definitely just playing that to clear it out of their hand. Or out of their board so they can set a more important card face down. Alright, here comes a Tough Striker. Oh, and Hammer Crush. Ditching Rhino and just destroying a Rage of the Beast. Not too important. But that set card I am pretty worried about. I think there's a pretty high chance of it being something like a Widespread. So if I, just Shield and Sword here. I mean, that seems pretty good to me. Then I can Yamiruler plus Nandes, or I could just start swinging. And I think just start swinging is the superior play. I am kind of expecting I am going to be running into a widespread ruin, some barriers, etc. But Music Princess Recital is an interesting one. It is a barrier, causing a trade. But I am still going to be with two 2500 monsters, which is pretty good. So, this is their last chance to really make a push, and I still have all 6,000. Alright, Justin, enjoy your night. Hope you get some sleep. Here comes Light Ray Draw. That's going to give them a Rhino. But that is really not that impressive of a guaranteed draw. It doesn't even out either of my monsters. Unless there's something else I am missing. So they have the two monsters. Show me the Barrel Dragon. No, it's Ace Breaker. Ace Breaker using the effect to destroy one. But how are you outing my other monster? That's not good enough. It's our win. For sure. I activate my skill. We're gonna return a trick to the deck. Add the red eyes. Debuff it. Then we summon in two Gazelle. And that allows us to activate Rage of the Beast. Destroying one of the face down cards. After that, Yamiruler is coming in. 1, 2. And Black Dragon's Chick gets us to that triple boss board one more time. We could have used Nondes, but I'd rather have this. Enter the battle phase. Yamiruler swings on in. They could barrier me, but that's not going to make a difference. We can trade here, but I'm still swinging in for 4,900. Yamiruler ends this one. And I will give them another nice. So let's go ahead and see if we can keep up the win streak with our tempo Yamiruler deck. Bum 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 bum. Should be a good one. Another Luke player. I don't think I've actually seen two Raw before. It's nice that, so when I was playing Cross Duel, I would have recognized, like, at least one player in every single match I had. It's a little bit different because it is a 4-player game, but it's nice that even a couple months in, I am seeing new Rush Duelers. It's not the same group of players hitting games and fighting each other the same way Cross Duel probably had like 100 active players. We see the turn 1 Ancient Arise Dragon, but we potentially can deal with that. Let's bring in Gazelle, Silverwolf. Activate that effect. Milling Widespread Ruin is definitely not what you want to see. And he gives me the I'm so happy. Pakachu gonna come out, although we could have saved it for later. I think it's better to just get the dragon out of our hand. Flooding with Yamiruler, not particularly great here. Because they already have an Ancient Arise Dragon on board. So let's just clear out their board. We do leave them with that face down monster. But, assuming it's something like a Sports Dragon, it's not a huge deal. Now, if it's a Triad Drago, yeah, that is rough. Sure. Letting them draw an extra card, never what we want to see. Especially since they already have 6 cards to work with. The double boss board feels like an inevitability. Here comes another Ancient Arise Dragon, but why would they keep the Triad Drago on board? Surely if they do, it does mean they are ready to do another Tribute Summon. Phoenix Dragon, but oh, there's the Ancient Arise Dragon. 2 3,000 attack point monsters. Quite threatening. Wow. But if they are ditching Widespread Ruin, their hand must be crazy. And another Tri-Gyro in attack mode. That is so risky, but they somehow managed to draw it into back row with it. I cannot believe they went for the attack mode Tri-Drago. There's no way that that was correct. I simply refuse to believe it. But we'll see how it works out for them. I mean, like, they even discarded a Widespread Ruin. They're saying, since I milled mine, they're gonna prove they don't need it to win either. Let's Pocket you for sure. Get this Paku back into the deck. Add Gazelle. Silver Wolf things out. Definitely Rage of the Beast. Want to destroy whatever card it is they set. Alright, it was a barrier. Always good to get that out of the way. Silver Wolf, go ahead and debuff this. Then we can Yamiruler to try to just slow them down at least a little bit. The Gazelle is going to be going into defense mode though. Here we go, swing into the Ancient Arise. Obviously a Black Dragon Chick would have been really nice to see on this turn for the ability to clear out the other Ancient Arise, but we can't complain too much. We get in for a little bit of damage. Sonic is completely correct. Discarding Widespread Ruin is the I'll sacrifice god of this game. Interesting to see a Lizard Soldier. Not a super common one. And it's actually not going to put in any work here. Their hand must be terrible. Multiple level 7 monsters. So this is our chance to make the comeback. Interesting. I definitely want to play around the barrier, so it is time to Shield and Sword. Then we activate Black Dragon Rising, and we'll be sending away a Black Dragon's Chick to add Red Eyes Black Dragon to hand. However, we do not actually need to use Black Dragon's Chick. If we just tribute summon the Red Eyes normally, we can bring it out and bring out a couple of additional monsters alongside it. Let's head into the battle phase. Swing over Ancient Arise Dragon. Swing over the Lizard. Oh, they might have a Recital. Very interesting. But I am fine with this. Now there is an issue, which is that maybe my Samurai should have actually traded with the Ancient Arise. As summoning out 2 boss monsters would be enough to kind of just end the game. Yeah, or a Shield and Sword. The issue is that my monsters might be so low that they don't... Oh, well, if that's their play, we've got this in the bag. Just summon the Black Dragon Chick. Bring out... Yeah, let's not get fancy with it. We're just summoning a boss monster and swinging in. Okay. Red Eyes Black Dragon, swing over, and Yamiruler finishes the game. Thank you for the match. To Raw. Welcome, BenX. Hope you're having a good one. We've been streaming for quite some time today, but it's been a pretty fun stream. Got to test out a ton of different decks. Prepare 2 different videos, I think. Maybe just one. but I did do recording for a Ancient Forces deck profile not too long ago. Like before the stream. Well, I got the replays. I still need to actually record it. Doing some testing for the tier list. And we're actually getting on a pretty good streak with our Tempo Yamiruler deck, which started off with quite the poor showing. So I'm happy to see it make a comeback. Oh, looks like this other streamer might be doing like duel rooms or something. Interesting. Anyway, let's see if we can find another match. Oh no, they're just opening speed duel packs now. Interesting. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-da-bum, ba-bum. Bum, bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum, bum, bum, bum. Okay, up against another Luke. Let's see how it goes. Alright, interesting opening hand. We would like to see another Beast, I think. As that's going to enable a Pocket Pikachu plus Red Dragon's Trick Turn. Assuming we draw the high levels to make it happen. Which would be wonderful. Obviously, I guess maybe drawing something like Widespread Rune would have been even better. But I got exactly what I asked for. So, let's see how it works out. Oh, we're fighting an Ancient Forces player. It has been quite some time since we've seen one of these on the ladder. Also, look how much they would lose to Shield and Sword. 3 0 defense monsters. Let's make it happen. Alright, we draw for turn. Show me a high level. That is good enough, for sure. Pocket Pikachu activates the effect, and we get a 1500 back into our hand. Gazelle coming on out. Next, we activate our skill, Black Dragon Rising. We'll return 1 Black Dragon Chick to the deck to add a Red Eyes to the hand. Might as well weaken the Burning Blaze Dragon. And then we summon out Pocket Pikachu. Yamiruler. Tributing over the 2 Pakus. And we are going for a full board. This is a pretty strong suite of monsters. Red Eyes coming down, and we have the full clear. Gazelle just barely getting over Burning Bungus Dragon, and the 2 boss monsters each clearing a Dragorite. Now, one thing we do have to watch out for is that they do have Clear Ice and Burning Bungus both in the graveyard. And that would allow them to use Ancient Arise Dragon to destroy one of our monsters. Fortunately for us, it's actually only able to hit the Gazelle. So if they want to do a full clear of the board, they're going to need a 3 level board plus Ancient Arise plus a level 5 monster to boost up. But with a Pocket Pikachu, it is possible. We also see Silverwolf starting to debuff my monsters. And they lose a Ghost Cyclone. Interestingly, they didn't actually have the resources to use Pocket Pikachu. And now they've lost 2 copies of it. Which is great for me, as it makes it much more likely they find an awkward hand next turn. They might have another Ancient Arise Dragon already in hand, for example. We draw. And we find a Yamiruler. Interesting. I definitely want to do the debuff on them. So what we're going to do is bring out Yamiruler. 1, 2. And I could go for the Widespread Rune back into the deck, which honestly might not be a bad play, as it lets us reestablish a full board. And by debuffing, I do dodge any barriers that they might have. Obviously, you can make a good argument that summoning the Gazelle is much less powerful here than a Widespread Ruin. But I kind of like it, because it's such a big push that I'm pretty sure we win the game. And they give us the quick concession. Send them over a nice, and Tempo Yamiruler is finally showing its stuff, which I am glad to see. Bum 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 ba 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 bum ba da ba da ba da bum. Bum 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 ba da ba da ba da bum. Ba da bum bum ba bum 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 ba ba bum. Alright, and it going first. Always what we want to see. Oh, and this is actually our next King of Games rank up match. I always thought it would be interesting if they showed like how many times in King of Games you've hit the 5 win streak, kind of as a King of Games prestige. You don't need to get any like reward for it. It would just be interesting. So it'd be like, if you get 3 separate 5 win streaks in King of Games, you'd be like, King of Games 4. Alright, and they immediately go with the Ghost Cyclone and get to draw an extra card. They are on a 40 card stall deck. So we'll see if we're able to actually beat them. We are a tempo deck. So it might not actually be as easy as it seems, because we're not super duper aggressive. I mean, unless we want to be. But no, the Widespread Ruin is like obviously not worth it here. Let's just take the damage. Yeah. Our move, and we draw a Black Dragon Chick, which is actually pretty nice. Let's go ahead and use the skill. It's really interesting how often we're drawing 2 copies of Chick. I feel like almost every time I use the skill, it's me returning another copy of Chick. Not that I think it's a bad thing or anything. Let's bring out Gazelle and a Silver Wolf to provide some additional debuffing. Yamiruler can come on down, and I don't see a reason to Floodgate. If they had a level 7, they would have summoned it last turn, and we actually have plenty of defensive cards that make the aggro play here the better one. So let's just go into battle and see if we can get it to work. Yamiruler swings in, and they don't appear to have a trap card. Unless it's a barrier. Oh, and it is indeed a copy of the barrier. Unless it's Phantom Bind. We actually have no warriors in the graveyard, so we don't know. But it is probably barrier, and if it is Phantom Bind, we really don't care about it. Oh, welcome, Shinyo. I probably did not pronounce that correctly, but thank you. Alright, we see them set another monster. Let's see how it goes. We do draw both Piercing Samurai and Yamiruler, which is quite threatening to their lifespan. Definitely gonna give Yamiruler the buff for Pierce, then attribute off 1 and 2. Activate the effect. And they give me the Quick Concede. So that's a 5 win streak with the Tempo Yamiruler. After some really rough games earlier, the deck is kind of doing what I wanted it to do, which is make some big pushes with the Beasts and Red Eyes. Hopefully we're able to keep it up. I mean, at this point I feel like we are kind of due for a brick or a loss. But we'll see how long we can keep the win streak going before we switch decks. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, ba, bum. Bum, bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum, 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 ba, bum. Oh, and we finally get another Mimi. It has been so long since the last time we've seen one of them. Alright, and we are going second. Let's see what Johnny Blaze develops. We do have some punishes, like the Piercing Samurais, if we are able to get them, kind of online. Bum, bum. And since we are fighting Mimi, we get the chance to listen to the Mimi theme song. Oh, they're going with attack mode, so they are definitely bringing out a big turn 1 boss. Unless they just really wanted this 500 life points. But no, okay, Dion Keto, the Boogie Master. We actually don't have an out. So that is quite unfortunate. I think not much for us to do here except for set some cards and pass. I probably should have kept the Silver Wolf, now that I think about it, as I have Rage of the Beast in hand, and it has the most attack, and it has a useful effect. So this was a big misplay, not putting down the Piercing Samurai. Alright, another Seahorse Server to give Mimi an additional 500 life. I think this might be an actual Disco Fever deck. No, never mind. We see a Prismatic Dragius. They are just dedicated Aqua players. Luckily, we are actually surviving this turn. Let's see how it works out for us. But yeah, you can see how the Silver Wolf can potentially be useful in the future. Obviously, we need to set Gazelle to set up the Pakachu. This Paku doesn't do anything. And the Piercing Samurai, still useless. Prismatic Dragius, I'm always going to be a little bit jealous of the people who got that as their free pull. Here comes La Moon. Okay. Oh, and they're even gaining more life points. But we actually know that they don't have a Widespread Ruin set, which is good for the future. And with La Moon hitting a 1200 defense monster, we actually are once again taking no damage. We have the Pakachu, so if we can draw some high level monsters, we can finally get something going. I think this is a good enough start. Let's Pakachu, bring a Paku back into the deck, and give ourselves Gazelle. Then a Silver Wolf can come down and mill a card. We have to try to beat Dragius, of course. Rage of the Beast, let's just pop this one. Looks like it was a Rightful Magic, not a trap card. So that's pretty threatening. We contribute 2. Then I will set this face down. And I'm going to summon the Gazelles in case they have something like the Barrier. I kind of want to be able to test for it first. So we go here. Right, and they do have something. So unfortunately, I think I just have to end my turn. Swinging with the Yamiruler is a little bit too dangerous. Alright, they set a monster, and that is fine. They are going to keep gaining even more life points, though. And we're going to take the opportunity to get rid of Dragius. Taking 1,000 is no problem. All we need to draw is any kind of debuffer, and we're fine. Shield and Sword is actually pretty good. But do I need it, though? It is 400 and then 600. Yeah, we actually don't. Okay. So what we can do is Black Dragon Rising. Return this Tiger to the deck. Add a Red Eyes to the hand. Debuff this. Then we Silver Wolf for the extra 200. And what this does is essentially just give us that insurance against barriers. And if we're able to do it this way, keeping the Shield and Sword for a future turn provides more value. So let's bring out the Black Dragon Chick and use the effect. We already know that Widespread Ruin is in the graveyard, and 8,700 is a ton of life points to try to chew through, so we're going to be doing our best. Let's go ahead and swing in. I'm pretty sure they just have cards like the Barrier face down, maybe a Recital, but they don't use it. So I also do need to be worrying about a triple threat Thunder. Because they are pretty dedicated to the Aquas here with cards like Seahorse Server. it might actually be a pure light deck to make advantage of rightful magic. Kanon coming back into the hand. Looks like they are going to be bringing out a double boss board of their own. And with another Seahorse carrier, I am very afraid of seeing the big triple threat thunder. Here it comes. My Yamiruler straight down to 0. And a single Dragius is able to clear out 2 of my monsters now. However, I still think they have not found a way to kill my Yamiruler. Oh, it's actually Dion Keto. Dion Keto. Coming in first. But this is a pretty vulnerable board to my Shield and Sword. It looks like we're finally going to be able to make use of it. Reducing one of their monsters to 0 attack means it's like a triple threat thunder, but even better. Oh, they absolutely messed that one up. Okay, so we are definitely using Shield and Sword this turn. Then, Nondes. And it's probably a good idea to just call it there. I don't really need to do anything crazy, because I'm running out of cards in my deck. So, swing into the Dion Keto. We've only seen one Grace Business Kana, so it's probably a 14. But that's fine. We do see a barrier. Oh, they're bringing back Seahorse carriers. Very interesting. We're definitely going to go for the big 2,000. And then we'll take the 200. It's kind of whatever. Better to just confirm it. Okay. So a Dragius is not game, which is nice. And here comes the third Dion Keto. Not really what I was expecting. I mean, with a board like this... Oh, but here comes the Dragius. Okay, now we're in trouble. But actually, maybe not as much trouble as it may seem. Wait, no, are we dead to the Kanon? We were so close. They only had 5 cards in deck. I was definitely going to try to deck them out. Using the Yamiruler on the next turn. Maybe I shouldn't have summoned the Nondes. I probably could have won that one. Or if I had just, like, set it, I would have saved a ton of damage and been able to win via deck out. In any case, let's go ahead and just rush duel again. That one was on me, not the deck. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, we are going first. And I probably want to just get this Red Eyes out of my hand. Unfortunately, losing 2 Pakus early kind of sucks a lot. But there's nothing we can do about it. End turn. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. Alright, and they are actually not doing anything, which gives us a chance to make a big play. And there goes the third Paku. Like, come on. I guess there's really no choice. We are gonna go with the Yamiruler and try to get in for the 2,500. And then we might as well destroy one of those cards. Yamiruler. Oh, and we lose widespread. This is going very wrong, very fast. Oh, right, I can't even attack with the Red Eyes since I used Yamiruler. So, whatever. We're hitting in. We're gonna do what we can. Let's see how it goes. We do have a pretty strong board. Even if they're not able to, even if they are able to bring out boss monsters, our barriers should be good enough to kind of stop a Gavin player from clearing us. Or at least inflicting a ton of damage. So let's go ahead and see how it is. Sometimes they don't think it be like it do, but it be. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum, ba, da, bum, 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 ba, ba, bum. Ba, 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 bum. Ba, 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 bum, 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 ba, ba, bum. Alright, here comes Shield and Sword. Pretty interesting. Bringing them both down to 2,000 does mean that their own boss monsters would be able to beat over me. But they're going to need to bring out a double boss monster board if they want to do that. Or a Speedy Performer that could actually... actually, that doesn't change anything. Unless they're playing like a wacky Dragius build. In which case they ought to beat these monsters anyway. I'm definitely expecting to see some boss monsters coming out, as leaving these 300 attack point monsters in attack mode doesn't make any sense. We do see a Yamiruler, and then presumably another low level and a second boss. Otherwise, using the Speedy Performer feels like a misplay. But, okay. Show me the second boss. No, they don't. Okay then. I'm just gonna take it. It's only 900. And now they have a 400 attack point monster just randomly on their board? That seems awful. Of course, we draw nothing usable here. So we are stuck with bringing out non-deaths and kind of swinging into the widespread ruin that I know they have. Otherwise, they wouldn't put a Speedy Performer out so vulnerable. So maybe I actually don't. What if I just simply do not? I shall cease summoning monsters. And I actually do have a barrier to protect me. So let's just Yamiruler, see how it goes. Pass. Having 3 level summon monsters, recipe for disaster. Speedy Performer, boosting this to 2900 is fine, because we can actually stop it with our barrier. And then we're just kind of hoping to find ourselves some low-level monsters. Black Dragon's Chick is obviously the best. Well, we want beasts, because we want to start clearing out these back row. Because I'm pretty sure the widespread is down there. Otherwise, I don't think they'd be leaving the Speedy Performer like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and barrier. We're just gonna put back our Paku. And then they can't clear the Yamiruler. Perfect. And we do find a couple of pretty good cards. Silverwolf and Gazelle. Turn on my Beast engine. So let's Rage of the Beast. And just start blowing up back row. Interesting. We whiffed. Black Dragon Rising for sure. Let's get rid of the Yamiruler. Add back Red Eyes. And that lets us debuff as well. So Yamiruler goes down a little bit. And we bring it down even further to dodge any potential barrier plays. After that, it is Yamiruler time. And Red Eyes, or Black Dragon's Chick into the Red Eyes Black Dragon is going to be a triple boss board. Switch Yamiruler to attack mode and activate Dark Delayer's effect one more time. Now, even if they have the Widespread Ruin, we are clearing out their boss monster and leaving them without any on the next turn. Looks like they don't have Widespread Ruin. It is simply a card like the Barrier or Dark Ruler Battle Slash. which they can't use since I successfully cleared all of my own back row before I started swinging into them. So this is looking pretty solid. They go ahead and set more cards face down. But, I mean, I've still got 2 Yamirulers, and if I draw one, the game essentially ends. Let's do it. Well, they might have the widespread now, but I mean, it's, oh, actually, hold on. So we get the Yamiruler, which is obviously 2,500 that they need to stop, and they don't have the widespread, so they concede. Even if they did have the widespread, I had a Piercing Samurai to hit the Yamiruler, which would have then allowed me to swing into one of those face-down monsters and potentially hit for the 1,700. This deck has suddenly started to redeem itself on a massive scale. And by the way, if anyone ever wants to see a specific deck, this is a deck testing stream, so I will build anything you all want to see. Though I'm not sure how much longer I am actually going to be streaming for, to be fair. Alright, our opening hand, not perfect. We are seeing a lot of level 7 monsters. And, I mean, if it was a... If it was a Yamiruler, we'd be in a pretty good spot, but this is a little bit more awkward. We are going to go ahead and summon one out, just in case. Alright, we see it is actually a mirror match with Black Dragon Rising. Unfortunately, that means they are going to be able to clear my monsters, as even if I put this in attack mode, it wouldn't have been enough. Interestingly, if I did draw the Yamiruler, Red Eyes only lowers the attack with the skill, so we would have been fine. Oh, and they have a 50% chance to have not noticed, but they do get me, unfortunately. Alright, let's draw for turn and see what we get. Nondes is pretty interesting. Yeah, I think I am going to go ahead and activate the skill here. Probably return the Yamiruler. Add Black Dragon to hand. Change the attack of you. Then Pakachu comes out. Yamiruler for the Floodgate, and we're going to go for the big tempo. Obviously, if they do exactly Widespread Ruin, we are in trouble. But it is what it is. Being able to use Nondes and get this big tempo swing is what this deck is all about. This is like what I'm supposed to end on. Though, of course, I am also supposed to be having cards like Rage of the Beast to get around these widespreads. This beats Barrier, so as long as it's not exactly widespread, we're good. And it looks like we are getting in. They decided to set a monster, so I'll play it conservatively. I mean, they'd only need 800 defense points in order for Nondes to crash into it, because I'm pretty sure they have a barrier or something face down. Our decision pays off, and we get in for the 1200. Palace Gargoyle does mean this is presumably a Red Eyes Rebel deck, rather than Red Eyes Rebel. Or Red Eyes Rebel rather than Red Eyes Ruler. It's a little bit complicated to say the names of the decks. Alright, we see the Black Dragon coming out one more time. But do they have a way to deal with Red Eyes? That is a ton of back row. But overall, I'd say we are looking to be in a pretty good position. Let's see what we draw. Shield and Sword, not gonna do a ton for us here. I could Tribute 2 to get this Silver Wolf online. That seems a little bit, questionable. Do I just chill out for a turn? Pocket Pikachu would be online whenever that gets ready to go. So I could just set the Silver Wolf or something. I mean, I could also Shield and Sword here and play it really aggressive. You know what? Okay, let's do it. Shield and Sword. Pocket Pikachu Part 2. Yamiruler coming on in. Though, no, isn't this a ruler deck? Against rulers, I really should be saving that Shield and Sword for a big value push later in the game. So if I lose, I'm going to blame myself entirely. The deck is fine. Yeah. This was a big mistake. I should have saved the Shield and Sword, just cleared that, and been prepared for later. Because once something like a heavy metal comes down, being able to just swap it straight to 0 is huge. I mean, we're still not entirely out of the game. They might not draw into a boss monster for this, for example. So who knows how it'll go. Okay, here comes Monster Reincarnation. That does pretty much guarantee they're going to get whatever it is they're looking for. I'm guessing they're going to grab a Chick and then tribute off the Black Dragon. But they could also... Oh, Cyber of Darkness. That's actually an out to the Red Ice Black Dragon. As I can now set mine. Interesting. And then... I mean, that's not crazy. Like, we're still in the game. For sure. Let's see what we draw. Rage of the Beast is interesting, but without any high-level monsters, I don't think we're going for it. We're just gonna chill out a little bit and see what happens. I think this is a deck that's going to be lacking in piercing damage. As without the ruler build, there's really, like Growl and Heavy Metal both can't deal with defense mode monsters. And we do see a Growl coming on down. Yeah, there's no reason to barrier here. I'm just going to save my cards. I guess keeping a monster on board would actually be pretty good because I'm out of Pocket Pikachus. But too late at this point. I'd rather have the barrier for these boss battles. Would really have liked to see another beast monster. I guess we set you. Activate the skill. We're returning you to the deck. Adding Red Eyes. And then we'll just weaken the Growl. Bring out the Red Eyes. And then we're just kind of setting for later. So, 1, 2. Try to get in for a little bit of damage. And this slightly reduces the amount of shenanigans they can pull with future Growls. There are still quite a few shenanigans they can pull. Don't get me wrong. But this will slightly reduce the shenanigan count. We'll see how it goes. Alright, Gargoyle going to level 5, but that is going to cost them a card from their hand. Which we are always happy to see go. Anything that uses resources is a detriment to them. Here comes a Heavy Metal. But I'm not super worried about that. Here we go. We can Widespread Ruin. Then we can even get back a boss monster. If we want to. Which, I mean, I'm pretty sure we do. Well, we still have plenty in the deck, though. You know what? We're just gonna grab a chick. Alright, and that's about what I expected to see. Unfortunately, Piercing Samurai is not a beast. So we're gonna Black Dragon Rising. Return this to the deck. Grab Red Eyes. Weaken the opposing Red Eyes, for sure. Gotta go for the big special summon here. And then we're just kind of hoping this is enough. We have another Black Dragon chick. But more importantly, we are going in with Yamiruler here. 1 and 2. Plus a Silver Wolf. Music Princess Recital plus Barrier would be pretty devastating. But if it's all stuff like barriers, this would be game. Alright, that's 2100. Which is still enough. And if that's not a recital, that means they can't stop the other attacks. So let's see if we can't finish this up. Red Eyes Black Dragon attacks, and Silver Wolf cleans it up. 5 cards left in the deck, but Tempo Yamiruler finishes the game. I'll go ahead and send them the nice, and we move on to the next one. Oh, and we open the gift. Nice. The gift thing did remind me, I probably am getting pretty full on those. So I'm just gonna do one quick auto duel before we head into ranked again. Or maybe I'll do 2. And I think we also have officially crossed the 6-hour mark. I probably should end the stream at some point, huh? But I am having a lot of fun, so I also don't really want to. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum, bum. I hope you're all also having a good time. Alright. That was a solid win. This deck is actually pretty strong in the auto duel meta. Remember that you can't activate your skills, so just having a bunch of strong monsters on their own merits is going to be a good thing. Obviously, these opponents are not anything special, but a deck like Ancient Forces is going to make a lot of awkward auto duel AI decisions and whatnot. Welcome, JYE. We'll be heading right into ranked games again after this, so make sure you stick around for that. It'll only be a minute while the auto duel finishes. How are you doing this morning, afternoon, or evening? I'm guessing that is Korean. I'm not entirely sure. I'm sorry. But how are you doing today? You been playing any rush duels yourselves or no? And if you do play rush, what kind of decks are you enjoying? Anyway, back into ranked we go. Bum, ba, bum, ba, 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 da, bum, ba, ba, bum. Bum, ba, bum, ba, ba, bum. So apparently over in the physical rush duel format lately, they have been introducing some new dice roll cards. Stuff like retrains of Skull Dice and, what is it? It's not like Graceful Dice, is it? The Joey cards. Alright, they're setting a couple of monsters just as we might expect, and we have a couple of piercing samurai, which is nice to see. But do we go for it? If we summon out one of the Pakachu and we get it destroyed on the next turn, we can actually use it to generate value. Whereas this kind of relies on us milling a beast monster. But it's funnier this way, so we are going for it. Of course, we mill a boss monster. And we actually do hit the beast. So our Pakachu is online, and we have the highest chance of inflicting piercing with this. Interestingly, it is a 40-card deck. Oh, but we run into the babysitter goat. I think it is probably a beetle deck. Oh, it's an Yamiruler. We should have just strung right in front of us. Unfortunate. Alright, and we are seeing a Hammer Crush deal. So this is a 40-card pile featuring King's Majesty, the Yamiruler stuff, and who knows what else. Interestingly, we do need them to actually summon out monsters and clear our board if we want Pakachu to do anything. That said, I still don't really want Barrel Dragon destroying my stuff for free. Especially when we see a huge push like this. That Barrel Dragon could be quite threatening to my life points. Yeah, if they hadn't, and with 3 face down cards, we are in some trouble. What do we draw? Nothing particularly great, to be completely honest. I think we Black Dragon Rising, and we're gonna put a Paku back. Then we add the Red Eyes to hand. And we can use it to lower Barrel Dragon down. But it's like, they are very clearly going to have something to deal with this. We put this back, we get our Gazelle again. It's like, sure. But there's no way that this goes flawlessly. I mean, alright, let's just run into the trap and end the game. Yeah, it's a barrier. Even that is good enough. And they have another one. Oh, but they're not using it. I mean, if we're able to at least clear those, there's a chance they brick. But this is looking quite bad. Especially since Barrel Dragon surviving a turn is crazy, letting it use the effect again. It does luckily whiff, but the last turn was probably the more important one. Who knows? Maybe I'm just saying things. Alright, Palace Gargoyle, and it's using the effect. Either is it just to get the Curry Bot away, or is it to summon a boss monster? Pharrell is coming in, and we are in trouble. I mean, just look how low my life is. So whatever monster they have set must be pretty weak, because I only have 800 life left. We draw another Paku, which is pretty funny. Black Dragon Rising. I guess we'll put the Yamiruler back. Add this Red Eyes. And then a weakened Barrel Dragon again. Then we summon out Pakachu. Activate the effect. Return Pak to the deck. And we get Gazelle. After this, we are able to finally summon out Silverwolf. And this functionally reduces the Barrel Dragon to the point that we don't have to worry about it as much anymore. We can play around the barrier using this. Unfortunately, this Gazelle not putting in a ton of value. And without Nandas anymore, we're not able to make our tempo play. Let's go ahead and set a card and start swinging. The Barrel Dragon needs to die if we want to have any chance to win. They have a widespread ruin, but we do at least clear the barrel. So let's see what Ka28 is able to cook up. It looks like those other two cards might be things like Hammer Crusher, Ghost Cyclones that are generally dead. As if it was another barrier, they would have just used it, or if it was King's Majesty, of course they would have protected their card. Oh, it could also be recitals. That is not looking great. 1, 2, 3. I think I'm just gonna set this and swing in. I can't put the Piercing Samurai in attack mode because any boss monster would instantly end the game. Here comes a Hammer Crush. Let's see which one they pick. And they somehow managed to snipe the widespread ruin again. That's the second time today someone's managed to do that. But I mean, I guess it doesn't make too big of a difference. Oh, a Yamiruler. That could be useful. So I think we want to flip up the Piercing Samurai. Then, summon, Nandes. No, I don't think we go for the piercing damage. Do we have another Yamiruler in our deck still? We do. Okay. So with that in mind, we are gonna go like this. We just summon Yamiruler and we'll use its effect. I'll go ahead, set a monster face down, and just try to swing on in. And we actually get it. We are at just 800, but they are at 700. We've managed to turn the tides. Let's see what they've got. Shield and Sword, uh-oh. 2000 attack. A Dragius would actually be game. Maybe I should have put this in defense mode, huh? Unfortunate. Yeah, they got me. Good game, Ka. I like it. Playing those 40 card piles is always super fun because there's a lot of game variety in there. Due to all the different like little one-ofs you can tack. Like, let's go look at that deck list. Like, we see 2 Dragius, we got the Barrel Dragon, we got a couple Growls, and it's just fun. Could definitely see myself running another deck like that sometime. Rush Duel. Guess we'll do another one. I do wish there was another Rush player on Twitch because I would probably go for ending the stream soon and rating them. I mean, it's not like we have a ton of players or anything. Or a ton of viewers, I mean. But would it be nice to be able to drop in, say hi, establish some connections. Okay, pretty solid opening hand. Obviously, we would have loved if this was going first. But we won't talk down on a hand like this too much. Definitely has its merits. Oh, and we see a Rhino. Rhino has like pretty low defense, doesn't it? Let's go look it up. Oh, but they're actually just going for an immediate tribute summon. And Rhino, yes, 1600. Okay. Oh, Oh, Black Dragon's Chick is the perfect draw. Let's go ahead and return. It's gonna sound funny, but I think we're gonna return the. Well, actually, let's just return Yamiruler. We add the red eyes, debuff, and we're just gonna go in. We've got plenty of low-level monsters, etc. And backing all of this up with a widespread ruin is gonna be crazy. We could have played out Yamiruler this turn as well, but against the Aim Eagle, it doesn't do much. I'm giving it self-piercing in an attempt to mill any beast monster. I was trying to set up the Pocket 2 for later, but we whiffed. Let's see how they do. We got them down to half, and we have a very threatening, spooky back row. Their opening hand also must have been pretty bad if they kept a random card in hand. They got rid of the Rhino, so they must have another level 7, which does mean Ultimate Bond is coming out, but it's only for a tough striker. So far, not a big deal. We do see the Aim Eagle. And I wonder if they're actually unbricking with it. We do see Aim Eagle immediately alongside a Grace Princess, turning on a Seahorse Carrier for later. 3500 Tough Striker as expected, but that is not going to be nearly enough. This game is basically already over. Let's go ahead and land the big widespread ruin. They do deal with the Piercing Samurai, which is fair, and then they just go ahead and concede. Turn 1 widespreads, always incredibly powerful. Bum, 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 ba, ba, bum. Bum, 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 ba, bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, bum. Oh, and we're fighting Johnny Blaze again, who is running an aggro deck with a pretty heavy aqua tint. But it was still on Dragias and stuff, so it's not completely pure. Rage of the Beast is good, but I'd rather just keep the Black Dragon Chick in hand rather than have a more guaranteed access to the card. All we need to do is draw a Paku, and that'll by itself provide the 2 beasts. And then we'll not even set a back row, as seen here. This is actually a huge turn for us. Let's go ahead and start with Yamiruler. 1, 2. Then we can Piercing Samurai. Flip Gazelle, so we can use Piercing Samurai's effect. That will give Yamiruler Piercing. Then we activate the skill. Return a Chick. Grab the red eyes. And then we're going to manually summon it. Which is pretty rare. Well, not super rare. But by manually tribute summoning the red eyes Black Dragon, we're able to keep Chick in hand to use next turn. Now we can even delay directive and combo it with Nondes. And this is the bread and butter of Tempo Yamiruler. We're dealing some piercing damage, we're locking them. Oh, and it's a big 25. They are locked out of their high levels. We have a Black Dragon again, if they are able to somehow manage to clear us. This is looking like a great match for us. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. Ba, bum, ba, 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 bum. Alright, and they are going for more sets. But that does mean if we draw more crazy cards, they are going to continue to be in trouble. And we do. Finally, I could keep this Nandes for another lock turn. And that's pretty tempting. Hydrate the effect, and Nandes again. The board is technically a little bit weaker, but with the Yamiruler and Piercing around, I don't mind at all. Now they actually have to act, otherwise Piercing Samurai is just going to end the game on its own. Ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. And they give us the quick concede as our tempo completely outpaces them and chokes them out of the game. Looking like a sweet victory. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, up against Algast and their Yuga deck. Could be Seven's Exile Road, could be Ultimate Bond, could be Hammer Crush Deal Aggro, could be any of the Archive skills. Not a great opening hand, for sure, but it might actually be good enough. We just set our monsters and pass. Let's see if they can deal with it. I mean, we do have the high level monster ready for next turn, which is always nice to see, and here comes a Hammer Crush deal. Will they go 3 for 3 on my 3 back row Hammer Crushes? Because if so, I mean, I'm just being outplayed. Alright, they go for the barrier. Probably that is the one I would most like to have seen get destroyed. So off to a good start. Getting rid of Seahorse Carrier is wild though. They must have a pretty strong hand, if that's what they want to get rid of. Yeah, we can leave them with a completely open board if we use those Widespread Ruin. So we are absolutely going for it. If we draw some Beast Monsters, we can even destroy their back row. And we do draw 2 Beast Monsters. This is huge. Pakpakachu and Silverwolf coming on down. Followed up by Rage of the Beasts. Going here. Destroying a Widespread Ruin. Then we go 1, 2. Yamiruler comes out. Flip Nandes. Summon the Silverwolf. Activate Delay Directive. And we're swinging in for 5,000 damage. Plus locking them out. This is an incredible tempo turn. Maybe I should make a video about this. I'll have to play some more games with it later though, because I am already very much low on replay access. I have a lot of Ancient Forces games, and then Dragon's Grace as well. Bum. Seven-Zode Witch, sure. Oh, and they are actually getting around the Yamiruler lock by summoning out a Seven-Zode Witch and Magician. Oh, and it's even Prismatic. But even this isn't enough to clear my board. So let's see if they've got anything else in store. Rush dueling stuff. Yeah, welcome. Prophecy phrase. If you're looking for rush dueling stuff, my channel is a pretty good spot, but also check out Tomato Soars, I would say, is the main other creator. There are a couple other people who occasionally do stuff, but I'd say we are the main ones. Anyway, this is gonna be game. We have two Yamirulers capable of beating over these opposing monsters. Summon out Piercing Samurai, and another Yamiruler will seal the deal. 400 plus 900 is 1300. We don't even need the Piercing Samurai moral support. And that is gonna be game. So, judging by the name, I'm guessing you are, a Wind Psychic Enjoyer. Oh yeah, we recently did do a little collab. You're not wrong. I have a video of my own perspective somewhere on the channel. Tomatoes was included a lot more of the gameplay, whereas mine was more of a post-match commentary kind of thing. I at the least cut out a lot of the dead air. Like, I think mine's like 15 minutes and his was 45. So whatever type of content you prefer, there is a profile for either one. Okay, so our hand is looking quite bad, and this is actually the third time we're fighting Johnny Blaze. Geez, this is not looking great. I'm just gonna pass. Johnny had to get in their win eventually. Sarah is asking if I have a Volt Condor deck. Me personally, I don't have the third copy of the structure deck, so kind of no. I would say I do not. But I can go find one or workshop one with you. They're just clowning around. I gotta take a screenshot of this for sure. Either draw no tribute monsters or none of them. Well, none or all. Yeah, I get what you mean though. Okay, here comes Nandes. Can I turn this game around? Yamiruler coming down for sure here. I'm just here to Floodgate. Of course, we do still have 4 level 7 monsters in our hand. So, not sure what we're doing. Sure. You know what? Their boss monsters are Dragius and Dragius and Dion Keto. So I don't think they can clear this. I'm just gonna leave this Yamiruler in defense mode for as long as I need to. You see, look at that. 2500? That is not clearing. Pikachu is not live, so we are once again going to go for a little maneuver known as ending turn. And of course they are going to draw some more cards, or heal some more life points. And we'll see how it goes. They are passing as well. And we get 2 more monsters. Nice. Always good to see. I'll go ahead and use this to destroy a random face down. Take that. Barrier, sure. I'll summon a Red Eyes. get that one out of my hand since it's the one that has like the least value. I'll swing into Thunder the Thunder. And it actually goes through, which is pretty crazy. Okay. Despite how it looked, we weren't just throwing. We were trying to win. Okay, Rightful Magic. Does that lower defense? It only lowers attack. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then we widespread. Yeah. Still 4 high-level monsters. I really think that Johnny might not have a single out in their deck. Alright, we get in for 1,000. Good enough. Let's see what they do. Monster Reincarnation. That can get them the Cure Master again. Sure. Mm-hmm. Cure Master, that's fine. Sure, they can hit me for 100. But is that even worth it for them? Because now my Black Dragon chick is... Oh, come on! That's fine. Let's just get rid of one of these. Had the Black Dragon back to hand. Debuff the Dion Keto. Summon the chick. Activate the effect. Bring out Red Eyes again. And then surely they have like a barrier or something at this point. So do I even attack it? Sure. Whatever. Mm-hmm. And turn. Oh, and they find an out. It's Barrel Dragon, and that is going to end the game. Unfortunately. That was basically every single high-level monster I could have possibly drawn. Sometimes it happens. Very funny. But is that Barrel Dragon legitimately their only out to defense mode Yamiruler? Yep, Triple Threat Thunder doesn't do it. None of these they literally only have the one Barrel Dragon. So if I run across them a 4th time, I know what to do. Bum 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 bum. Alright, not a great opening hand. It's only turn 1, so you can't use the chick yet. But I kind of want to keep one around for later, so we're just going to set 2 monsters. And we'll see if this works out for us. We could be in a ton of danger if they bring out some Twin Edge Dragons. And get any funny ideas. But they're actually an aggro player. Which might be a little bit better than a Resonance for us, at least with this opening hand. Oh, Yamiruler. So to some degree, they're probably a budget player. But we will take this, yeah. I mean, we can just set him pass. We really don't have any reason to commit to anything. So let's just go here and just end. Yeah, I mean, we still have a beast in hand to try to trigger rage later. We have a boss monster, we have the black dragon. This seems pretty good to me. I don't mind chilling at all. Prima Guitarna, no problem. Torna is a small problem. But this is actually very good for us. Like, look at this board. We're about to get huge value on the next turn. I don't even have any trap cards. They are paying 8,000 to deal 900 more damage, which is kind of a little bit silly when you think about it, and doubly so when you know how much value I'm about to generate. So, basically, as long as we draw a low level, perfect. Okay, so start with shield and sword. Then, Silverwolf, Gazelle, Effect. Let's weaken out you. One, two. Bum 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 bum. Black Dragon Rising returns this non-desk, gives me the red eyes, and we're swinging in for quite a bit of damage. I wonder if I missed lethal. No, 5,000. I only have 2,900, so it's definitely not a missed lethal play. But it is a ton of damage. I'm clearing a 0 defense Prima Guitarna, and this weakened Yamiruler. Welcome, Gaunt Raindrop. Hope you're having a good morning, evening, or afternoon. Prophecy Phrase says, could realistically stall and try to deck him out. That was probably against the Johnny Blaze player, but I missed it. Gaunt Raindrop says, if Red Eyes and Dark Magician had their support in Rush Duel. I mean, some of those Dark Magician cards are pretty wild, but there is a chance we are going to get Thousand Knives relatively soon, and there was also the change to Magician Shuffle, which might work with something upcoming. Who knows? Then Red Eyes, Inferno Fire Blast is probably a little bit too strong in the current format, but I would like to see some other cards if they have it. I know they had like the Meteor Black Dragon type stuff, and I wouldn't mind playing some Meteor Dragons in my deck. Okay, let's see what they've got. I mean, they have the Torna, but both of my monsters have 2,000 defense points, so does it even do anything though? They can clear one of my bosses, and they are setting a card, so I'm looking for a couple of beasts, I guess. So I'll be able to activate my own. Yeah, 12 degrees sounds pretty cold. Don't die. There are a ton of monsters. Unfortunately only one beast, so we are a little bit vulnerable here. And a barrier would be pretty rough. So I don't think I'm going to Yamiruler them, but just for reasons, we are going to go ahead and bring it out over the Yamiruler. I want to keep one of each in hand. Yamiruler, no effect. Let's just go in. If they have a barrier, we still trade, but they don't. So this is pretty significant damage. Pass turn. Thank you for the follow, Joey. How are you doing today? Right, Mike only has one more. Well, I guess actually I could break at any moment. But I'd say we have a pretty strong advantage. And if their face down card is something like Shield and Sword, we are in a really good spot. Mystic Dealer trying to find a boss monster potentially. Or maybe they don't have anything to discard and are just bringing out a boss monster already. If the Fire Golem's in attack mode, they definitely have something. Love to see the food deck from Arc 5 in Rush Duel. I feel like there are so many food decks. Could you be more specific? Alright, we see another 7-Sword Magician and a new set card. Unfortunately, even if I draw Pakachu, they've been so inconsistent in actually clearing my board that I don't currently have a way to use it. As always, we are hoping for 2 low-level monsters and beasts specifically. Okay, this is looking good. Pakachu, Silver Wolf. Effect, we can weaken the Seven's Road just a little bit more. Then Rage of the Beast should be able to get us a guaranteed win here. Let's destroy this. And it was the Widespread Ruin, so we are in a fantastic spot. They go ahead and just concede now. I was pretty sure the face down card was not a trap, given they didn't use it last turn. But always better safe than sorry. Bum, ba-da-da-bum. And I do see we are coming up on the 7-hour mark. So we're probably going to end the stream once we cross it. Which just means 2 to 3 more games. If anyone watching wants to stay in contact or know when I go live next, I do have a Discord server either in the description of the YouTube video or just on the general page on Twitch. Feel free to join it. And we also have a somewhat active, for Rush I guess, community that posts about decks and stuff if you ever want to talk about the game, etc. We do open up with the turn 1 Yamiruler. We are losing out on a Black Dragon chick to do so, but this seems worth it. Let's go ahead, delay directive, and toss down our barrier. Luke decks generally don't have a ton of outs around this. They could go for the turn 1 Draconic Pressure, but that's about it. They could also Gravity Fest Dragon, but I do have a barrier, and I would love to recycle this chick. So let's see what they go for. Hammer Crush Deal. It is an aggro deck, so we know they definitely are not summoning any bosses this turn. Hammer Crush Deal aggro does not run any outs to delay directive. They simply wait it out and hope not to get punished too hard. Here we see a Hammer Crush, and unless this is discarding something very specific, I don't think it's going to make a difference in this turn's play, especially since they're locked out. Theoretically, some decks are able to use this Hammer Crush to set up a Currybot or a Seahorse Carrier, etc. Oh, welcome Yoshi. Didn't realize you were lurking. Glad to have you around. And I had fun dueling you earlier. Okay, so we draw a Yamiruler here, which is pretty strong. Definitely going to bring that out over the other options. I could have also gone for another delay directive, but I'd rather hit in, I think. Change to attack mode and swing on over. Oh, I forgot to attack directly. I misclicked, and that's rough. The 2500 would have been nice for sure. Silver Wolf coming down to debuff me. Fair enough. And now if they have Dragias, I get majorly punished. Not that it really matters. Forrest says, am I late? You have about 10 minutes. I think we're going to do this game and then one more. But, I mean, the VODs are always on YouTube if you wanted to catch some of the other stuff. Alright, we do see the third Silver Wolf coming down, and they actually mill Widespread Ruin plus Summon Skull on these. So, even though this turn is looking like a big Dragias, the game isn't over yet. I could still make a comeback, especially if I draw a Black Dragon's Chick this turn. I do need some way to get over this Dragius. As Silver Wolf can debuff my defense, so I can't just sit on a Yamiruler. But we'll have to wait and see what we draw. We don't get the trick, but we do get Shield and Sword, which is good enough. Let's go ahead and activate the effect. Bring out the I guess Yamiruler feels like the right play here. Alright, the Dragius is down. But do they have another one? I think if they had another boss monster, they probably would have summoned it last turn. So there is a chance they brick, but they've gone through nearly 20 cards and only shown one Dragius plus Summon Skull. So I would be shocked if there's not another high-level monster coming down onto the field this turn. Definitely could have had some better draws, but I can't complain too much. Ancient Rise Dragon, coming up to 3k, and one more high-level monster, or low-level monster, I mean, will be game, because that's 3,000 from the 2 Gazelles. So, after this, we'll do one more. And then we'll see if there's anyone neat over on, the Twitch for a raid. I feel like it's pretty unlikely we're gonna find anyone playing Rush, especially at this hour. But if we actually have people watching, I do want to actually do a raid. I feel like I don't do that nearly enough. So let's go ahead and see kind of what's happening, who is online. While we queue into our final game. There is one person that does mention Rush in the title, but they appear to be opening a bunch of packs or something. I mean, that's better than nothing. Anyway, our turn 1, looking pretty good with a Widespread Ruin and a couple of beasts to throw down. I'm going to keep the chick in hand to be able to use its effect on the next turn. Bum, ba, ba, bum, bum, ba, ba, da, bum, bum, bum. They land the immediate Ghost Cyclone and destroy Widespread Ruin and draw a card. Off to a bad start. They are bringing out a Seahorse Carrier though, so I can't complain too much. They are losing part of their advantage engine very early on, and they are discarding a card with Torna, only to reveal the most confusing card I've seen yet. Sonic Attacker. I don't think I've seen anyone running it. But we will definitely take advantage of this if we can. Black Dragon Rising. Gonna go ahead and return this chick to the deck, giving us a Red Eyes Black Dragon to use. Plus we debuff the Torna down to 1200. Allowing us to make a pretty formidable board. Bring out the Piercing Samurais. And we could actually mill if we wanted to, but we don't need to since we already have our Pikachu set up for later. Let's go ahead and bring in the Black Dragon's chick and activate the effect, giving us a nice double boss board plus Silver Wolf. Battle phase, and to play around with Seidel, we're swinging in with the Black Dragon first. They do have the Widespread, but we're still hitting for 2500. And have a boss sticking around. If they're on Torna and Sonic Attacker, they also must be playing something at least a little bit wacky. Like even if it's 7's Axel Road. Oh, it's Ultimate Bond. Is Sonic Attacker a machine? I guess it kind of fits, huh? Your opponent gains 1,000 life points, and this becomes 2,300. It just still doesn't really feel right to me. Oh, Shield and Sword is going to be a huge debuff on the Silver Wolf, but I'm not sure if they needed it. They already have the Aim Eagle in hand, which is a huge buff. they must not have had anything to deal with Silver Wolf then. That's the only thing I can imagine. Otherwise, I don't see why you don't set Shield and Sword for later value. I guess it does play around the barrier here. Okay. Overall, they are establishing a pretty strong board and dealing a ton of damage. If I'm able to grab a Pikachu plus some boss monsters, I am still in it. And we don't get quite what we were hoping for, but it is a pretty good hand, as long as we don't disconnect. So, Silverwolf plus Gazelle is a debuff. And then that also triggers Rage of the Beasts. So, we can say goodbye to their face down. Then, we have the Nandes for the combo, but since they're on Ultimate Bond, we actually don't care about using Delay Directive. So what we're going to do is just bring out this Yamiruler as is and swing over. Yeah, crashing the Gazelle might be incorrect, but I am going to do it anyway. Just because I need to do it. Oh, and we're actually having pretty bad connection issues. What a way to go out on the stream. Obviously, activating Ultimate Bond again is going to be a big issue. Ghost Cyclone, also an issue. Removing my barrier is my other method of protecting myself. And we have only seen one of the 6 boss monsters so far. Though if they're running Sonic Attacker, they are probably a free-to-play player. Either way, Aim Eagle showing off an Ace Breaker. Here comes the big push. 3,500 to 1,000. I'm down to 2,100. Will they be able? They won't be able to clear the game this turn, but they might be getting dangerously close. What will we draw next? Plenty of cards, actually. Interesting. It is actually our chance to use Shield and Sword ourselves. But I don't think we want to, as we can already debuff, and getting the extra monsters on board could be the better play. So let's go ahead and start with Pikachu. We're going to activate the effect and cycle a Pikachu back into the deck. Or do we go for the Silver Wolf? No, I think Paku is almost always going to be right. Let's add this Gazelle. And then we have access to Yamiruler. Then we activate skill. We are going to send this Gazelle back and grab Red Eyes, because I don't think we are 1,500 off from lethal. The Gazelle doesn't provide lethal, so we don't want to summon it. We are just going to use Chick for Black Dragon. Throw this down for next turn, assuming there is a next turn. But I mean, this is a pretty strong board. Even if they get out a 3,500 attack point monster, that wouldn't be enough to end the game. That said, a Barrel Dragon would be pretty devastating, as that could destroy both of my monsters in one fell swoop. So, as long as it's not Barrel Dragon, I think we survived the turn. Oh, welcome, Super Freshness. You've joined us, admittedly, right near the end of the stream, but it's nice to see you around. Hope you're having a good day. Are you a Rush fan, or are you more of a Speed Duel player? Alright, we see not a particularly strong board, but I am expecting some kind of boss monster with these 2 random low attack monsters in attack mode. They set a card, and anything else? Oh, you were the one holding the speed turning. Okay, nice. I definitely saw that while I was looking around at what streams were online. I would really like to be able to use this Rage of the Beast, but unfortunately there are no tribute monsters on my field. We know Widespread Ruin is gone. 400 and 500 loss. Oh, but that's so much damage. So that's 1700. No, I don't think that is lethal. Okay. Student Sword is not lethal, so we are going to just chill. Wait. Would it have been lethal? It might have been lethal. Oh, okay. Barrier, that is fine. So it would have been 1100 versus 4000. Oh, wow. Wait, that would have been exact lethal. I forgot that the Silver Fang was also going to get debuff. Oh, but 4000 would have only been 3600. 3600 minus 11. After the barrier, it wouldn't have been lethal any longer. Okay. And what do they put back? They put back an Amigal, so that way they can use the skill again. Interesting, but that might not be enough. We see a Tough Striker, and Tough Striker is not, Ace Breaker. So we are still waiting. I think a Barrel Dragon play is still potentially pretty strong, destroying both of my monsters, giving you space for 2 more monsters, clearing that, and swinging in. That's the only way I could see getting game, is if Barrel Dragon comes down. But Yugi does not have it, so they surrender, and we send them over the Nice. Let's go see, as much like Super Freshness, we are also about to end stream, so let's see who we are able to raid. I'll probably go ahead and send them over to, Blue Musashi, as they have Rush in the title of the duel, or in the title of the stream. Not a, I think they are playing speed anyway. Yeah, they're building an Orcus deck, but better than not sending a raid over at all. So let's go ahead and set that up, and thank you all for watching. Go say hi.